Hello, chat. We are live with day number 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We are in the end zone now, the second half, जहां पे कुछ ही चंद दिनों में, शायद 2-3 दिनों में भी हो सकता है, we will know whether an Indian is going to qualify to the candidates. और मेरे साथ है जीएम साहज का वेलकम साहज भाई. मतलब आज की गर्मी को समझना बड़ा मुश्किल है. जितना भी एसी ऑन कर लो, ठंड नहीं लगने वाली.
जो जैसे आपने स्टार्ट किया है ना, ये आई फील लाइक थोड़ा सैड हो गया बिकॉज इट्स लाइक 2-3 राउंड में एक ही इंडियन बच सकता है. दैट इज वेरी मच
हाँ.
पॉसिबल. एंड दिस इज नॉट अ सिचुएशन वी वांटेड टू बी इन, बट दिस इज व्हाट्स इन फ्रंट ऑफ अस. आई थिंक द शॉक हैज बीन बोथ प्रग एंड गुकेश, जो अभी टॉप 10 में नहीं है. बट निहाल हैज बीन अ गुड सरप्राइज एंड ही इज प्लेइंग ऑन बोर्ड 1
या.
against the tournament leader, that too with the white pieces. So कुछ भी हो सकता है. We could still have two players, but likelihood इसके बहुत कम है because they might end up playing each other as well. And you never know what can happen in these events. So um yeah, but I'm still happy that still दो लोग हैं
या.
in the limelight. So let's see what happens.
And also, let's not forget कि if you can have the standings one chat just to show you कहाँ पे हम लोग अभी हैं. We have Param Maksudlu on top with 5 points. He's the guy to beat for everyone. But साढ़े चार पे these are the runner-ups right now. अगर अभी टूर्नामेंट खत्म होता तो कोई इंडियन क्वालिफाई नहीं करता, लेकिन एरिगेसी अर्जुन और निहाल सरीन have other plans. And the best part is निहाल सरीन का जो पूरा का पूरा फॉर्च्यून है ना, उन्हीं के हाथ में. He has the worst tie break. He needs that extra point. And guess who's he playing? He's playing the tournament leader Parag Masulu today with the white pieces. So Nihal Singh get golden opportunity. And let's not forget Pranav Venkatesh and Vidit Gujarati with an outside chance. लेकिन अगर उनको जीतना है, क्योंकि विदित का especially I think because his tie break is also worse, he needs to win today Sahaj bhai. He cannot afford a draw. So चार Indians are running. So मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है chat and Sahaj भाई कि चार Indians का hypothetical chance है अभी. आज के दिन के बाद कितने इंडियंस का चांस बचेगा? आई थिंक कट ऑफ नाउ आफ्टर टुडे विल बी 4 or 4.5, राइट? बिकॉज अभी इसके बाद 4 राउंड बचेंगे. एंड इफ यू आर ऑन लेट्स से 4.5, देन यू स्टिल नीड 2.5 आउट ऑफ नहीं, कितना चाहिए? 3.5 आउट ऑफ 4 चाहिए होंगे क्या?
3.5 out of 4 चाहिए होगा भाई.
ओ,
That
दैट
is
इज ऑलमोस्ट
very
इम्पॉसिबल.
difficult.
देन आई थिंक 5 इज द कट ऑफ. आई फील 5 तो चाहिए ही चाहिए एटलीस्ट. आज तो जीतना ही पड़ेगा.
Bilkul bhai, and also like I think maybe Pranav in this case is playing against Jordan with the white pieces, so maybe there are still some chances. But I think Vidit specifically has a very very difficult pairing today. I think he's playing against. I remember checking it yesterday. He's playing against Maurizi. The player who
Yeah.
has been having a spectacular event. He defeated Artemiev, MVL, and then he also defeated Vincent Keimer, and then he lost to Anish Giri. So he has been having a fantastic event. So and एक और प्लेयर है साहिल भाई जिसकी पेयरिंग थोड़ी बहुत खराब लग रही है मुझे आज. कैन एनीवन
Who
टेक अ
is that?
गेस इन द चैट, हम किसकी बात कर रहे हैं?
कई बार होता है ना कि जब आपको साज भाई, एंड दिस इज एक्चुअली हैपेंड विद मी, सो एंड स्टिल हैपेंस समटाइम्स. कई बार ना भगवान आपको एक चैलेंज देता है, एंड अंटिल यू ओवरकम दैट you will keep facing the same problem again and again and again until you step up and develop the skills to tackle that problem. And I think इस प्लेयर को भी यही प्रॉब्लम है. He's faced some tough youngsters and the trend just continues. Saj bhai, who's that player?
I see a lot of guesses in the chat, some Nihal, Ajju Bhai, and then Gukesh indeed is the player who I think has specifically had a very difficult pairing today. Especially, he's coming up after two losses and playing Edis Gurel, the chosen kid. Yeah, I mean he's 26-31 at least on live ratings, and he's what 14, 15 years old. That too with the black pieces it's definitely a very annoying pairing. At least personally, मुझे बहुत annoying लगता है ये. So yeah, this
Yeah.
match also we'll have to keep an eye on because maybe there is some way Gukesh scores some 5 out of 5 and he still maintains a chance. But today is the day.
Yeah, he has to strike, and of course he wants to win today. Yeah, matlab not only for the the rankings, but also because he's lost 2 in a row. That's
Mm.
shocking for the world champion. We kind of deep dive into analysis. Rakesh bhai also mentioned last time कि Magnus Carlsen also has lost 2 games as I don't know if he was world. I think he was world champion. And he lost 2 games in a tournament लगातार, but that's the max. He's never lost 3 in a row. Ding, as world champion, lost 4, but Ding, of course, was having health problems and was not in great shape by the time he was world champion. So very interesting. Gukesh will love to strike. And I don't know if we have a graphic for the pairings. I would love to check it out because top boards keep pairings. I think focusing on the main four players that have a chance. It is Nihal. It is, you can see on board number one playing the tournament leader. Sahaj bhai, kitna important match है वो Nihal के लिए, because if he wins, he basically is guaranteed in first place. And he needs that because as we saw, his tiebreak is worse. And he also removes Param. And everybody else in the tournament sends Nihal a cake tonight, yeah, if he defeats Param.
Absolutely. And also I think colors भी उसके लिए बहुत बढ़िया से match करे, and the fact that there was a rest day yesterday means he can, really go deep in his preparation, find some crazy ideas. I mean, we know that Nihal has been, just going, finding these sort of very tricky ideas early in the opening. So having an extra day to prepare and strategize, I think can definitely help in this regard as well. So I think Nihal has a very good chance of winning today, but I also think Arjun has specifically a very decent pairing as well,
Yeah,
because he's playing against Matthias Bluebaum, who of course defeated Pragnananda. But as far as I can see from the black pieces, he's only played two games so far, and both of them were more or less 2600 players. So
yeah,
this is Bluebaum's first opponent with the black pieces who's 27, not just 2700 but 2770, so that
yeah.
also makes a very big difference. But he hasn't even faced a 2700 with the black pieces. Apart from Pragg, he hasn't played any 2700 so far. Blue Bomb, that is. So I think for Pragg, for Arjun, this is more or less a nicer pairing. What do you think about that?
I agree. And also, let's not forget, when you are in flow, you are in the shape of your life. We have to agree, Bluba Matthias on 4.5 is playing out of his skin. He's playing above his current rating. When you are in that flow, the last thing you want to do is stop. And the rest day, if you asked Blue Matthias कि भाई rest day लेना है कि नहीं लेना है, he would say no भाई, rest day चाहिए नहीं, let's continue. And now that rest day not only breaks that flow for Blue Balm, he also has the black pieces, and Arjun Erigesi gets an entire extra day for prep. भाई आज वो 240 मूव तक प्रेप करके आने वाला है. सो चैट बड़ा मजा आएगा ये गेम देखने में. एंड अर्जुन आई थिंक इज द क्लियर फेवरेट. ही इज, आई थिंक, ऑफ कोर्स निहाल हैज हिज चांसेस बट परम इज इन ग्रेट शेप. बट आई थिंक अर्जुन हैज अमेजिंग चांसेस टुडे एंड उसके बड़ा मजा आएगा देखने में. एंड चैट, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट, आई थिंक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल है चैट में व्हाट विल बी गुकेश's approach today. I think Gukesh का simple plan है, he needs to win. That will not change because he's playing somebody who's much weaker. He has to win today, I think. And also I think दो player qualify करने हैं candidates के अंदर. And of course Sahaj bhai, as we discussed, कितने Indian players आज बचेंगे, आपका क्या guess है in the hunt for the candidates?
I think probably okay, so four people realistically in the limelight, Pranav, Vidit, Nihal, and Arjun. And I think maybe two or three, I would say. Arjun definitely, I think, will maintain his chances. Nihal, I think, has a very good chance as well. By the way, we do have liftoff C4 by Arjun already.
Oh
By
wow.
all, would be a surprise for me already that Arjun is starting off with C4. We've seen E4 and D4 with him in this tournament before, and he plays E6, so very much in prep. C6 from Gukesh. Another Karokan. क्या बात है भाई? क्या बात है? We'll jump to that game
Oh
shortly. By the way, G3 he plays.
oh
D5 आया.
D5.
Okay, so some
Wow.
English defense. Bishop G2. अभी D4 commit नहीं किया white ने. D4 commit करते this becomes Catalan. I think we saw Arjun play one of these lines with that 95 वाली line where he defeated. I think it was Vitikov that he defeated.
Yeah.
I think it was Vitikov. Vitikov या Demchenko में
Yeah.
से एक था.
बिल्कुल. एंड आई थिंक वी आर रीचिंग दैट कैटलाइन स्ट्रक्चर. बाय द वे, सुपर चैट बाय शिवा की Sahaj's commentary top notch, makes it really easy and interesting to follow and just complicated complex positions also. Absolutely true शिवा भाई. I think Sahaj भाई ऐसी कमेंट्री करते रहे, सुपर आते रहेंगे भाई, बहुत बढ़िया है भाई.
Yo. Thank you, Shiva bhai. Very, very nice of you. But and glad that you like it as well. And complicated position तो यार players लाते हैं board पे, and already complicated position तो एकदम
हाँ.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि अर्जुन की board पे आ ही चुकी है, because knight f3 there is cat island on the board. One of the most annoying variations from either color. From like
And also,
either, मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसी ओपनिंग है जो दोनों साइड से नहीं खेलना मुझे पसंद, बट somehow both players go for it, and rightfully so. He goes short castle. Are we gonna see another 95? Sahil bhai.
भाई, the fact remains कि if we are in the main lines, यहाँ पे आई थिंक अर्जुन की प्रेप विल गो द एक्स्ट्रा माइल बिकॉज दिस इज समथिंग यू ऑलरेडी अंडरस्टैंड सो वेल एंड वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग यहाँ पे कैसे खेलेंगे ब्लूबाम ही taken the pawn on c4 center के away capture किया है and साज में I think the usual plan here is to play a6 b5 अगर मुझे आइडिया सही है तो
Yep, and but just want to mention it for oh by the way C6 this is a kind of a hyper modern variation. I've actually employed it many times in Title Tuesdays and some online blitz matches before. Not a bad opening at all because point यहाँ पे सेम ही रहता है क्वीन c4 के बाद ब्लैक b5 ही खेलता है. But in some cases ये knight कभी a6 से निकल सकता है बाहर, so that's why you keep this option. And कभी आप a6 b5 खेलते हो ना यहाँ पे तो व्हाइट कभी ऐसे नाइट e5 खेल के ये डिस्कवर अटैक दे सकता है
हम्म
रुक को. So
हम्म
C6 acts as a barrier towards this, and also let's not forget that this is a surprise element for Arjun right here. But he's
या
not surprised at all. He plays Queen
सरप्राइज
C4
बोलते
within a minute.
it's like when you gift your partner something you're expecting कि birthday surprise करने वाले हो. You've called her friends, you've called her family, and then she comes in and says हाँ मुझे पहले से पता था. ये वैसी फीलिंग आ रही है साज भाई नहीं?
बिल्कुल भाई. इसको भी क्लिप कर लो बिकॉज इसकी भी एडिट बन सकती है. जस्ट पुटिंग इट आउट देयर. Yeah, we have Queen D3 by the way, played a top move of the engine. So Arjun has looked at this in the past before. How many games? Only 24 games so far in this position. Just to put things into perspective, after Queen C2, in this position, there are 11,260 games.
Yeah.
9,000 of them were on A6. So Black kind of sidesteps with the move C6. And Queen takes C4 is the best move here and the most popular. Black plays B5 and Queen D3 is the second most popular move in this position. Queen C2 being the first one. I guess Queen C2 makes more sense as well because
Hmm.
आप वहीं से ही आए थे वहीं पे वापस जा रहे हो and then you can play Knight C3 whatever. But Queen D3 is supposedly the best move and Black plays Knight B7. This is the current position, Sahil bhai.
या सही बोला आपने जहां से आए थे वहीं जाना है. मीनवाइल नाइट डी7 प्लेड साज भाई. बोथ प्लेयर्स प्लेइंग वेरी क्विकली राइट नाउ. दोनों प्रेप पे हैं एंड इट विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी कौन पहला बंदा होगा जो एक डीप थॉट लेगा. And bishop to e3. That is the main move played in this position. Sahaj bhai, is the idea just to brutally stop c5? Is that the plan or something else?
I think that's the main plan because C5 तो अभी वैसे भी नहीं आ रहा because I think you're gonna
हाँ.
play you're gonna take the pawn on B5, but I'm guessing in the future of this game you kind of want to play knight B2, then knight ऐसे D2 से निकाला and maybe rook C1 to further pressure on C6. And अगर आप knight D2 पहले खेल देते ना तो bishop आपका C1 पे बंद जाता, then you have to move the knight and then take your bishop out, so it kind of makes sense taking the bishop out here.
Yeah, what are the chances to for the Pragg to qualify? What are the chances for Pragg to qualify? Thanks for Pranay for the super chat. I would say chances for Pragg to qualify with this tournament are 0.05%. It's almost zero. But Pragg is the only Indian to almost have qualified already because of the FIDE circuit spot. So FIDE circuit में जो उनके points है साल भर के tournaments ऐड करते हैं जितने points बनते हैं वो उस लिस्ट में नंबर 1 पे है. वो भी 2x number of points से. So unless a guy wins the Grand Swiss, wins the World Cup, and wins the World Rapid Blitz, which is literally impossible, there is nobody who can catch up. And also, wo banda has to be either Nodulbek or Anish or Arvind. Only these three guys. So that's not going to happen.
Wow.
So Pragg has literally, I would say, 98% qualified. So I wouldn't be too worried for Praggnananda to qualify to the candidates. We should be worried, however, about Arjun, Nihal, and guess what? These are the two leading Indians right now. So perfect situation hai, perfect setup hai, and both players playing very quickly. 95 on the board, Saj bhai. And good news is, chat, इस पोजीशन से Chesscom पे दो गेम है, दोनों वाइट जीता था.
Oh, amazing. That is a great start right there. And एक गेम में नाइट C3 खेला गया था, एक गेम में रुक C1 खेला गया था in this position. And रुक C1 probably is the best move. But मुझे थोड़ा ब्लू बॉम का टाइम देख के थोड़ा सा I'm getting a bit cautious because he's playing too fast. That means he has looked at all of this before. And you don't want to enter one of those computer lines जहाँ पे position एकदम equalize हो जाती है. So you might wanna, I mean, we could see Arjun kind of sidestepping here from mainstream theory and okay, let's have a game on the board because I think this is exactly the type of position which Arjun really likes. अगर black का c5 आ गया यहाँ पे तो we know it's equal. But if black takes on e3, like this feels like a bad exchange, but I don't really think so because once you go queen takes e3, Arjun got the imbalance that he wanted and still maintains that pressure on the c5 square as well. So I think this looks pretty good for Arjun, but I just want to get Blue Bomb out of preparation. I think that's what he's thinking about.
Well, that's a great point, Saj. I think preparation से बाहर जाना है. And for example, यहाँ पे जो दो moves engines recommend करते हैं, that is knight c3 and rook c1. And यही दो चालें खेली गई थी उन दो games में. If you go to the third preference, for example, it is knight d2. If you want to avoid,
Mm-hmm.
and idea है rook c1 and you don't block the c file, but suddenly knight b4 hit करता है. Queen c3 and knight d5. Black is saying, why draw करना है क्या? Of course, Arjun
Yeah.
doesn't take a draw. You don't want to
Mm-hmm.
come to c2, right?
So which position you're saying knight d5 and knight b d2 and then knight b4, right?
Knight b4, queen c3,
Mm-hmm.
and knight d5. If you go queen
And
c2, you've kind of transposed into a variation, a tempo down. So आपको pawn मारना पड़ेगा. Now
mm-hmm.
rook b8. Let's say
Ooh.
rook c1, any rook f c1 for example. Bishop
Mm-hmm.
b7, attacking the queen. Queen को एक ही square है, by the way. If for example queen takes b5, chat, come on, black to play and win. How do we win this one? Let's go,
Oh,
chat.
very nice. Nice warm-up tactic for the chat. What do you think, bhai? Queen takes b5, black to play. दोनों चालें बताना भाई. It's a two-move tactic.
हाँ, ध्यान से, हाँ, बड़े ध्यान से भाई. Abhi, I also want that he won't come. Who won't come by? I think Indians will come by. I think in some way or the other form. Yes, Manish bhai, knight takes e3 and bishop takes f3 पे आपका piece मर गया because Rani is under discover attack. So आपको queen c2 आना पड़ेगा instead of queen takes b5. But once you
Mm-hmm.
play queen c2 in that position, I think knight takes e3, f takes e3, and rook c8, and basically black के पास bishop pair है. Your king side, center structure is a bit damaged. And it is, I think, kind of roughly enough compensation for a pawn. So this could be something black has seen. And Saj, ऐसी ही kind of position में black might have gone deeper. So I want to avoid this, forcing line here.
I think the compensation is mainly because of these two pawns, yeah.
Yeah.
But would you agree with me that Arjun would be happy in a position like this? Because
Generally,
there is
yes.
there's an
Generally, yes.
imbalance, no?
हाँ, but I think black ने prepare किया होगा. That's my only worry. कि black ने ये
Really?
बड़ा deeply prepare किया होगा, because this is something
Hmm.
you see the two Chesscom moves or online moves and knight e2 third preference engine key. If you look at
Hmm.
knight e2, I think he's gone up till knight takes e3, f takes e3 and gone further. So that's my worry कि ऐसा ना हो कि opponent ने prepare किया और अर्जुन ने ना किया हो.
Hmm.
So I think it's not an easy choice for Arjun. Like knight c3 is the best move in the position, Sahaj. And in the previous game, a5 was played in this position, chess comp after knight c3. Very, very interesting. The best move. And as you were showing earlier, knight to e4 then. And of course, उसके बाद की move पे f5 आ रहा है apparently. I don't even want to comment on f5. क्या move है भाई? ये क्या है साहज
भाई
भाई?
we should not do it. We should not do it because it's खराब move है भाई. F5 तो हमेशा खराब होती है. F5 पे knight
हाँ,
g5 आ रहा है apparently, but because knight c3 वापस लेके आ सकते हो अभी. It just
हाँ,
looks a bit bad. Looks a bit odd to me.
yeah.
But it
So
is a weird position. Indeed, I think. I think it's just a weird. It's just a matter of कौन ज़्यादा prepared है यहाँ पे. And the fact that Arjun is thinking makes me think a blue bomb may have won the opening battle here.
yeah, very interesting. Erigasi Arjun, the first one to go for a deep think chat. Chat, let's get to 200 likes. जल्दी से stream like कर दो. Don't forget 500 like में membership मिलेगी आपको. And फिलहाल के लिए 6 मिनट का difference already. So Sahaj भाई, can we check out Nihal's game? Because I'm really confused what's happening. Bhai, is this some new theory, Sahaj bhai? I've never seen this before. Yeah, seems like
पता
some
नहीं
new
यार क्या
idea.
कहते हैं इसको. It just feels like never seen it before. But oh, by the way, it plays knight c3. भाई इतना सोचने के बाद, and why is the time resetting now? Did he think
Not
here or not?
No, I think it's gone back to 132. Yeah, I think clock भी confused हो गई. इतना time कैसे ले जाने हाल इस position के ऊपर. And Saj bhai, there's this famous line which I always play in bullet chess यहाँ पे. Let's say knight f6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I saw this first in a Simon Williams course. Pawn takes,
Mm-hmm.
and f3. And I want to show you a variation.
Oh,
ठीक है, chat. देखा होगा आपने यार?
I'll tell you a fun fact, okay?
हाँ,
Okay. Chat आपसे question, ठीक है? There is an Indian youngster who is
हाँ.
playing in this tournament who used to play this opening almost exclusively. ठीक
Oh
है?
wow.
In his youth days. Can you guess who that youngster is? Sahil bhai, you too. Same question. Because I
प्रणव.
think I think difficult है आपके लिए भी.
प्रणव.
No, not Pranav.
लियोन.
Not Leon either.
ओ.
Anyone. यंगस्टर बोला भाई, वीडी यार, तो वीडी तो यंगस्टर नहीं बना. मतलब अभी भी है, मतलब ही स्टिल आई वुड से फेयरली क्वाइट यंग.
एस एल
एटलीस्ट मेरे
नारायणन.
हिसाब से अभी तक मैंने
कार्तिकेन
नाम
मुर.
देखा भी नहीं भाई. Not Gukesh. I'm telling you,
कार्तिकेन.
until that person reached like 23, 2400 rating, this opening was his like pet line, and he used to play it all the time.
भाई this is I love this opening by the way.
Bhai, I have not seen a single person guess the
कार्तिकेन.
right name.
कार्तिकेन. भाई
No,
एस एल
not
नारायणन.
Karthikeyan either. Should I reveal it?
हाँ कर दो भाई.
Okay, chat. भाई पकड़ ले यहाँ पे, यहाँ मैंने आपको. This is actually Aditya Mittal's.
Oh.
It used to be his weapon from the white side.
And
Okay, one person has actually written Aditya now. It is actually Aditya Mittal, and almost exclusively खेलता था ये F3.
I want to show a
So,
line. I don't know, Chad, if you've seen this. So let's say knight f6. By the way, खेल दिया board पे. If you check the current
mhm,
position, and now you, for example, take on d5, take on d5, f3,
yeah.
and then knight c6 is the main line, of course. e4, ठीक है. Pawn takes e4, d5, attack the
Ooh.
knight. Knight e5. Now f takes e4. Sajay, what do you play as black here?
F takes E4 के बाद.
हाँ.
Oh, यार, I don't know. E6 probably.
हाँ, e6, e6. Knight f3 now. What do you play? देखते साज फंसते कि नहीं.
बिशप D6 लग रही है यार मेन चाल तो. फर्स्ट
हाँ.
सीरीज मैंने बंद कर दिया सब कुछ.
हाँ. हाँ.
बिशप D6 ही सही लग रही है तो यार.
Bishop d6 is one of the best moves. The best move in the according to engines, however, is knight f3. Like bishop d6 is also
Okay.
a decent move. Queen f3. E
Okay.
takes d5. Of course, you take that pawn. And now
Mm-hmm.
e5. Sahaj, what do you play?
I feel like यहाँ पे फंस सकता हूँ मैं बहुत. ये ऑलरेडी रिस्की लग रही है भाई. यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा चांस है. Okay, if I had to, I'm just gonna say what would be
हाँ.
my instinct here. I'll go knight E4 probably.
हाँ, knight e4. Now bishop b5 check.
ठीक है. Bishop D7.
हाँ, and now white to play. Chat and Sahaj, why, what should white play here? White to play. Come on.
ये क्या है भाई? Short castle, I guess.
So short castle is the best idea, but short castle pe there is bishop c5 check and black castles. So rook to
Oh,
f1.
अरे wow, that
And
is
now,
beautiful.
what do you play as black, Sahaj bhai?
भाई, don't make me say it.
There
Don't
is
make me
only
say it.
one move. So there is f6 is the only move, and even after this, there is 15 moves of theory, I think, which I have in my files at least.
अरे
Okay.
वाह.
So if you go f5, there is queen f5.
Oh, oh, that
If
is
there is
nice.
if queen e7, there is knight d5. गई queen. ठीक है. Knight
भाई इतना
g5 is
याद
bishop.
कैसे आपको?
भाई मैं लाइन में कम से कम 150 गेम में खेल चुका हूँ भाई. I love this opening. That's why everyone loves it.
अच्छा.
So I have won at least 100 games just by this line. And हर बार लोग queen e7, f5, like they keep playing. And even if you play f6, now e takes f6, the only move by the way. Knight takes
हम्म.
f6 and queen e2 check.
Bishop
And after queen
E7
e7,
या
bishop
Queen
e7,
E7.
bishop e7, white to play. Let's go chat. White to play. Winning
Oh,
position
I
for
just
white.
saw it. I just saw it. I just saw it. I just saw it. भाई फंस गया मैं. Let's go.
Cat, can you find the best move? Then we go to the current position.
Why?
Yeah,
Do you
white
know
to
there
play.
is a very big possibility that Aditya Mittal has looked at your games before?
But
If you
maybe
if
he,
you if you
but
have
I'm not
100 games in this, and
sure.
then
But I
I
have
know
100
it
of
for a fact
Chesscom.
this was
Yeah,
his
I
pet
have 100
line.
of Chesscom. I have 100 of Chesscom, not real life. So real life में थोड़ी कम है.
Why?
Real life में
It's
दो
still a
तीन है.
very good possibility. Yeah, I mean, you have these databases that search both chess.com
हाँ,
and
true, true,
FIDE.
true.
तो ऐसे बहुत सारे databases आजकल आ गए हैं. There's a very good chance he has looked at your game and says, okay, ये बढ़िया line थी. I'll play it too in
So
my own games.
and now chat, this sacrifice I've played in at least 10 games. Rook takes f6, pawn
Ooh.
takes f6, queen h5 check, king f8, bishop h6 check, king g8 and queen d5, bishop e6, queen e6 checkmate. So भाई ये opening बहुत मस्त है. आज भाई try करना कभी. भाई
क्रेजी भाई, क्या बढ़िया एकदम. आज
भाई
साहब ने मूड बढ़िया कर दिया एकदम शुरुआत से ही.
भाई पहली बार लाइन दिखा
बढ़िया.
होगी मेरे को खुद से मुझे लग रहा
By the way,
है. बिना
CD
इंजन.
played on the board, but he doesn't go F3.
Bishop
He
f4.
displays
Yeah,
Bishop
yeah.
F4 by.
Yeah. I think f3 is risky though. I think usually black
Hmm.
knows and knight c6 I think काफी logical. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And chat में कोई पहले बोल रहा था कि this is semi-Slav. So let me just clarify something for you, chat. When black plays C6 now, this is called just Slav. Its name is Slav defense. Semi-Slav वो होती है जब black E6 खेल देता है. So when black goes
Hmm.
knight F6 and E6, that's known as semi-Slav from the black side. And if you take on D5, like this happened in the game, this is known as exchange Slav. All of them are, very different to each other. And I think out of all of them, probably semi-Slav
Sahaj,
is
Sahaj
yes.
भाई, आई एम सो सॉरी बट कैन वी गो टू गुकेश गेम भाई?
डन
20 मूव हो चुके हैं वहां पे
भाई, मैं थोड़ा डर रहा हूँ यार। व्हाट?
भाई, एंड आई एम स्ट्रेस फॉर गुकेश राइट नाउ. कैन वी गो टू द ओपनिंग मूव्स अगेन प्लीज?
Okay, so we had Caro-Kann on the board. I think this Gural would have prepared this. He goes E5, advanced Caro-Kann, bishop F5, H4, okay. H5, C4. This is one of the modern variations. Apparently, the name is Tal variation of this opening. E6 goes knight C3, knight E7, knight E2. I don't even know what these moves are because I have barely looked at this line before. But okay, he defends the bishop back to G6. Bishop goes to G5, Queen B6, and apparently White had a repetition in this position with Knight A4, which is interesting. But Rook C1, F6 higher board पे takes, Bishop E3, blue arrow already on the board, Queen takes B2. What? Black has not castled yet, and he grabs the pawn on B2. Okay, takes. Knight takes d5, e takes d5. Okay, now this f6 pawn maybe is a bit loose. White plays bishop d3, bishop b4 check, and king to f1. And a black की only move आ गई भाई. Black has to go
भाई
bishop
साहब.
d3, queen d3, long castle, rook b1, queen a3, rook b3. Okay, queen a4 only move, I guess. King g1, bishop d6, and now this is the current position. And this is exactly why we were saying this is a bad pairing, because you have a motivated, 16-year-old kid who's like 26, 30, who's bound to be the, the next big thing. And he's playing against a world champion who's not having the best, the last two rounds at least. And it just
भाई.
shows, yeah, it shows, everything just shows here.
And Sahaj Bhai and Chad, what my problem is that both players have gain time on the clock. So this is clearly, and Bishop D6 will be sorry, best moves. Both players have an accuracy of 99 right now. So they both know what's going on. But at some point, the preparation will end, right? It will happen in the next 2 to 5 moves, right? Because beast move ho chuke hain. At some point, it will end. And then it matters practically kiski position better. And Sahaj, I don't know about you and Chad about you, but I would rather be white here. I don't know. What's your take?
I will be white here every single time, like without
Yeah.
without a single question, like no doubt in my mind. कोई मुझसे पूछेगा ना, मैं बोलूँगा white 100 out of 100 times, because okay, yes, black has these two sort of open files on the queen side, and pieces are more or less on the queen side as well. I mean, ये knight भी f5 पे एकदम boss की तरह बैठ रहा है. I can see from the engine, by the way, the engine suggests king h2 in this position, and rook h g8 के बाद पता है engine की top move क्या है यहाँ पे? Chat, take a guess.
You are joking, why? That is impossible. That is impossible.
Chat, just take a guess. I challenge you. Just take a guess. What do you think would be? No, Rook
Okay,
B1.
okay.
That's actually the second best move. So you're close.
Huh.
Yes, Garvita, you are using Stockfish completely right. King H3 is the best move yet for white. What is this? What is
And
this?
look at this. Black's second best move in the position is Rook takes G3. I am sorry. What?
यहाँ पर?
Second best move.
भाई.
And
Okay,
Queen
but
takes
I
A2.
think But I also think like this position maybe still is, there's a lot of meat in the position. I feel like यहाँ पे गुकेश कुछ कर सकता है crazy. But
Bhai.
I'm more scared of the position, which is not the best move, right? I don't want to play king h2. I want to play knight f5 simple, kick the bishop away back to c7, and okay, now I can play like g3, bring the king to g2, bring the rook to b1. I mean, आराम से खेल रहा हूँ मैं, pawn down हूँ, but it's fine. I have this massive outpost. Isn't this something to be scared of?
भाई, I am definitely quite scared, Sahaj bhai, because practically white के लिए position बढ़िया लग रही है मुझे. चाहे वो king h2 हो, चाहे वो knight f5 हो, दोनों केस में. And that is a good sign. And of course, you have to think from white's perspective. After king g1 was his last move, right? You don't
Yes.
stop your preparation at king g1. There is no way you play king g1. हाँ जी भैया, आप preparation अच्छा लग रहा है position. You really see कि मेरा king कहाँ जाने वाला है, and how is my rook on h1 getting into the game. And bishop d6 is the engine's first preference and the only move in the position. सो 100% वाइट इज इन प्रेप एंड कहां प्रेप खत्म होगी हमें पता नहीं है. सो आई एम अ बिट वरी फॉर गुकेश, बट ऑफ कोर्स ही स्टिल शुड बी द फेवरेट, बट पोजीशन practically I think seems better for white. So Saj bhai, maybe we can come back to this in some time, and maybe we should have a look at the game of Vidit and then Arjun back, because Arjun ने भी कुछ crazy खेला है.
Okay. Going to the Vidit game, why moves are happening very fast. Like, players are super well rested. And what is this?
What?
By what is this
What?
G4? ये क्या हुआ? Okay, let's go for this. This was Queen's Gambit E6. So remember, chat, in Nihal's game, Parham went for C6, which is the Slav. E6 is Queen's Gambit. Decline. Knight C3, Bishop E7. I takes Bishop F4. Okay, very mainstream. Carlsbad structure incoming. He goes E3. Black plays Bishop to F5. Now he goes Queen B3, sort of asking the question. Okay, Bishop came out, and now it was protecting the B7 pawn. So we're gonna put pressure there. And Black plays Knight C6. भाई मार के दिखाओ, because once you take on b7, black goes knight b4 and attacks this knight c2 check, and queen को भी थोड़ा pressure आ सकता है यहाँ पे. So he doesn't go for it, and he plays this crazy move here, g4, which has only been employed some 37 times in the past. And black plays bishop to d7, of which there are no games. I
नहीं,
would like to
there are Saj
repeat
bhai.
myself.
There are अच्छा नहीं, there are no
No,
games actually. You're right.
no, there are no
Wow.
games. I would like to repeat myself. There are no games in this position. That means this is Mauritius preparation. That means
भाई
Vidit
this is,
has to be super careful.
but g4 खेला है तो विद की प्रेप होगी, आई एम होपिंग, बट डेफिनेटली ही हैज नॉट सीन बिशप d7 इन डेप्थ, दैट इज फॉर श्योर. बट साज भाई, अगर हम आए हैं, हमारा g4 का आइडिया क्या था? इफ यू गो बैक वन मूव, इफ यू टेक विद द बिशप ऑन g4, नाउ आई कैन टेक ऑन b7 बिकॉज आपका c2 स्क्वायर बिशप कंट्रोल नहीं कर रहा है. If I
Hmm.
take with the knight, then the d5 pawn hangs, right? Because I've distracted
Oh.
your knight there. Now queen takes d5, I win a pawn, I win a central pawn from my outside pawn. And
भाई
queen
एक
trade होगी
सेकंड,
तो,
ये
हाँ,
मार के बिशप e4 नहीं आ रहा है क्या?
but knight c7 है ना शायद, I think, I
Knight
thought.
c7 check, king d7, and you don't take here. You play f3 first, ask this
Ah,
question, and you के बहुत सारे pieces attacked हैं यहाँ पे white के, and के
hmm,
black is in trouble. Okay, good to
हाँ.
know. So yeah, you were
So
saying
now,
g4. Yes.
हाँ, so g4 पे knight distract कर रहे हैं, but I
Mm-hmm.
can still distract the knight, right? If bishop d7, I can continue with g5, and isn't the d5 pawn just hanging is my question. On is अच्छा, knight f4 आ रहा है लेकिन,
Knight
Ooh.
h5. I think knight d5 पे maybe bishop e6 भी है क्या मेरे पास? नहीं, bishop e6 नहीं है I think, because knight
Okay, bishop
c7
g,
check.
but bishop g5 तो है, knight f4 bishop g5 तो है ही at the very
हाँ
least,
वो
yeah.
तो सिंपल ही है. हाँ, ये दिस इज वेरी सिंपल.
हाँ.
ये तो बहुत बढ़िया
So
पोजीशन है. बट
so knight
आप
h5,
g4
yeah.
जैसी चाल वापस नहीं ले सकते हो. दैट्स द
Hmm.
दैट्स द सैड थिंग. एंड इफ आई हैड टू pick a move, like I like g5 here quite a bit, but I also think h3 is a bit safer. Yeah, you can go bishop g2, knight f3, and maybe you can still castle on the
Yeah.
shots. हमने ज्यादा expand नहीं किया है. And okay, you still maintain that pressure on the d5 pawn, and also आपने bishop को भी तो इस diagonal से हटा दिया ना. So all
Yeah.
of it works in with its favor.
I agree. I think if Vidit has seen this position or has an idea, I think he might go g5 and go for the critical variation. Jahan after knight h5, bishop g3 खेलना है विदित को, and he has to drop the bishop back. अगर उन्होंने नहीं देखा है, then Saj, I think h3 makes a lot of sense. You maintain like a slight edge, and black के लिए थोड़ा
Hmm.
सा movement करना इतना आसान नहीं है, and bishop g2 पे आराम से settle हो सकता है, and you can still put pressure on that d5 pawn. And who knows, कल को we can go g5 later. So very
Hmm.
interesting position. Vidit right now in think, but जितना वो सोच रहे हैं 14 मिनट पीछे हैं. And ऐसा साज भाई, I think your guess is correct. Morrissey had seen this position before. Bishop d7 might be his prep, or at least an attempt to get out of Vidit's prep. And now Vidit is trying to contemplate क्या है consequences bishop to d7 के.
Crazy. By the way, I would like to show you a game, and साहिल भाई, अगर आपको नींद आ रही है तो आपकी नींद एक सेकंड में उड़ जाएगी. Because look at this position of Firouzja versus Yakuboev. I don't even know what's happening here.
ये okay, chat,
I
इसके
don't even.
Arjun game, promise. 1 minute of this game, then Arjun. But Sahaj bhai, what the hell is going on?
What? How is this knight on e2? Why this knight is looking so scary? And why
Can
does
we
Ali
go?
Reza have an hour and 36 minutes on his clock?
कैन वी गो थ्रू द स्टार्टिंग, भाई ऐसा आया कैसे, मतलब थोड़ा
भाई दिस
अनपढ़
वाज
लोगों को पता लग
दिस
जाए।
Bishop c4, knight f6, and knight g5. So the fried liver attack, also something that Wesley recommended in the first ever lifetime repertoire of Chessable, the knight g5 variation. Black goes d5, takes knight a5 check. By the way, अगर आपको नहीं पता chat, knight d5 is actually a big mistake here because you have this a plan with knight
या
takes f7. This is one of the first opening things you learn in chess. This trap right here. So knight d5 पे कभी नहीं मारते. Black plays knight a5. Bishop b5 check आता है. Black plays c6. You take, pawn takes, and he goes queen f3. Wow. Okay, so generally bishop d3 or bishop e2, but I would say bishop d3 these days is the most popular variation for the white side. But queen f3 is absolutely something that no one plays. And can you guess, chat, what black played here? So technically I'm pinning this rook, right? That's why I'm playing queen f3 because I'm saying कि आप bishop मेरा b5 का नहीं मार सकते. So can you guess what black played here? Just
cb5
ask me
या
the question. Yes, of course. Yeah. He goes c takes b5 immediately. Queen a8 आता है and he goes queen c7, queen f3 only move, knight c6 only move. He plays c3 only move, bishop g4 only move, queen g3 only move. And now knight d4. Why? What is this? Attacking knight c2 check. White plays knight a3 and he goes knight e2, another only move on the board. White plays queen e3 and this is where black is thinking, what is going on?
And the bar shows black is slightly better. Why you don't, I mean, I'm not even gonna ask why is black better, even though he's like a rook down or something here. Rook down है क्या, exchange down है क्या, situation है?
Exchange
Exchange
down
down.
hai bhai, I think for now, and he also has a pawn. So he's +3. Technically, he's a piece up.
Yeah.
Rook for a bishop, which is 2 points, and then +1 is 3 points. So clearly, black has massive compensation, for the material deficit. And the correct move here is bishop takes a3. And just to let everyone know, black has sort of this position has happened in the past before, where white has won the game, and black went for knight to f4, attacking the g2 pawn, which is the second best move in this position. However, bishop a3 with the follow up of knight d5 seems to be the best, according to the engine at least. I'm not really sure what the plan is or why
Wow.
bishop a3 is important, but yeah, what a crazy crazy position.
Insane position, Sajba, and I think यहाँ पे Yakubov सोच रहे हैं. So we'll come back to this. Of course, White can't even castle chat because knight on e2 controls the g1
Hmm.
square. So literally king को पकड़ के बैठा है वो knight, even though it's not technically attacking the king. So yeah, we'll come back to this. Let's go to the Arjun game, Sahaj bhai. This game is crazy, of course. Firouzja, let's see how he plays. And Arjun, I think कई लोग कहे थे Arjun has made a mistake यहाँ पे. But I don't think it's a mistake, Saj. I think it's just a way to get black out of prep, is my take. He plays
Hmm.
bishop d2, which was not in the top 5 preferences of the engine, and now the position is equal. And his opponent plays bishop to b7, developing his last minor piece. What do you make of this position, Saj?
I think bishop d2 was pretty understandable because he didn't want to allow black to capture on e3. We saw some lines जहाँ पे white से आप fe3 मार रहे हो. You're getting this b5 pawn, but you have to sacrifice the integrity of the golden pawn. तो भाई अर्जुन कह रहे हैं मुझे golden pawn नहीं टच करना है यहाँ पे. मैं मतलब मैं देखता हूँ commentary and all of that, and I just feel like Sehaj bhai is right and f pawn को यहाँ पे नहीं टच करना चाहिए. That's why he went bishop d2. But okay, jokes aside, I think bishop d2 का point है कि he wants to go e4, and kick this knight away probably, and then go knight c3 and gain the activity. And I think he still has a slight advantage. And by the way, कोई chat में पूछ रहा था कि just to not Sahaj bhai and Tikku bhai, I'm really curious to know how prep is done by GM and Super GM. Please reply. देखो भाई, प्रेप हमेशा एक सॉफ्टवेयर पे होती है जिसका नाम है चेस बेस. एंड इस चेस बेस पे बहुत सारा डेटा होता है प्लेयर्स के पास, लाइंस दे हैव वर्कड इन द पास्ट with the help of an engine या with the help of other players. उनके पास ये भी डेटा होता है कि ये स्पेसिफिक प्लेयर कौन कौन सी ओपनिंग खेला हुआ है, कौन कौन सी ओपनिंग पिछले 6 टूर्नामेंट में खेला हुआ है, में खेला हुआ है. सो दे कैन sort of do a proper research of all of these guys and then create like a road map कि ठीक है मुझे आज ये देखना है, मुझे ये देखना है, मुझे ये देखना है, मैं यहाँ पे सरप्राइज कर सकता हूँ इधर. एंड I would also say that at the highest level, they generally have an idea, or they have a new idea amongst any single opening that they can throw. So then they decide, okay, कौन से player के साथ किस तरह का idea खेलना है. It becomes a bit complicated, but yeah, this is sort of the approach what they
Saj bhai,
use.
मेरे हाथ खड़े हुए दिख रहे हैं आपको? ऐसा क्या लगता है कि ऐसा क्यों है?
भाई गुकेश के गेम पे जाना पड़ेगा लग रहा है फिर से वापस।
भाई, only move for Gukesh is knight b6. That's the only move in the position, or Gukesh is close to lost already. So Gukesh, you better play knight to b6. Sahaj, is he still in prep, or do I have to start panicking?
नो नो, ही इज इन प्रेप, ही इज इन प्रेप। ही विल नो नाइट बी सिक्स। देखो बिशप C7 तो फटाफट खेला ना, उसको पता होगा यहाँ पे अगर ब्लैक से कुछ नहीं खेला तो नाइट B6 नाइट C4 रख देना है मुझे। आपके पास F5 का स्क्वायर, मेरे पास C4 का स्क्वायर है, द पोजीशन रिमेन्स बैलेंस्ड मोर और लेस।
Ah, thank God, bhai. Thank God. Thank God. Knight b6 played
बढ़िया भाई।
on the board, chat. Very important. And now I think White will play king g2 just to bring his last piece into the game. I think very logical move. And Sahaj, मेरा एक sign of worry है. जैसे मैं king g2 खेल रहा हूं ना, it's showing +0.7 for White. What is going on here?
नहीं नहीं भाई, मेरा .1 है हाँ?
Bhai, let it
भाई
run.
रुको,
Let
भाई
it
रुको
run.
भाई। अरे,
Bhai, let it run. The
इट इज
longer you
पॉइंट
leave
फोर
it,
नाउ, इट इज पॉइंट।
why it
या
is zero point 0.7 in my engine. I have
भाई कौन
kept it
सा?
running for a while.
अपना अपना थोड़े लैपटॉप के स्पेक्स बताओ ना मुझे, उससे समझ आ जाएगा मुझे।
i9 है भाई मेरा लैपटॉप।
अरे देखिए, yours is way
भाई,
stronger than mine, yours is way
भाई,
stronger than mine।
भाई, भाई मुझे डर लग रहा है भाई। आई एम genuinely scared right now because king g2 के बाद it is +0.67, not +0.69 as you would like, but +0.67. And Saj bhai, then Gukesh is on a only move knight to c4. He has to play it, or it's already +1.2. And after knight c4, White can simply play, he can play bishop h6, which, I mean, God knows what the idea is there. He can play rook a1 again. God knows what the idea is there. I mean, what are these moves?
भाई बिशप H6 का प्लान इज, आई एम गेसिंग, टू गो बिशप G7 एंड यू वांट टेक ऑन F6 ताकि पॉन्स बराबर हो जाएं। एंड देन मे बी यू कैन फिक्स दैट बिशप बैक टू G5 एंड ओके यू आर ओके। ब्लैक के भी दो फाइल जैसे खुल जाते हैं ना, तो यू हैव वन नाइट ऑन F5, वन बिशप ऑन G5 sort of guarding that position down, and black on the other hand has his fantastic knight on C4 and the bishop is doing a wonderful job of looking here। I think pieces more or less balanced लग रहे हैं मुझे। I feel like this is on purpose for Gukesh। I don't feel this is necessarily worse for him yet।
Yet, yeah. And Sahaj bhai, there's also a secondary move apart from king g2, which after such a long thing, my engine again recommends, and that is knight to g7. I think that bishop on c7 is a crucial piece. And if white can get it, then the white bishop can come to f4. And suddenly the black king is like in the firing line. Yeah, matlab reminds me of border
Hmm।
movie and Sunil Shetty again. Bar bar wo dialogue aata hai, but knight g7, and then you have to play rook d7, knight e6, and then bishop d6 back, and then king g2 white khelega, and now black's only move is queen takes a2. So I think I'm going to go back to the live position,
Why it
Sahaj
is
bhai, and
not
let.
even an only move, it's still 0.5 for white। There are no only moves here, black is just worse here। But could it be on purpose?
Because chat. So I'm looking at this on the Chesscom engine, which is pretty strong. But maybe if you have like a proper, I say super computer something, then maybe it is okay for black. But as of now, दोनों players बहुत fast खेल रहे हैं, दोनों prep में है. So they've seen it at home. So
Hmm।
ये तो इंजन वर्सेस इंजन, ये तो कंप्यूटर के स्पेक्स वर्सेस कंप्यूटर स्पेक्स की बैटल चल रही है. And knowing Gukesh played the World Championship, Sahaj, I'm hoping his computer was stronger.
Oh, no, of course they are using cloud buy. I mean, all of our computers combined could not match even just one cloud engine. I mean, I know the the strength of it. I work with it almost daily. So it is yeah, I'm sure Gukesh knows a lot about this position। कोई कह रहा है मुझे चैट में कि सहज भाई गेट मैकबुक प्रो। भाई मैकबुक प्रो इज अ वंडरफुल वंडरफुल लैपटॉप, बट लेकिन चेस बेस उसमें काम नहीं करता है। तो फॉर चेस प्लेयर स्पेसिफिकली यू विल सी एट द टॉप लेवल no strong chess player uses a MacBook simply because हमारे पास चेस बेस नहीं है। अगर चेस बेस होता तो आई थिंक सब प्लेयर चेस मैकबुक
So,
बुक ही यूज करते।
so my question is, Saj bhai, so all chess players, like top chess players, don't use MacBook. Like if you're a top chess player, no MacBook. उल्टा भी
आई
ट्रू है
मीन
क्या? नो मैकबुक टॉप चेस प्लेयर? ये
हो
भी है क्या?
आपके पास मैकबुक है क्या?
नहीं नहीं, मेरे पास नहीं, तभी पूछा मैंने।
तभी तो मैं नहीं नहीं भाई, I would love to get it because I think it's one of the best laptops right now that is available, and उसका engine भी I think the processing power is wonderful I think as well, but the fact that chessbase doesn't work is such a big thing for us, you know, अगर chessbase ही नहीं काम करता, I mean I've seen players who are using a sort of MacBook and Windows at the same time, but उसमें वो same feeling नहीं आती यार, same feeling
Hmm.
नहीं आती उधर, मतलब, and it's very
Yeah.
slow, it just मजा नहीं आता उसमें.
Yeah, but meanwhile, मतलब मुझे भी नहीं आ रहा है साजा because Gukesh is under pressure. His opponent is now thinking, I think King G2 is the most, I think, threatening move on the board. जहाँ पे there could be a lot of pressure because basically queen side files open the chat, B file, C file दोनों open है. I think we saw that game जहाँ वैशाली के opponent ने rook take C6 एक sacrifice किया था to finish her game. I think Vantika के against था in fact. And I think we
हम्म.
can see यहाँ पे भी ऐसा कुछ कल को हो सकता है. Knight on F5 looking deadly. And the bishop on c7 बस बचता जा रहा है भाई हर एंगल से, like he's like barely surviving right now. So
No,
super critical game.
I'm
Hmm.
looking at some ideas like knight g7, queen a2 जैसे अगर वो मारता है for example, and if you play knight e6 ना, like moves, okay, maybe not here, but I was looking at some lines where black was willing to sacrifice the rook and keep his bishop. Like I was looking at some
Wow.
lines there, and it is actually possible in like maybe not immediately, but in some variations it was possible, and that is crazy to me. Okay, how powerful this bishop actually is. You don't want to give up this bishop and allow this bishop f4 wale ideas like you mentioned, because that looks super scary.
Agreed, Saj bhai. This looks dangerous for Gukesh, and right now Edis Gorel. Maybe this is the moment जहाँ पे उनकी prep. I think King G2 he for sure has seen, but maybe उसके आगे उनकी prep नहीं है. So उनको King G2 खेलने से पहले शायद आगे के moves सोचने होंगे. So that's a good sign कि maybe he is thinking. So Chad, we'll come back to this. Remember Gukesh, almost zero chances to qualify. So let's go back to Nihal Sareen Saj bhai because the position on the board feels ripe for a draw. But would you say because bishop b4 is a way to complicate matters, yeah?
I I love it. I love it. Yeah, after looking at the craziness of all the other games, like Vidit playing G4, Firouzja, God knows what is happening there. And of course, the game we were just looking at as well. ऐसा लग रहा है हर गेम में कुछ ना कुछ crazy हो रहा है, but this is ये अच्छा है. यहाँ पे सब कुछ बैलेंस है, all
पता है.
pieces are sort of symmetrical. Queen b3 पे black का bishop b4, that's the only imbalance in this position, और बाकी सब बढ़िया है. But yes, I mean, coming back to the game, I think knight e5 is a very nice move because you want to put pressure on the b4 bishop. Once you take the knight on c6, I can go queen takes b4. So here I think some imbalance can be created, and I think Nihal's chances are still very much there.
या एंड ऑल्सो मैं कह रहा था कि ऐसा ना हो लास्ट में कि जो क्रेजी गेम्स है वो सब ड्रॉ में हो जाए और यहीं पे रिजल्ट आ जाए भाई. कई बार ऐसे भी होता है साज भाई.
भाई
तो
चाहिए ना यहाँ पे तो रिजल्ट, वी नीड टू, आई मीन यहाँ पे तो जीतना जरूरी होगा ना निहाल के लिए, बिकॉज वंस ही विंस दिस देन ही कैन सॉर्ट ऑफ गो एंड जॉइन द लीडर्स
ओके.
इन दिस टूर्नामेंट. नहीं तो परम काइंड ऑफ रन्स अवे विद इट.
साज भाई आप कह रहे थे कि आप कहते हैं जो जो यंग प्लेयर्स होते हैं दे आर समटाइम्स अनस्टेबल. इज माय इंटरनेट आल्सो अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट ग्रुप बिकॉज इट्स शोइंग माय इंटरनेट इज अनस्टेबल.
अच्छा. अरे वाह, आज आप मेरे को लग रहा है बोर्ड बोर्ड देख के सब कुछ आपका इंटरनेट बोला कि आज मैं नहीं काम कर सकता भाई. बट या, दे आर अनस्टेबल भाई, दे आर वेरी अनस्टेबल.
मैक्सिम आया भाई.
Yes, for sure. By the way, going back to the Vidit game, Bishop D7 खेला उसने, H3 was played by Vidit, and Maurizzi plays short castle. But this is nothing short of crazy. Yeah? The fact that he has prepared all of this and he found this new idea with Bishop D7, and I'm sure Maurizzi is out here to play for a win here, bhai. I'm sure.
या आई अग्री आई थिंक मोरिसी यहाँ पे जीत के लिए खेल रहे हैं. एंड ऑफ कोर्स यस साज भाई व्हाई इज विद टाइम लेस इन एवरी सिंगल गेम. आई थिंक ही हैज बीन यूजिंग 20-30 minutes around that move number 10, which is a problem, right? I mean, you will have time pressure issues in many games then.
हम्म. मैं देख रहा हूँ ओपन सेक्शन में विदित है, वुमेन सेक्शन में वंतिका. इनका नाम वी से शुरू होता है, उनका टाइम प्रेशर आता है भाई. दैट्स व्हाट वी नो.
Oh, oh, so chat, I think my जो V वाले दोस्त हैं, clearly they are too slow in life भाई, तो रोस्ट कर सकते हैं उनको. Just kidding, of course. I think we all love Vidit and Vantika. And meanwhile, Saraj bhai, my question to you is, White is 3 moves away from castling. Should VD worried, or do you think he'll be safely able to castle here?
You mean in Maurizio's game, in Vidit's game?
Yeah, Vidit's game, yes.
Bhai, he went castle already.
No, I mean for White, for White.
White तो खेलेगा Bishop G to knight e3. I think थोड़ा wait
Hmm.
करेगा to see where the pieces are developed, but I think he should go short castle is my guess.
Hmm.
I think he should because the bishop on G2 provides a lot of coverage for the king.
Hmm.
So it should be fine, but still that pawn on G4 makes me a bit unhappy, and also the उसका time देख के मुझे ज़्यादा डर लग रहा है यहाँ पे.
Yeah. And chat, if we can go back to the Nihal studying game, Sahaj bhai, because Nihal ne kheli hai move knight to e5, I think could lead to a lot of simplifications. But मेरा engine मुझे कह रहा है कि knight bishop c3 is the best move, which is a bit weird to me. Like, why am I? Is it because knight c6 and bishop hanging है? Why can't I just play queen b6 here?
Actually, Queen B6 is the most popular move in this position. This position has arrived around 180 times according to the Chesscom database. So yeah, Queen B6 the main move, but यहाँ पे White के पास slight advantage है because you can go Knight takes C6, Pawn takes C6, and simply just go Bishop E2 and just go short castle. And maybe you play against the this pawn on C6 because it is a bit weak right now.
साज भाई, आफ्टर
हाँ
बिशप
जी.
e2 ब्लैक का सेकंड बेस्ट मूव देखना है क्या? Chat. So best move here is knight e4. You wanna guess the second best move? If anybody is crazy enough, crazy.
नहीं यार,
लोग
ये
कहते हैं,
निकालना मुश्किल होगा
लोग
चैट
कहते
के
हैं,
लिए.
देखो भाई आप इंजन क्यों देखते हो भाई? भाई एक तो ऑफ कोर्स लैक ऑफ स्किल तो रीजन है ही, बट दूसरा है भाई ऐसी मूव्स कहां दिखेंगी भाई? साजा विल मिस आउट ऑन दीज ब्यूटीज, एंड द
या.
ब्यूटी इज किंग टू d7 ब्रो। वाओ भाई, अबे कौन सा टॉप प्लेयर किंग d7 खेलेगा यहाँ पे साजा? दैट्स क्रेजी।
Yeah, that is crazy. Maybe that's what he's banking on. Yeah, just bishop d6, some rook b8. I don't know, but he's banking on the fact that he won't know moves like king d7. They are difficult to play, but I do think that bishop c3 is not a very difficult move to play. But when you play bishop c3, you are saying goodbye to your winning chances.
आई
You
एग्री,
know, आप
या।
black के जीतने के chances थोड़ी ना रहेंगे यहाँ पे. And maybe that's Nihal's strategy, yeah, to not give him a fighting position. Maybe that's where Parham tries to do something crazy, and that's where he can get him.
Chat, we do read your messages. In fact, we will read them even more जब थोड़ा opening moves सब गेम की खत्म हो जाएंगी, स्टार्टिंग में बहुत जल्दी moves आती हैं. And a good question, Saj bhai, I mean, of course, is the most important question. Who do you think will end up in the top two? It's uncertain, but I think Param and Arjun will make it. So chat, अपने top two players, we are more than halfway through. Who do you think will be the top two players to call the candidates? Saj bhai, what's your take now? Now that we know it's likely not going to be Gukesh, Pragg, and the others.
I think Arjun and Parham, yeah. I think that's very, very likely. Also, let's not forget Nadir Beck has a good chance as well, although he's on 4 points currently, but having a good position against Amin Tabatabai. So he's only like 1 point away or something like that, apart from Parham. So he's still very much in the running. So, but he has to score a win today. And yeah, so I think very good chances for these three players. बाय द वे, लोग दिव्या का गेम कह रहे थे भाई. दिव्या का गेम हमेशा बेटर होता है ओपनिंग के बाद. आई फील लाइक शी इज शोइंग द बेस्ट ओपनिंग प्रिपरेशन sort of amongst
Yeah,
anybody in this tournament. हर गेम हर
yeah.
हर गेम 10 साल के बाद उसकी बेटर होती है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's a testament for her how how strong her team is and how strong she is. And Chad, I want to make a suggestion, ठीक है? अगर दोनों इंडियन कैंडिडेट्स में टॉप टू क्वालिफाई हो गए, ठीक है, तो हम एक बंदे को 1 साल की चेस्को मेंबरशिप देंगे भाई. आई थिंक राकेश भाई से पूछना पड़ेगा, बट आई एम गोना अनाउंस इट एनीवेज. नहीं मिले पैसे तो भाई अपनी जेब से दूंगा मैं. लेकिन अगर दोनों इंडियन क्वालिफाई हो गए तो एक बंदे को पूरे साल की चेस्को मेंबरशिप हम देंगे. चैट, सो भाई स्ट्रीम पे रेडी रहना भाई इन दैट मोमेंट, अगर ऐसा कभी हो गया. सो आई स्टिल हैव फेथ, ऐसा हो सकता है अगर यहाँ पे निहाल पर हमको बीट
भाई
करते हैं. दैट्स
दोनों
वेरी
करे यार,
इंपॉर्टेंट.
एक भी करे फिर भी कुछ तो होना चाहिए यार. एक भी करे फिर
यार
तो
एक
कुछ
तो
कुछ.
लेकिन ऑड्स है ना यार, वी आर
यार
इंडियंस
फिर भी
टॉप थ्री.
6 महीने तो
नहीं,
होने चाहिए यार. 6 महीने
बट द
तो होने
पॉइंट
चाहिए.
इज बट द
6 महीने
पॉइंट
चलो
इज
यार,
टॉप.
मतलब ऐसा कर लो, 3 अपनी साइड से कर लो, 3 मैं अपनी साइड से कर लेता हूँ, मतलब ऐसे यार एक तो होना चाहिए यार.
नहीं नहीं, सी विल गिव आउट डेली मैचेस एनीवेज, दैट मेक्स सेंस. एंड टॉप
बट
थ्री
यार कोई
इंडियंस.
जीतता है तो इट इज
चलो चलो
डिफरेंट ना
ठीक है,
यार.
चलो ठीक है, चलो ठीक है,
कैंडिडेट
डन डन डन.
आ रही है भाई.
ठीक है, सो
कैंड
इफ एन इंडियन क्वालिफाइज विल गिव आउट अ 3 month मेंबरशिप. आई थिंक दैट्स फेयर. बट अगर दोनों
तीन
करते
मेरी
हैं तो
तरफ से
पूरे.
भाई, 6 कर देते हैं.
चलो डन. एंड अगर दोनों हो गए तो भाई 1 साल की डायमंड मेंबरशिप एक बंदे को भाई. लेट्स सी.
ओके, डन डन डन. दोनों जीत गए फिर तो भाई दैट वुड बी
भाई
इनसेन.
फिर डांस करेंगे भाई स्ट्रीम पे भाई. चैट विल ऑल डू द. कौन सा डांस था भाई ये? Gangnam Style करेंगे भाई. Let's
Gangnam
go.
Style, yes.
We'll reverse
Okay.
the rewind the trend anyways. But
Watching
anyways, so
watching Sahil do Gangnam Style was not on my cards today. Yeah, this commentary is full of surprises. By position B or Sahil Bhai ke dances me. Let's
oh,
go.
by the way, Gukesh's game. Gukesh is not better, bhai, but he's playing good moves so far. King G2 was played. Now knight to c4, the best move played by Gukesh. But Sahaj, we are still in that zone. Jahan pe it's plus zero point 0.6, plus zero point 0.7 for white. Rook a1. What is Rook a1? That is the best move. That's freaky.
Rook A1 really? भाई
Yeah.
बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग कंप्यूटर है आपका लग रहा है मेरे मेरे उसमें तो आया ही भी नहीं रुके वन कब लिया कहाँ से लिया भाई कौन मेरे को मॉडल
भाई
भेजना जरा
आई
मेरे
नाइन
को
का सबसे रोड साइड मॉडल जो आई नाइन का होता है ना,
भाई
सबसे
जो भी
बेसिक,
है भेजना
जो
मेरे को
सड़क पे
बिकॉज
आई
आई
नाइन
लाइक
मॉडल
इट
बिकता है ना, जो सड़क पे आई नाइन मॉडल बिकता है ना, वो है मेरा.
भाई बट स्टिल यार आई मीन टू प्ले चेस आई मीन यू नीड अ गुड वर्किंग लैपटॉप एंड दिस वन आई कांट रियली ट्रैवल विद इट एंड दूसरा वाला इज इट्स नॉट रियली द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट प्रोसेसर सो आई एम लुकिंग टू चेंज इट एज वेल सो डू
I'll
सेंड
share
मी
the
विच
link,
वन यू
man.
हैव
I'll share the link. I'll share the link
या
WhatsApp पे. But फिलहाल के Rook A1 is the best move chat. But I think also Rook B1, Rook C1 ideas make a lot of sense to me. And my problem, Sahaj bhai, was why not Rook B1? Because this felt like a logical move, right? You attack B7. And chat, now my question too is what is the best move for white? Not second best, not third best. What is the best move for black? Come on, chat,
पॉन
let's
अटैक
go.
है भाई सिंपल पॉन अटैक है क्या कर सकते हैं कैसे बचाओगे
Joel F saying Ruki on pawn को defend कर रहा है, but you know in some cases I would rather give that pawn away, ले लो. बोलते ना वो अक्षय कुमार वाला रोना, वो जैसे मीम वाला वो करूंगा मैं, ओ नो A2 pawn गया मेरा, ओ नो, ऐसे होगा उसमें.
This is another producer sub. This is another one of those videos. So another time we can clip this. Just putting the timestamps in, getting that short form content.
Nice. By the way, B5 chat, indeed. You know, Sahaj, B5 doesn't feel like it will be the best move, but it is because C6 बहुत weak हो रहा है. I was thinking knight E7 check, but there is king B7 and black is apparently close to winning.
Yeah,
भाई,
knight
chess मुझे तो नहीं आता भाई.
ये तो नहीं खेल सकते ना अभी तो इससे तो कुछ भी नहीं होगा सो बेसिकली व्हाट्स रियली सरप्राइजिंग टू मी इज दैट आफ्टर रुक बी वन बी फाइव द पोजिशन इज फेयरली बैलेंस आई एम सीइंग अ 0-0-0 बट हाउएवर इंस्टेड ऑफ गोइंग रुक बी वन इफ आई गो रुक ए वन and then if you play b5 then I'm supposedly very good in this position so there clearly is some plan of queen takes a2 for black and
Hmm.
although it feels very illogical to take on a2 because it looks scary as well for black as well, but I'm guessing you must take on a2 and probably push your pawns down, and this is where your counterplay is coming from, and this is why the computer really likes to move rook a1 in this position, just to save this pawn.
Oh my
The question
God.
is, does he know it?
Sahaj bhai, there's a forced line here and it doesn't seem to end well for Gukesh if white plays all the best moves. Do you want me to show it or do we just want to not see it at all?
No,
Yeah,
no,
white.
I want to see it. I want to see it. देख के
Okay. So
देख
knight
के सदमा
c4,
कम
rook
लगेगा.
a1, rook
Yeah, yeah.
a1. If you play b5, that is, of course, we're looking at b5, the move we discussed. Now knight g7, threatening again, as we discussed, that bishop on c7 is crucial to defend. So rook d7. And now queen
Oh,
f5, only move. Knight e3 check, only move. Rook e3 only move. Queen d4 only move, taking another pawn in the center. Rook e7 only move, attacking the rook. Rook d8 only move. Knight h5 only move, threatening
भाई
knight
फ्री का
f6.
रुक.
Ha! Exactly my point. Exactly. Queen a1, knight f6. Black resigns.
Oof.
Bhai.
Oof.
So bishop e5 only move instead of queen e1 to defend f6. Now rook c1 only move, attacking c6. And now king c7, rook e6. Sorry, only moves by the way. Rook d6. And now knight g7. And God forbid if anybody finds this, by this would be like impossible कि भी next level कुछ तो होगा सहज भाई, कुछ तो exist करता होगा.
I think this I really like for white simply because your pawn on f6 kind of blocks this bishop and queen from looking at the h8 square. So I can always push this pawn down all the way to h7, and ये रुक हमेशा आपका बंद जाएगा इसको बचाते हुए.
Yeah.
That's the main reason why white is so much better here, because generally the bishop is supposed to be better in these situations, but because of this pawn on f7 में golden pawn जो touch हो गया यहाँ पे, it is
Hmm.
sort of costing us again. But yeah, crazy line, Sahil bhai, and it's just
I think I
filled
think
with so many surprises.
I think the idea was to show not the line because it's very unlikely to happen, chat. The idea was to show कि ये position का character ऐसा है ना, because the kings are on the opposite side and the black king is on c8, right? The files are open. One mistake and the game could be over. Like that's the point I'm trying to make here. And it just means, and as we discussed, Sajbhai mentioned also, I mentioned that by white's position is practically easier to play. If Gukesh makes
Hmm.
one mistake, this could go from like plus zero point 0.5, plus zero point 0.6 to 1.5 in one move, and that is an Edis will not
Hmm.
leave it. Yeah, he's a youngster similar to a Dogmas. वो छोड़ेगा नहीं. So Gukesh has to be very careful to not lose 3 games in a row. And remember, Ding 4 game हारे थे Norway chess में, and he got roasted a lot, and we don't want him to lose 3. So Gukesh has to be on his guard.
बिल्कुल सही बोला. By the way, we already have a draw in the game of
Oh,
Alexei Shirov and Andrei Esipenko, which is a bit surprising to me. This Berlin draw. Sorry, not Berlin
oh.
draw. Not Berlin draw. The
Okay,
Breyer
okay, okay.
draw. So,
Okay, okay.
Breyer, is it Breyer or Zetsev? Yeah, it's Zetsev draw.
Knight
Yeah, knight
g5.
g5. This is also like another way that GMs draw very, very quickly. So this is probably like, um I don't know if it's played on the board or if it's ये मतलब ये agree किया हुआ है, but either ways.
मुझे
Okay, switching back to Arjun's game.
मुझे इसका नाम नहीं पता, but I remember Grishchukan is I think wife, I think Grishchuka किसी like some couple like do this way, I think in some World Rapid game I remember.
अच्छा अच्छा
So
अच्छा.
ये मुझे वहां से याद है. I
Was
don't
it
remember the
Zukova?
actual. I don't know who it was. I don't know who it was. Maybe not Grishchuk, maybe somebody else. I don't want to pair up two people. Yeah,
Hmm.
इसमें गलती से. But yeah. Anyways.
Okay, so knight c3 खेला उसने अर्जुन ने, and now this is where Blue Bomb is thinking. Maybe his plan is to go some e4, or could also be to go knight e4. Knight e4 भी बढ़िया line लग रही है, because you can go knight g5 and kind of put pressure on h7, and also you stop black from playing c5 as well.
Hmm.
Why Divya is not playing with female players? Sahaj, भाई. Okay, so I think वो already qualify कर चुकी है
Hmm.
female candidates के लिए, तो उनको female वाला section खेलने की जरूरत नहीं है. And in the open section, I think they are higher rated players, they are more experienced players. So I think for her overall chess, it is much better for her to play in the open section. ये जुडित ने भी किया था for her whole life, and this is no different, and she's playing amazingly यार. Every single game she's having good positions out of the opening. She has defeated a 2700 player as well in the past as well. And just taking a quick look, since we're discussing that game, she seems to be better again by zero point 0.7 advantage against Velimir.
Oh wow, I've lost to Velimirovich, and काफी खतरनाक preparation करके आए थे मेरा against, not easy. And yeah, the bar is in her favor. Clock भी बढ़िया है, so she's looking great, and she's about to castle, so no king safety issues. But somebody has huge king safety issues, Saj bhai, and that is Ali Reza Firouzja, because black के pieces converge कर रहे हैं like a hawk on a dead piece of animal. क्या लग रहा है सहाज भाई? यहाँ पे कैसल तो कर लिया, बट सेफ्टी तब भी नहीं लग रही.
भाई goes bishop a3, knight f4, short castle, knight d5 आया, queen e4, f5, and queen to b1. Supposedly Alireza is better here. He's
भाई
already
बहुत
better,
बड़ा
but
सपोर्ट.
बहुत खतरनाक पोजीशन है ये black
हाँ.
white की, I think.
And the point is, Chad, the knight on g5, look carefully, has no squares on the board. Right now, if you play h6, there is queen takes b5 check, and somehow black is struggling. So queen c4 first, controlling b5, and next is h6. And the knight does not want to come back to f3 because mar baki king side khul jayega.
Well,
So
look
this
at
is
this. If you play knight f3 now, there is also just knight e2 check, na?
अरे
King
बाप रे.
h1. Oh, actually, I was thinking knight g3, but उससे better is bishop f3. gf3,
जी
knight
एफ थ्री.
g3 check, jj,
ओह.
gg.
वाओ. भाई साहब, this is dangerous. Yeah, so another position, even I would say more tactical than Gukesh's game. Yeah, साज भाई, यहाँ पे तो
For sure.
4 चालों में खत्म हो सकती है गेम. चेस की गेम जीते हैं सिर्फ 4 चाल में. Anyways, going back to the game of
हाँ, दी ओजी भाई, कितने
Oh
टाइम के
yeah,
बाद
yeah.
सुना आपने चैट। लेट्स गो।
So, by the way, let's go to Arjun's game. We have a move there. Knight C3 खेला अमेरिका सी अर्जुन ने, the best move in the position. और उनके ओपोनेंट भी खेलते हैं best move pawn to B4. तो क्या लग रहा है साहज भाई, किसकी पोजीशन बढ़िया है?
Arjun, I think, is fine still. He can go knight e4, he can go knight a4, or he can take on d5. All of them are pretty much similar in the similar range. Of course, once if he goes knight d5, then black को c pawn से मारना बहुत जरूरी है यहाँ पे. If you capture with the e pawn, then this pawn remains super bad, and maybe you can also put pressure on the c5 pawn in the future. But even if you capture with the c pawn, queen b5 might be interesting. But I know Arjun is not gonna go for this. Yep, and he doesn't. He goes knight e4, keeping that tension on the board and threatening maybe some knight g5 ideas to put pressure on the h7 pawn. And now Blue Bomb is thinking, apparently, if he plays a5, the position is more or less equal.
I think a5 is coming, right? Because bishop a6 is such a natural idea. Chat e2 pawn hanging है पीछे. So if we ignore that, I think bishop a6 के बाद black is just winning. So you will have to play queen c2, and Sahaj after queen c2, a5 queen c2, c5 is happening. And if you ask me in this position who's better and I have to choose one side, I might just choose black.
If I take here, then isn't that a free pawn?
Rook c8?
Rook c8, okay. And you just capture this, yeah? Nothing
Yeah.
with knight g5, maybe.
Ooh, knight g5 is tricky actually.
Kuch crazy. I don't know. Knight d6 is my plan. I cannot play knight f6 check because you can capture back with your knight and just defend, the square on h7.
Hmm.
F5 and the knight is trapped, isn't it? So F5 may I think I have the square on of G5 right here.
Yeah.
This is what I think he's hoping to achieve. But yeah, A5. I'm just also curious, do I have to play Queen C2 here? Because if your plan is Bishop A6, maybe I can play Rook E1 first.
Okay, so let's say rook e1 instead. I defend the pawn. Now bishop a6 I think is obvious. Queen c2 and maybe c5 anyways.
अरे यार. Okay, Knight G5 पे क्या हो रहा है अब?
कौन सा knight
वो
साज
Knight
भाई?
EG5, Knight EG5 आता हूँ. Now I want to play
Knight
E4.
eg5. Okay, so let's say I can't bring the other knight, right? 7 wala, because then e4 maybe is
Yeah, then
scary. So
E4.
maybe knight 5 f6. I defend it.
नाइट 5 h6. अब मैंने E4 खेला तो क्या हो रहा है? H6 है आपके पास बिकॉज इट्स
h6,
ऑन अ
yeah,
टेम्पो.
just in time. And also rook c8 aa raha hai, which is very scary to be honest.
Knight
Um,
E5. Let's go
uh,
attack this. You
rook
move the
c8.
rook away. Rook
Uh,
C8. Bhai, this is not an easy thing. I just looked at it now. Bhai, look at this. If I go knight E takes F7 in this position.
rook f7.
And now D5 is a quite an interesting try. तो गेम में मसाला तो है. And also, let's not
भाई,
forget, instead of knight f7, I can also play knight c6, and black is kind of forced to go rook c6 there.
कि क्वीन एट पे क्या हो रहा
It's a good question. I
है?
think
भाई,
probably you
हाँ,
just lose
A5 हो रहा
a5.
है.
But yeah, queen a4 probably is my idea, and to attack the a5 pawn. I will hold off on taking the bishop on e7 for now. And maybe I can take knight a5 with my knight as well. This is, I think, quite comfortable for Arjun. Yeah,
Yeah,
rook
but I
c6
think
maybe is not an easiest decision, yeah?
yeah, and I think the point is that black ka, I mean, black objectively is doing very okay now. Like, if not better, at least okay. And that is not a good sign for Arjun. So, hoping he can somehow confuse matter here, Sahaj. So, very interesting. And Chad, we saw your messages for Pragg's game. I think we delayed it only because ki Pragg ke chances nahi hai. But now we can check his game out. Sahaj, bhai, what do you make of the Pragg game? His opponent has just played knight to h7. Is it a plan? Maybe he's planning f5. Is he planning knight g5? What's the plan for black here, and how can Pragg counter it?
F5 usually can work, I guess. But from what I know about this position, white will go knight h4 and prevent moves like f5. But it's the whole position is a question of who plays f4 or f5 first. एंड उसी के अराउंड पीसेस थोड़ा डेवलप होते हैं. लाइक अगर आप नाइट एच फोर भी खेलते हो ना, तो व्हाइट के लिए एफ फोर खेलना मुश्किल है. बिकॉज आपने ब्लैक का तो एफ
Hmm.
फाइव रोक दिया, बट व्हाइट के लिए मुश्किल है बिकॉज ई एफ फोर के बाद आप जी एफ फोर नहीं मार सकते, बिकॉज ये जो
Hmm.
क्वीन जो एच फोर के नाइट को देख रही है, दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. एंड अगर आपने नाइट H4 के बाद लेट्स से F4 E4 बिशप से मारा, देन ब्लैक G5 खेल के ये बिशप और नाइट को अटैक कर सकता है. सो इट्स लाइक
So
इन बोथ केसेस इट्स अ बिट डिफिकल्ट. आई थिंक नॉट रियली टू प्ले F5 बट रादर टू इनवाइट व्हाइट टू प्ले नाइट H4 इज माय गेस.
So Saj bhai, थोड़ा creative हो रहा है. Just my tiku brain. Can we play knight G1 here? अगर F4 ही खेलना है, and I
Ooh.
don't wanna, and I don't wanna, give the knight on H4 away, and I want to take with the pawns. So knight G1, idea F4,
Can I go F5 like first? क्योंकि
F5,
नाइट H4 से
F4.
एटलीस्ट आप F5 रोक रहे थे ना.
हाँ, but F4 now. I go F4.
Ooh, I have no idea what's happening here. Yeah, but it looks interesting. It looks like fighting chess for sure.
But knight G1 खेल के तो feel तो आएगी. But let's see if Pragg
Uh,
chooses knight G1, that will be crazy because this is not an Indian move chat. ये मेरा ही दिमाग है, so I will be very happy. But let's see
and it's
what
working,
Pragg
yeah.
chooses. Yeah, even I
Knight
was
G1
shocked.
works.
Even I was shocked.
It works.
But yeah. But crazy
Crazy,
position
crazy.
chat. And Prab time pe aa gaya hai, so that is at least one good news. And of course, his opponent is also 120 points weaker, so he's technically still the favorite. So very interesting. And meanwhile, chat, we've not seen a single move in the Gukesh game. So that tells me maybe Edis Gurel ki preparation finally khatam hote hue. That is a good sign. No moves in the Nihal game. Oh, we have a move in the Arjun game and no A5. Queen B6 played. That's a lucky break for Arjun. I think there were ways to complicate matters for A5, but okay, A5 was the best move. Sanjay, now what do we play? But Bishop 6 tab bhi aa raha hai actually. I just noticed.
I was thinking this because after Queen B6, my plan to play Bishop A6 is still the same. But
Hmm.
probably like getting the queen on the this side of the board means that ke is side pe, you can create some chances early on. And I can see that one of the, very strong moves here is knight EG5 for white. And if black plays G6 to quickly route this queen to E4 and go queen H4. But look at the follow up here. My plan is if black plays, let's say C5 का ही plan था I think आपका. So let's play
Huh.
C5, Queen H4, H5, and something like G4 is quite interesting for white.
Sahaj bhai, this is insane. And if you, I can show you something even crazier. So H5 ke baad, G4 ke baad, F6 from black, knight H3, and now G5, allowing queen H5. And now rook f7 with the idea to trap the white queen at some point.
Yeah,
Why?
that feels like a
Why?
fairy tale. Oh, by the way, idea is probably अगर आप E4 खेलते हो ना इधर, तो maybe I have
Hmm.
rook H7. It's a repetition.
No, queen g6, rook g7, queen
हाँ हाँ repetition है
h5.
ना.
No,
Rook
now
H7.
knight f8. So I don't play rook h7 again. I play knight f8, controlling g6, and now rook h7 is coming. Queen
अच्छा,
is
you'll
gone.
just take the queen. No draw.
Bhai Sahab, crazy position. Do you think Arjun goes for knight g5 now, Sahab? Because that is definitely a tempting option, right? It gives him an attack.
फॉर श्योर आई थिंक ही अंडरस्टैंड्स कि क्वीन B6 के आने के बाद किंग साइड थोड़ी सी वीक हो गई है यहाँ पे. तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग नाइट G5. देयर इज आल्सो बिशप G5 पॉसिबल व्हिच इज अनदर वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग ट्राई हियर. लाइक द पॉइंट इज द सेम. अगर आप बिशप G5 मारते हो तो मैं नाइट E5 या नाइट F5 which whichever
Hmm.
one. I want to capture back and I want to put pressure on the H7 pawn. And you might argue कि भाई इनमें फर्क क्या है? भाई फर्क ये है कि बिशप E7 is a good defender right now. And I think
Hmm.
it's black के sort of dark squares काफी weak हो जाते हैं like D6, C5 and maybe if he plays G6 as well like we saw in the previous line then F6 and H6 भी weak हो जाते हैं. तो Bishop G5 also looks like an interesting move and black has to commit with F6 here and now
Yeah.
Bishop E3. It feels very very dodgy to me this position. Not really sure who's better.
Yeah, it's very weird. I think f6 not an easy move to play, and also bishop g5 not an easy move to play because bishop पहले e3 पे था, फिर d2
Hmm.
पे गया, फिर g5 पे जाएगा, फिर e3 पे आएगा, फिर बाद में d2 भी आना पड़ सकता है. So not an easy maneuver for both players actually. So still lots of chances to go wrong. Meanwhile, Saj bhai, let's do a roundup of the Divya game and the Vidit game. I think chat is really requesting for it. So first of all, Divya game, I think she's built up a nice attack, nice pressure on the queen side. Knight a4 पे है, rook c1 incoming, rook e1 incoming, and black is a bit stifled. I think थोड़ा सा passive लग रहा है black मुझे.
I think her preparation has seemed to work out again. By the way, to those who are wondering, she went for e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and instead of playing open Sicilian with d4, she goes for this very interesting variation b3. So clearly her second doing some wonderful work here, and it's working really well for her as well because she seems to have a really good advantage. अभी भी pawn d2 पे ही बैठा हुआ है, तो it looks kind of crazy. Really, I really think that Divya has to be said it. क्या हुआ, क्या देख लिया?
भाई जब मैंने एक गैम्बिट दिखाया था, आपको याद होगा, वो जो रुक F1 वाला आइडिया था साज भाई, टीम की स्टार्टिंग पे, आई मेंट इट कि भाई उस टाइम पे खेल सकते थे. बट एज दिव्या इज बेटर, इफ यू कैन हैव अ ब्रीफ लुक एट द निहाल सरीन गेम, वहां मुझे एक क्वेश्चन मार्क दिख रहा है साहज भाई. एंड ही हैज जस्ट प्लेड पॉन टू F3. सो आई मीन आई नो यू आर पिस्ड ऑलरेडी, बट इवन आई एम पिस्ड भाई. ये क्या है, वो थोड़ा समझाएगा क्या भाई?
I think he's just trying to play for a win. Probably didn't believe in the position much. If you go knight c6 and whatever, he wants to go g4 h4 ताकि थोड़ा सा कुछ imbalance create हो. Black bishop goes to g6, black plays h5. But right now, at least in this position right now, knight h5 is a very strong move for white, for black.
Hmm.
Very, very strong. Because now you cannot retreat with bishop g3 as you knight g3 mar raha hai, and then knight e5 marne ke baad you're also losing the e3 pawn thanks to this pawn not being where it belongs. So after f3, knight h5 is gonna be it might even be a problem for Nihal. I'm already seeing some advantage for Parham. Black plays knight h5 and you go knight takes c6, the only move in this position to not lose. bc6, and now you have three squares and just one of them is not completely worse for you, which is bishop g5. And this is like the square that is least likely I am to play, yeah?
Hmm.
I would go bishop
Ooh.
e5 or bishop g3. Not bishop g3, but I would go bishop e5 probably. But yeah, this already feels a bit dodgy for Nihal. But maybe this is what he wants, yeah? Because still he has chances to play g4, h4, maybe even f4 in some cases. Probably he's not gonna castle. He can even just go king f2 and keep the king safe like that and keep his rook on the h file with h4, h5. Yeah, that's the breakdown. Now whether I
Bit
like
worried, Saj
f3
bhai.
or not, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried because Black, if you look at who he is, he's Param Maksudlu. He constantly will seek out ways to complicate the game, and I think the best plan could have been just to play it solid. I would argue opening like the exchange Slav that we have is a great opening against Param, because I think Param will be tempted to find out ways to complicate. And F3 is trying to complicate things yourself, and it's kind of playing in Param's hand. And as we saw, Knight H5 ke baad, Nihal is already playing in only move territory. Whenever that happens, there should be a counter advantage, right? So if I'm ready to take some risk, I should have some potential advantage. I don't see the advantage part here, Sahas. That is my worry.
Hmm. Exactly. That's why I don't like f3 so much. But yeah, कोई पूछ रहा था कि can there be long castle? I really don't think so because after a move like knight h5, right? White has to go knight takes c6 to not make black take on e5 and have this problem on the e3 pawn like we saw earlier. So knight c6 b6 के बाद ये b file खुल रही है, and this bishop also is looking on the b1 square. So your king is not gonna be safe after long castle. It's only a matter of time when I push c5 or some I just try to open up the queen side and black can just destroy white here very very quickly. अगर long castle होता है तो that is.
Agreed, agreed. And Chad, I think Anishi game thodi solid. I will check it out later. If we can jump back to the Gukesh game for a second, Sahaj bhai, no moves from wide. I think we can be pretty sure now Eddie is out of his prep. But Sahaj, is this a problem for Eddie? I think यहाँ पे कुछ 35 minute का time difference है. Or do you think the position is so good for him कि भाई time is irrelevant? Yeah, especially because they've played 23 moves already, so maybe time pressure is less of an issue.
I feel this is good for Gukesh in this sense because he must have looked at it deeper. By the way, as we are here, he plays Rook HB1, so the
Oh!
first inaccuracy on the board.
Bhai, this is the move we saw, and यहाँ पे b6, b5 are the only moves. You should not try to defend this pawn by any other piece. For example, अगर knight b6 चाहते हो, this is what I would play. I think rook a3 and you can resign basically. It's over.
Yeah.
So you have to move the b pawn, and
If
now
bishop b6,
bishop
oh, then
b6.
bishop
I think
f4.
bishop f4. Yeah. So
GG.
you have to push the b pawn, and now Sahaj practically. I think most chess players optically might prefer b6 just to keep it all solid. Do you think Gukesh goes for b5 though? Because that is the best move.
I mean, I am not sure. I think it is there's a very good chance he will, but I think knight c4 आपने खेला ही इसलिए because आपको b5 खेलना है. But
Hmm.
b6 also makes sense because he doesn't want to give up the c5 square. कभी knight वहाँ पे बैठ सकता है. Maybe like knight g7, knight e6 and knight c5, something like that. And that could be a problem for him. But you know what an interesting thing is that instead of after rook b1, if black plays b6 now, you know what's white's best move here now is to play rook
Yeah, let
a1
me guess.
again.
Okay, that's not happening. Yeah, I mean that's not happening.
Like, so if you don't play rook a1, so you'll already be worse here. And the second best move is to play queen d1, and then black goes rook e8, and then you play rook a1. So it's like
Okay,
agar
that's
Gukesh plays b6, it will be a very nice psychological, I think, pressure on Eddie's Gurel, and I think it will look I think he'll be quite happy.
very interesting. And I think the difference is, Chad, if you play b6, for example, then after b5, I think knight g7 is the best move. So I was wondering why not after b6. But if you play b6 and knight g7, black can just pick up the pawn on a2, apparently. And that is supposed to be better because imagine any endgame. I think these pawns can run like crazy. The A pawn, the B pawn are already passed pawns. So that's where the black's advantage lies. But that's far off in the distance. Right now, of course, white will pile on some pressure because white's king is kind of safer for the time being. So very interesting position, Sahaj. I think it's a decision Dukesh will have to take some time for, right? B6 or B5.
Yeah, I think a lot of people said he will play b5 for sure. I think they are both 50-50 chances here.
Hmm.
Because b6 के बाद भी b5 खेलना is not really that big of a deal and the position is not, dynamic enough कि आप बोल सकते हो कि आप एक tempo lose कर रहे हो and all that. I
Hmm.
don't really see white having any useful moves here. Like apart from that knight g7 or that bishop h6, bishop g7, bishop f6 wala plan, which clearly he didn't find.
Yeah, yeah. And also I think game ऐसी है ना कि I think they have looked at so much theory. उनका दिमाग तो अब जाके यूज होना चालू हो रहा है इस गेम में, आज भाई. So it's warming up. कई बार होता है ना, like if you play 20-25 minutes of theory, you feel a bit lazy to think. You feel like अरे काश यही रिपेयर किया होता. ऐसा हुआ है कभी आपके साथ?
But of course, all the time. I mean, I have
हाँ.
regretted my first moves before so many times. Usually when I play London.
तो बढ़िया
लंदन
भाई,
खेलने के बाद
देख
ना
लो.
10 पता चल लगता है यार क्या है कोई यार क्या कुछ और ही खेल लेता.
बढ़िया है भाई, बढ़िया है भाई. अपने अपने जिस थाली में खाते हैं उसी थाली में खुद ही
बट
छेद
यार
कर दो भाई.
इट्स लाइक मजा तो आता है खेलने में बट देन इट्स अगर
हाँ.
अपोनेंट ज्यादा कुछ प्रिपेयर करके आ जाए ना देन इट फील्स अ बिट ऑड. अगर प्रिपरेशन ना हो तो बहुत बढ़िया लाइन है वो.
True, true, true. Agreed, agreed. And chat, I think we don't have any crazy moves. Oh, by the way, look at this. In the Firouzja game, h6 was played. So no queen c4, and suddenly Alireza Firouzja is now better as white against Yakubov.
Wow. So what is the move? Is queen takes b5 check possible?
Yeah, queen takes b5 is one move, and also knight to e6 apparently, with the idea of knight takes e6 and then queen takes b5. And if I mean, if you move the
But
king,
what's
I
the
pick up the knight.
plan? Why is this okay? Queen d7?
Queen d7, queen b8 check.
Okay, knight. Oh, e5 मर रहा है. Right. e5 मर रहा है.
Yeah, you can take on e5, and somehow your king is just too open. Yeah, so tough one though, not an easy one to play.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So queen b5 check and knight a6 two moves. I think knight queen b5 check feels more natural to me. But
Yeah,
let's just go a bit deeper. Queen b5 check, king e7 अगर मैं आया simple. So what is the problem here?
I mean, I think the problem is knight kahan jayega Saj, because I don't want to push it back,
Yeah,
so I
because then
have to.
bishop f3.
Yeah, so the only move for white is apparently f3, just to take the bishop. And then it's great. H takes g5, f takes g4, and now only
e4.
move for black is the crazy rook to b8.
Oh, not e4. I thought e4 h2 पे कुछ pressure, but rook b8. What is this? Queen a4, I guess.
Queen a4, and now look at this, knight e2 check. If king h1, that's a bit scary apparently. So king f2 khelna hai, and now knight e takes c3. Bro, I mean, I don't even know what to say, Sahaj bhai. I mean, this is not chess, yeah. This is not chess.
Yeah, this is I'm not even sure what is this. Jenga lag raha hai.
Actually, idea is pawn
I
takes e3 and queen c5 check. That's the idea.
Yeah, queen c5 check king and अभी भी draw ही है position.
हाँ. Okay, this is perfect chess. Of course, both sides will make mistakes. So this is a crazy position, chat. यहाँ पे I think a result could definitely come in the next 5-7 moves as well. That is
हम्म.
genuinely a possibility कि one side makes a major mistake in this position.
भाई crazy. क्रेजी 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 ऐसे लग रहा है सब प्लेस बढ़िया से रेस्ट डे इस्तेमाल करके आए हैं.
हाँ.
एवरी
Preparation
प्लेयर इज
सभी.
रेडी.
हाँ. हाँ. By the way, chat, if we can have a look at the position of Pranav as well, he's apparently slightly better against Jordan Van Forest. Let's not forget, Pranav is number 3 in the standings among Indian players, and he genuinely has a chance to qualify because his tiebreak is amazing. If he wins today, he'll be in the top 5 or something. So yeah, maybe top 5 हो सकते हैं. Tiebreak बहुत बढ़िया है.
है.
साज भाई क्या लग
बहुत
रहा है?
अच्छा
Why is
चांस
White
है.
better?
वाइट बेटर आई मीन ओपनिंग का रिजल्ट आई थिंक ये बेटर नॉट रियली वुडंट रियली से वो
Hmm.
वाइट यहाँ पे सुपर बेटर है.
Hmm.
um Okay, you have the center pawns. Black का ये c6 c7 is maybe is a bit awkward, but this can also become a strength later on. कभी भी d5 नहीं मारना है यहाँ पे because fe5 के बाद black ठीक हो जाएगा यहाँ पे. So
Hmm.
your plan is generally I think around the f5 square. So maybe you try to go knight h4, knight f5, maybe bring the queen via to f3. That can be one thing. And maybe something like c4, but I feel like c4 is too committal in this
Hmm.
position. Another plan I see is some like being a bit slow. You go g3 and h4, and you sort of try to expand on the king side with h5,
Hmm.
like king g2 lao, rook ko h1 pe lao, then h5 khelo. Slowly, you try to improve your position. But I wouldn't. I would say this is heavily complicated, yeah, because black has a double bishops, white has superior pawn structure, and okay, a little bit more space as well. So I think it's I would say very double-edged position.
Agreed. I think I love the bishop on a3 with its potential right now not doing much. ब्लैक की क्वीन भी g6 पे h5 पे आ सकती है, so कुछ वहां पे प्ले बन सकता है. वेरी
By the
इंटरेस्टिंग.
way,
हाँ.
sorry to cut you off, but I would love to check out this game between Aronian versus Puranik because Puranik is clearly better
Oh
against
wow,
Aronian.
really?
I am not sure if this is accurate.
Yeah, this is the current position. Like queen h4, yeah. Attack building up.
Is this just a draw? Queen h4 g3 के बाद. Queen h4 g3 bishop g3 is it working or no?
Actually, it's not, yeah. fg3 is
Not
winning for
working.
white. Bishop g3
Okay.
and then knight f3.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. You will not capture back again.
yeah, but I think queen h3 and white black is actually better here. Because queen f3, there is bishop g4, queen g2, queen h5.
Oh, okay. That's very typical. Yeah, bishop h3 का plan later on.
Yeah.
Very typical.
So I think Abhimanyu has a great chance to beat one of the strongest players of the world ever. Yeah. And let's not forget Aronian, I think, with a peak rating of 282 something, even higher if I'm not 28, if I'm not
Mm-hmm.
mistaken. So that'll be a
And Vishy
crazy victory.
sir's favorite, yeah. He said Aronian's name when you said who's gonna win. Of course, chances, of course, of him winning are very slim now, but
Yeah. Yeah.
still, I mean, Aronian has had a fantastic year. I mean, he won the freestyle as well this year, if I remember correctly. And of course, a great player in his own regard. So, by the way, Bishop
Yeah.
C2, this is the current position on the board. Abhimanyu doing fantastic so far. Um,
Yeah, and कई लोग कह रहे हैं, अर्जुन मिस्टेक, वीडी मिस्टेक, वीडी ने कोई मिस्टेक नहीं करी है, बट अर्जुन हैज प्लेड क्वीन टू c2, so he doesn't go for those aggressive choices, Sahaj. And chat, now rook a c8 के बाद c5 is incoming, and now that he's played queen c2, we know there is no queen e4, queen h4 incoming as well.
mhm.
Suddenly the momentum is shifting, I feel.
Yeah, but I think he's planning for some 95 plans. Like अगर रुक C8 खेला आपने मैं 95 रख दिया 95 D5 यहाँ से गेम थोड़ा लंबा चलेगा because if you play even if you get
Hmm.
C5 these pawns are no longer traded right ये फाइल खुला नहीं है ये फाइल खुला है but इस फाइल पे आप ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं सकते हो तो you still have
Hmm.
this pawn is wonderful to conduct an attack on the king side because Remember, in many positions, we saw black playing moves like g6. You can also, get the f6 square like that. Plus, you might get the d6 square. You might even sacrifice
Hmm.
your knight there in many positions. So this is a wonderful pawn to have, to conduct a king side attack. Whereas for black, you have a passer. Yeah. So अगर ये गेम एंड गेम पे जाता है तो इसमें ब्लैक को फायदा होगा, पर अगर मिडिल गेम पे रहता है तो व्हाइट अभी ज्यादा बेनिफिट ले रहा है. दैट इज फॉर श्योर.
Agreed, Saj. And I think that means ki Arjun has found this way to complicate matters and not open that C file. That's great news. And also 95 ke baad 95 is apparently the only move for black. So black cannot really avoid it. So Rook C8 is incoming soon on the board. So very interesting positions. And I'm extremely curious kya hoga. I'm hoping Arjun wins because Chad, I don't know if you have the standings right now because I think hame dekha tha ki Arjun is in third place right now and Nihal is in sixth place. So imagine if they
Yeah.
both win. I think they are guaranteed to be in the top three today. So I think बहुत मजा आ सकता है अगर आज दोनों जीत जाए. So by the way, can we jump to the Gukesh game Saj? Because Gukesh has made his choice between B6 and B5. Chat क्या लग रहा है कौन सी choice है?
अरे मैंने तो लगा दिया, और लगाया नहीं मैंने भी. आई डिडंट
लगाया
प्ले
नहीं
द
है,
मूव
लगाया नहीं
येट.
है, लगाया नहीं है.
B6 और B5 चैट, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
He has played the move pawn to B6 actually. Yeah, he has played
मेरे को
pawn to
ऐसे करना
B6.
चाहिए.
True, true. अच्छा लाइव बोर्ड दिख रहा है साज भाई आपके बगल में.
मेरे बगल में?
आपके लेफ्ट में देखो साज भाई.
ओ अच्छा, मेरे राइट में. अच्छा अच्छा, हाँ, राइट 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 राइट, दिख रहा है, दिख रहा है, दिख रहा है, दिख
तो
रहा है.
B6 है मूव एंड
ये ट्रोल कर रहे हो
हाँ.
प्रोड्यूसर साहब.
So yeah, that is done. So B6 chosen and now white is already 30 minutes behind. So
भाई,
very interesting position.
एंड ऑल्सो द ओनली मूव नाउ इज रुक ए1, लाइक वी मेंशनड. अब रुक एच1 से b1 पे आए थे, अब a1 को पे कौन जाएगा यहाँ पे? हु विल प्ले
Yeah,
दिस मूव?
this is difficult. I think Gukesh has maybe confused matters a bit. Let's hope so he comes back. Saj bhai, we need to jaldi se catch up with two games, yeah? First of all, it is Nihal saying that we need to jump to VD's game. Param did not play that h5. He castled, and maybe this is a lucky break for Nihal.
Maybe he can get g4, and yeah, I was looking at this h4 h5 king f2 wali types position. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
I mean the best move was what here? Knight h5, right?
yeah, yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
he's also trying to continue the game. He knows that if Parham wins today, then his chances really increase to qualify into the candidates. Maybe he's trying to go for a win here too. By the way, look, इतने
Yeah,
लोग VD winning कह रहे हैं.
yeah.
Maybe we should take a quick look.
लेट्स गो. आई थिंक उनके ओपोनेंट ने पिछले ही चाल में थोड़ी गलती कर दी है. आई थिंक नाइट A5 वाज प्लेड एंड देन क्वीन ड्रॉप बैक टू C2 एंड आई थिंक ब्लैक को डर था कि वाइट क्वीन साइड कैसलिंग कर देगा, अटैक लगा देगा. लेकिन उसने C5 जो खेल दिया, मे बी इट्स अ बिट टू अर्ली साहस बिकॉज वाइट कैन नाउ जस्ट टेक ऑन C5. लेट्स से बिशप टेक C5 एंड नाउ आई कैन सडनली से क्वीन साइड. कौन जा रहा है क्वीन साइड? मैं तो नहीं जा रहा. बिशप G2 एंड ब्लैक ने
Hmm.
अपने आप को D5 पे एक बहुत बड़ी वीकनेस दी थी कल को. रुक D1, यू नो, एंड दिस इज सच अ ह्यूज वीकनेस ऑन D5.
Yeah, Bishop G3 and Knight F4 also to add another attacker into the equation. So you might even just lose this pawn very, very quickly. So yeah, big inaccuracy by Maurizi here to play C5. I wouldn't really call it a winning advantage though. But yeah,
Hmm.
it's definitely a lot better. But correct play के साथ दोनों top moves खेलते हैं तो this would be, not, the white would not be able to win this. So not winning just yet. But yeah, very, very good chances for sure.
या चैट बाय द वे लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स. सबके सब साथ में लाइक बटन दबाओ. सो लेट्स डू अ चैलेंज चैट. ठीक है, मैं बोलूंगा 3 2 1 1 पे सब लोग साथ में लाइक बटन दबाएंगे. ओके, 3 2 एंड 1 नाउ. भाई देखते हैं चैट की यूनिटी कितनी है. साथ में क्या होता है, कितने लाइक्स बढ़ेंगे? अभी 192 है. हाउ मेनी डू यू थिंक विल रीच?
It's
टेक अ
around
गेस.
600 people watching, so it should be more. It should be like, I'm expecting 300, 400 at least.
ओह रियली? चैट की यूनिटी से बहुत ज्यादा हाई एक्सपेक्टेशंस. आई थिंक लाइक 270 250 में भी. यार
अरे 247 तो अभी हो गया भाई.
सच में?
क्या
वाह.
बात कर रहे हो?
लेट्स सी चैट की यूनिटी कितनी है. एंड एज चैट की यूनिटी दिख रही है, मीनवाइल C5 के बाद विदित इज बेटर. ही इज थिंकिंग दिस इज द राइट मोमेंट टू थिंक एंड ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट कि भाई कैन विदित विन दिस वन. सो साज भाई किस गेम पे हम जाएं अब?
I think let's stay on Nihal's board because he is thinking here and it's a very tough round for us. And I'm really curious to see how he approaches this position because he has three different moves. He can play g4 to kick this bishop, which I feel is the most logical. That's why you played f3 here. And he can also be a bit slower, or he can say, okay, I'm not going to play g4 right now, but I'll keep it in my cards and I'll play king f2, for example. Maybe play g4 in the next move. But मैं चैट को यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा फंसाना चाहूंगा. So I want to say, what if I play h4 in this position? Chat, okay. Now, what is my threat when I play h4 in a position like this? It's not
Oh,
working. It's not working, but what is my threat? That is my question.
we just saw Divya's game, Ravindranath ji. We just saw her game. We'll go back to her soon. Yep, chat, Gavita, you're correct. Yogesh, everybody
Exactly.
G4 is the idea.
Exactly. G4 moves the bishop and h4, but right now it's a big blunder, yeah, because there is somehow there is knight takes d4 and white can just resign. Look at this
Wow.
ed4, queen d4, g3, knight e4.
I mean, Param finds this in 10 seconds, by the way, chat.
Yeah.
Just
फ्रेंच ट्रैप
wow.
एग्जैक्टली भाई कैरो कान ट्रैप भाई कैरो कान फ्रेंच में तो बिशप c8 पे होता है ना तो कैरो कान
Saj, let's jump to Gukesh's game. Mr. Edis Goral has decided his move. And somehow, believe it or not, when you don't play that move, Bar says it's okay, now रुके 1 खेलना है. But जैसे ही आप वो चाल चलते हो, suddenly the bar goes up back to plus point 0.5, plus point 0.6. A3.
भाई ये हमारा इंजन खराब है या फिर उसका उसका दिमाग थोड़ा बहुत ज्यादा फास्ट है इट कुड बी आइदर या
भाई मेरा इंजन अब ऊपर चला गया. A3 खेलते ही ऊपर चला गया भाई.
रियली क्रेजी
हाँ.
व्हाट डू यू प्रेफर ओनली वन इंडियन प्लेयर टू डोमिनेट चेस लाइक मैग्नस एंड ओनली टू other Indian top 100 or what we have right now what we have right now of course what we have right now because we can
Hmm.
have all of these players are capable of becoming world champions and I think that's why it makes it so interesting for me as a commentator and I think for viewers as well. I think this is what makes it so interesting because we have three names who are just there, yeah, who are always there. And for you, what is more important, Sailbhai? Do you want to see another Indian Magnus, or do you like what you have right now?
I think I like what we have because I think then we can win team Olympiad events like the Olympiad. Also, I think we have more heroes to cheer for. I think that's always nice. And when it's all dependent on one star, it's a lot of pressure on that one player. It's very hard. I think Vishisa did it, of course. Sachin did it in cricket,
I
but
mean,
not
we
everybody can
already
do it.
had an Indian Magnus in that sense, yeah.
Yeah, but I think I would rather have multiple stars because I think that's more eyeballs, more achievements. I mean, in general, I think, and look at Magnus, he can never win the Olympiad. I think he is the greatest player of all time, but I think he can never win certain things which Indians can do. And I think support bhi bahut hai. Everybody, like some people are Kohli fans, some people are Rohit fans, some people are,
हम्म।
Shubham Gill fans, some people are Bumrah fans. वो सारे join करते हैं. I think that's
और
always the
नॉर्वे
best,
में ऐसा कोई वो नहीं है ना नॉर्वे में ऐसा कोई वो डिबेट नहीं चल रहा किसी का भाई सबको पता है कि कौन है उनका फेवरेट प्लेयर है तो ये
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
आई लाइक आई लाइक व्हाट वी लाइक आई लाइक व्हाट वी हैव हियर
Yeah. I also like it a lot, actually.
There is no nothing. Arey, I know. I just I'm speaking in a sense that when Vishy sir was at the top, when he was the world champion, then India se sirf ek hi player tha who was basically around that level like in the top 10. Yes, Hari Krishna was there for a very brief moment. I think he was 2770 if I'm not mistaken. But top 10 में Vishy sir ही थे उस time पे. So from that angle I'm talking about him being in that road. So हमारे पास वो already आ चुका है. So I like what we have right now. The team players, they are all shuffling around. We see fighting chess all the time and we love it.
Yep. Oh man, and Chad, as Gukesh thinks, this is a tough moment because again, the आपका बात equal कैसे साज भाई? I'm a bit confused. मेरा तो plus दिखा रहा है भाई.
भाई आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर प्रोड्यूसर साहब मेरे को बता देना अगर कुछ सेटिंग चेंज करना है मुझे यहाँ पे तो I would love to. I mean, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to change here because I think it shouldn't stay at 0-0. इतना
हाँ.
खराब भी नहीं है लैपटॉप मेरा
एक मूव पीछे जाओ, एक एक move आगे हो जरा एक बार ट्राई करो.
Oh, now it's
ना
0.4,
आ गया
0. I think stuck हो गया होगा. Yeah.
वो Newton's laws of motion. A bar stuck at a bar stuck at motion wants to remain in motion until Sahaj moves the piece. Yeah. So now you can see that slight advantage chat, and this is great. So let's hope Gukesh can come back. Meanwhile, I'm checking all the games. कहाँ पे हम जा सकते हैं जहाँ पे कुछ crazy मिल जाए अपन को. But साज भाई कुछ crazy दिख नहीं रहा है.
Yep, absolutely. So, but Vish's dominance was not like Magnus, though it's not the same. I mean, true, but आपको एक बड़ा cool fact बताता हूँ, ठीक है? Did you know कि Magnus actually lost his number one spot only once in his life? And can you guess to against who it was? तो एक बारी जब Magnus number one पे आया था, he went back to number two just once. And can you guess who the player was who took over? No, it wasn't Kramnik. Good guess though. Come on, yeah, this shouldn't be a difficult thing to guess. It was actually Vishy sir who actually took over. It was in I think 2010 or 11. I remember for like 4 or 5 months, Vishy sir was 2817 and Magnus was 2815. And it remained like that for I think 4 or 5 months, and then Magnus took it back with being 2820, 2821, something like that. So these little things that you find out about Vishy sir makes you really appreciate the game so much more. So dominant तो वो भी थे यार, of course.
Yeah.
He was I think
And
number one
also,
for, I'm not sure. I think it was around 20 21 months, if I'm not mistaken. I
yeah.
checked this stat some time ago. I think it was 20 20 21 months, yeah?
Yeah,
Something
and
like
also
that.
I think it's not just about number one, right? I think he was always at the top in the top five for like decades, right? I mean, that is insane to maintain that level. He was challenging Kasparov, Karpov, Magnus, Kramnik, Topolov, like every world Gelfand, like every so he's played so many world championships, won so many world championships, and also he's been a part of the Magnus journey. Like he did play some practice games, which he saw against Magnus when Magnus was a kid. So I think he's helped a lot of people there. And meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, can we jump to the Arjun game because C5 has been played and now it's the crunch moment. Does he take on C5, open the C file? Does he play 95? That's very important. So critical decision for Erigesi Arjun. He cannot go back from this.
मेरे लिए तो बहुत सिंपल है भाई. डी टेक सीफा मारने के बाद पोजीशन बिकम्स टू सिंपल. And you don't want to simplify the position. You are with the white pieces. You're exactly 100 points above your opponent. On paper, you are expected to win. I mean, you want to win because you want to keep your chances. Draw करने के बाद you still maintain the chances, but it's gonna be harder for you in the next few rounds. So I wouldn't go DC5 here. I would go 95 for sure. And takes के बाद, I try to use this pawn to conduct an attack on the king side. Maybe I get some knight G5 plans in the future as well. This is what I would want. And I'm seeing
Yeah.
h6 as a potential move for black. Bhai, तो करो g4, g5. Let's go. Let's just bring the fire on the board.
Wow, that's a crazy attacking idea. And chat, no, we just looked at Vidit. Yeah, we're not ignoring Vidit. Bhai, he's one of the top four players who still has a chance to qualify to the candidates. There is no way we ignore him. We just saw his move, and he has played one more move, Sahaj. He has taken that pawn on c5. Bishop takes c5, and he has played the
You
best move yet
you
again.
mean
Bishop
in
g2.
uh, in Nihal's board?
No, on Vidit's board, Vidit's board.
With its board. Sorry, my bad. Just putting it up. One sec. Oh, dc5, bishop c5, and bishop g2 आ चुका है. So we have IQP. Let's go.
या एंड ये पॉन पे अभी रुक D1 आएगा. एज साज मेंशन बिशप G3, नाइट F4 आएगा. ये पॉन पे अभी सारी दुनिया ऐसे कन्वर्ज करेगी जैसे बोलते हैं ना जॉम्बी मूवीज में वो ग्रोसरी शॉप्स पे लोग आते हैं. सो बहुत प्रेशर पड़ने वाला है एंड ब्लैक के पीसेस पैसिव रहेंगे. बिशप को E6 जैसी जगह बैठना पड़ेगा पॉन को बचाने के लिए. सो इट्स गोना बी अ
Producer
कंफर्टेबल एडवांटेज
sub,
फॉर दिस.
producer sub, clip number 3. Just putting it. Just
यार
just putting a timestamp of all of this. I'm just trying to remind. I'm just जितनी बार होगा, I'll help as much as possible.
सागर भाई सागर भाई यहाँ है नहीं यार. Emil said on Chessbase India channel that Magnus is already qualified. Will there be any chance he is planning to come to Candice and win and play Gukesh? No, Magnus ने बहुत बार बोला है. I think he's moved on from classical chess. He doesn't need to prove a point anyways. I think we know he's the greatest player of all time. There's nobody who can match up with him. If Magnus played the world championship, he would be the world champion by far, Saj. Would you agree with that?
Of course, 100%. I think no question. It's a classical format. Magnus is that's Magnus's biggest strength, no doubt about that. Not many people could have taken him down. I think he's only been down once. I think in the entire World Championship match. That too was against Karyakin. And I don't know, yeah. I mean, the dominance he has shown there, it is just insane. So I completely believe that there is the world's best player is still Magnus for me.
Yeah. And
Did you
good point by
feel
Anush.
bad when Divya got Grand Swiss spot and not you, even when you and her are same rating? Bhai, of course not, yaar. Divya deserves it. She's a World Cup
Saj
winner.
bhai,
And
of
यहाँ पे
course you felt
commentary
bad.
कौन करता भाई?
Of course you felt bad. आपको women's का award नहीं मिला. Of course you felt bad. I felt bad. I didn't get the women's award also, Saj bhai. ये क्या है Saj bhai यार? I mean, I'm very angry now.
It's crazy. Women's World Cup का था वो, I think I'm guessing, right? Yeah. But yeah. But
But
okay, but I get
uh,
what you're asking, but no, bhai. I mean, I'm not. I don't feel that much as a chess player. I mean, I would still love to play tournaments, but I don't think I would go and play something like Grand Swiss because it is too much for people who are not regularly just working on chess. I mean, just the fact that I'm commentating here about 6 to 7 hours every day means that I'm not working as hard as I should on playing chess. So
yeah.
an event like this could completely crush my soul. I'm not even joking with you. It's like मुझे सांस लेने की जगह भी नहीं मिलेगी यहाँ पे. ऐसा बहुत possible हो सकता है. एक match हारो, then you keep getting 2600 players, and it can be very very bad for you as well. So what Divya is doing right now is nothing short of a miracle, and nothing. I think she should really be appreciated for her game and keeping her own against such strong players.
Arey Sita Ramurthy, thanks for super chat. Yeah, the new status showing all the games are looking great. Thanks for improving things. You do awesome job. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think the bars have been added by our producer, hardworking producer Samay Bhai. So thanks super chat, Bhai. I think this will go in the next event का camera fund, Saraj भाई, ताकि अगले event में हमारे पास camera हो. We tried our best, but बहुत expensive थे भाई. तो next event में this will definitely go in that fund. Thanks a lot, Sia भाई. सीता भाई,
Let's
sorry
go.
भाई मैं.
Let's go. Let's go. क्या बोला
Top list.
आपने?
क्या हुआ?
Never mind.
By the
Why
way,
there is no chess culture in Norway despite Magnus being number one for 10 years? I think there is a pretty
yeah.
good chess culture in Norway. Very, very good one. There is a that club, I think what is it called? Offerspill, if I'm not mistaken. There is a
Yeah,
club there. There's also Norwegian league, and there's a lot of very strong players from Norway as well. Like there is Arjen Tari, there is Hammer, and there are some very up and coming new players as well. So I think Magnus effect is definitely there. I mean, if you compare Norway to Sweden and Finland, I think Norway definitely has the stronger chess players. So
and
वहां पे अगर आप compare करते हो तो for sure I think they are doing pretty well.
also I think it's different, right? So when somebody shines out like Magnus has, but Sajbhai, I think Gukesh is struggling. Can we go to that game?
Okay, okay, okay.
If you have a player shine out, at that point, parents start putting their kids into that game, right? So Magnus has been world number one for let's say 10 years now, 11 years now. So maybe the youngsters are coming in now. Vishy sir dominated chess for decades before we had these players, right? So Gukesh, Pragg, all these players mentioned they were there as kids, as unrated players when Vishy played Magnus. They were not even rated, and that's what inspired them to become great. So same way, Magnus ki Norway ka jo culture hai, it will be even better. Let's say 5 years from now, you will see these youngsters show up who are really inspired by how well Magnus has done, and then you will see Norway catch up. But of course, as Sadhbhai said, it has gotten better. Its starting point also matters. And of course, Magnus inspired to karte rahenge future में because he's going to win every event he plays mostly.
But yeah, I think in India के लिए it's different because we are the founders of chess in that sense.
Hmm.
तो वो अपने लिए वो एकदम दिल की बात है. I that's
Hmm.
what I feel. I think we really feel connected to chess in that sense. But yeah, I think there are youngsters coming from everywhere, and right now I think the one country that I think that is going to be super dangerous in the next 2 to 3 years is Turkey, because there is Edis Gurel, who's
Hmm.
right in front of you, who's having a great position against Gukesh, point 0.6 advantage already, and Gukesh, I think, looking in slight trouble for sure. And let's not forget Erdogmas as well, who not only drew to Gukesh, but he also held that 190 move game against
Wow.
Nodirbek. Our chat, like, just and imagine defending against one of the best players in the world, Nadir Abdul Sattar, जो दिखता भी, I mean, he's a scary. He looks built. Look, he looks scary, and of course, a guy who's so strong. He held that position, that queen pawn versus queen, while having like something around 1 minute on his clock. So पूरे time उसके पास 1 minute था, and he held that position for 50 moves. Imagine holding
Wow.
one position down for 50 moves against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That's how strong at 14 years old. That's how strong these players are. So I'm really impressed with Turkey here in this sense.
Wow.
Okay, okay, but Vedant bhai कह रहे हैं stop yapping and check other games. So what do you say? Shall we check some other game? वेदांत भाई के लिए सुननी पड़ेगी ना यार.
वेदांत भाई तो सुननी पड़ेगी भाई, उन्होंने हमें बोल दिया है, तो वी विल गो टू द नेक्स्ट
Of
गेम
course, of
साज भाई.
course.
एंड गुकेश यहाँ पे थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं बिशप एचएस के बाद. अपेरेंटली किंग बी सेवन इज द बेस्ट मूव, बट ही स्टिल गोना बी अंडर प्रेशर. सो मे बी Sahaj भाई, we can have a look at the Nihal game जहाँ पे we had a couple of moves. I don't know if you saw this, but knight takes c6, pawn takes c6, and king f2 played. So he's keeping it flexible, getting out of the pin on the knight. And what's the plan? Is it still g4?
Yeah, still G4, H4, something like that. But I think we were expecting King F2 here because he doesn't want a castle. He wants to keep his rook on H1 because he wants to conduct an attack on the king side. And this rook on H1 will be a useful piece. It not only just arms the H pawn, but also जब आप H6 वगैरह खेलोगे, maybe the file can open up and you can create an attack on here. So that's why he doesn't go for short castle. Plus, another reason why he didn't go for short castle is because bishop e2 maybe feels like an awkward move to play. Like you want to play bishop d3 here,
Hmm.
so he just keeps the bishop on f1 for now. Maybe if you in the future he can go bishop d3. Maybe the bishop can develop via g2, and so just keeping this option for now I think makes a lot of sense to me. And yeah, king f2 I think looking like a good move, and Parham now thinking.
Yeah, Param is around 30 minutes behind. I would say ki that's a healthy time edge. And an important game, right? Because Maksudlu is the tournament leader. Bishop on f1 still to be developed. I think rook on h1 needs to come to the game quickly. And I think maybe that c6 pawn long term could be a target for the white pieces agar kuch ho paye to, especially once the bishop on f5 has vanished. So very
Hmm.
interesting. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, we have a nice, I don't know if it's a nice move or not, but not the move we thought Arjun would play. He played knight f to g5 instead.
Oh,
And
oh,
now I
oh.
think that's going to sharpen up the game, but it also means कि C file खुलने वाली है. Now there is a threat. And
Mm-mm.
for example, if you were to
Mm-mm.
play h6 here, chat, trying to keep
Oh.
that knight away. Chat, white to play. What is the best move in the position?
Very, very nicely shown. Very, very nice tactic here. Chat white to play. फंसना मत प्लीज. आपको जस्ट अभी कुछ टाइम पहले मैंने आपको एक चाल बताई थी जो नई काम कर रही है यहाँ पे, तो वो थोड़ा सोचना है उसके बारे में. अरे यार मयूरेश भाई, दिस इज एग्जैक्टली द थिंग आई सेड. Like a few, अरे a lot of people falling for this actually. Wow. Why there are three answers? All three of them are saying knight f6 fourth now. Wow, that
अरे
is
भाई
that
भाई.
is crazy. So knight f6 check not working in this position simply because black can capture back knight f6 and he defends the h7 pawn. And this is a pretty common mistake, I would say, in such positions. Always be careful of the knights in your opponent's camp. Those are very, very important. Oh, Mayuresh is giving another very interesting answer. He's saying you can play knight h7 in this position, and black, if black takes on h7, then knight f6 check and queen h7 is checkmate. By the way, that's beautiful vision by you, but I don't have to take on h7, right? I can just
Yeah.
move my rook to c8 and take this at a later stage. So still, I would say white is going to struggle here. But the move, what's the move, Sailai? Please reveal.
It is knight takes c5 after h6, and basically आपने queen का रास्ता खोल दिया, but you also attack d7. So after, let's say, h takes g5, knight takes d7, Rani attacked hai, and it's a nice fork. And if rook f c8, you take on c8 with the queen. Queen takes
Hmm.
c8 check, rook takes c8, knight takes b6, a takes b6, and white is winning.
Basically, GG, yeah. So, of course, he's
Yeah.
hoping for h6, but that's not going to happen. What I'm curious is after a move like g6, can I just go? Can I just go h4, h5? Or is it too much?
Ooh, h4, h5. Bhai, I would love to play that move, Sahaj bhai, but h4 के बाद c takes d4, black is already winning.
h5?
Ooh. Okay, rook c8. I want to attack the queen. I think that to me looks logical.
Okay, I'll move the queen to d3. You are not gonna distract me from here.
Why 95?
Oh, never mind.
भाई ये तो
95 looks scary, yeah. Okay, so no h4, no h4. Then what has he thought about? Is he just gonna take on c5 and just play on the dark squares, perhaps? He doesn't. Oh, I see the plan. I think he wants to go knight c5, knight
hmm,
c5,
hmm,
dc5, bishop
hmm.
c5, and then he wants to play knight to e4, sort of putting pressure on these dark squares
Ah,
still. Maybe he has bishop h6 incoming, attacking the c5 bishop as well. Maybe that's what he's planning here.
that's a nice idea actually. I'm still wondering why is it bad for white? Like the engine doesn't like it. That's my worry. So pawn takes, bishop takes, knight e4. I guess bishop e7 makes a lot of sense. Hmm, why is
Bishop
it not this?
e7,
Yeah,
bishop h6, I guess.
I would love to play the rook to c1 side because bishop h6, rook c8, and I don't have a good square for the queen. I
Wait,
would either play
Raghav
rook.
also in the chat says you can play bishop d4 and bishop g7, but Raghav, I think it's the same problem here that I can go bishop h6 and I'm not going to allow you to go bishop g7 here. Because if you go bishop g7, I just take that and now you're struggling with dark squares. That's my guess. Maybe some chances, but I'm not super sure. After bishop, yeah, if you play bishop g7, I think this is a comfortable position for white because now
Yeah,
you have some problems in the dark squares. Maybe I cannot acquire them immediately, but just imagine if I can put my queen on d4 or e5, how strong that would look. So you have some problems here for sure. But yeah, I think black is not going to go bishop g7 here. Black's just going to play rook c8 or something. But still, this bishop on h6 might be a nuisance in the future.
for example, I want to play rook a c1 or rook f c1 ताकि जिस तरफ rook c8 आए मेरी queen
After
घुस जाए.
which
So
move?
instead of bishop h6, for example, I would like to play one of the rooks to c1. So let's say rook a c1, rook f
Hmm.
c8. Now I have the b1 square. So whenever the black rook comes in, I have one square. Or rook f c1 and then queen d1, whatever that may be.
I just don't like playing rook f7 because you have bishop f2 hanging.
हाँ
Like I'm
अच्छा
not
हाँ hanging
immediately,
ही
but
है.
f5 maybe perhaps an f2.
Yeah,
You know how much I love my golden pawn, so I cannot,
yeah.
give it up for nothing. So bishop a6, I guess, is good as well. Attacking e2. Yes, this looks scary for Arjun. I have to say,
भाई
this looks a bit scary.
I think ये draw ही होगा at best Sahaj भाई. This looks difficult. I'm getting a feeling.
Hmm. Sahaj bhai stuck at 2000. How should I improve from? मैंने 2500 पढ़ा. मैंने कहा commented with Sahil Tiku. And then उसके बाद rating अपने आप बढ़ जाएगी. At 2000, I think you definitely should get some help, like a coach, a dedicated coach who can sort of assess your games. Because once you reach a certain level, it's very difficult to give generic advice. I mean, I can say do tactics, I can say, do openings, but that doesn't mean much. So you need someone who can assess your games and figure out where your weaknesses are. Be honest with the coach, of course, tell them exactly what you want to do. And yeah, and if it's a good coach, you should see some progress within a few months.
Yep. And meanwhile, Sahaj, I think we can head to the Nihal game, जहाँ पे Black has just played knight to d7, which is, yeah, I mean, a decent try. Maybe he wants to plan c5 or something. And now I think Nihal needs to decide, does he go for the g4 plan, which still looks very tempting, of course. He can also play knight a4, attacking the queen and also stopping c5. Or he can just develop with bishop e2. I think multiple options. Which one would you choose?
No, I like to attack, so I'm gonna go g4 and h4. I think it's about time that you just start cruising the pawns and let's see what happens. But I am a bit afraid of c5 because they say
Hmm.
when you attack in the flank, you should break the center. And this feels like
Hmm.
a typical position for that because white does have some pawn pushes here when black can break in the center. So maybe knight a4 first, you kick the queen away and then you play g4. It gives more merit to the position since c5 is no longer a break anymore. So perhaps both of them look interesting, but I personally like g4 move. Chat, what do you like more? A3. is mentioned by someone is interesting, but I think black can just go bishop to e7, and the queens are now getting traded. And you don't want to trade queens here because I think your pawn structure will be slightly weaker. Because once I go queen b6, ab6, right? Black's pawn structure is fantastic. Maybe c5 or b5 can both be problematic. So you don't want to exchange the queens in this position anymore. Knight a4, a3, and then g4. So knight a4 आया, queen a5. Oh, sorry about that. Queen a5. White plays a3. Black goes bishop to e7. Okay. g4 आता है, and then oh, look at this. Black can actually play g5. Beautiful, actually. That's
Bishop
that's
g3.
amazing. Then just bishop g6.
And if I take on f5, won't it open the g5? Ah, but there's bishop
Why?
h4
But
check,
I
yeah?
think the white king is more in danger
Yeah,
because black king
yeah,
can
yeah,
hide on h8, but this king
yeah.
is
True,
in the center.
true, true, true.
And also bishop h4 checks also incoming. Yeah, so g5 is a fantastic resource. So I think this probably settles that you shouldn't play a3 because once the bishop is on e7, then g4 becomes less effective because black can play g5, right? So white should start with g4, bishop g7. Maybe now you can play a3. I think this is more or less a fine choice. Oh, nice question here. So let's say go a3, bishop e7. And chat, I will play queen c3 here, right? Black to play. Black to play. What should black do here? Do you think there should be a shorter time format for classical as well? No, then it wouldn't be called classical, right? Like maybe you
Maybe
can
shorter
have
than
1 hour
this.
each, but I don't.
Maybe shorter than this.
But it is short, usually shorter than this, yeah.
Oh, bhai,
And
Gukesh
Gukesh,
has made a mistake. Gukesh
एक
has
second.
made a mistake.
Hey, one sec, one sec, one sec. Okay, just no one's falling for it. It's not queen. It's not. It is queen c3, by the way. Queen takes a4 is a blunder in this position. I see one. Okay, two people have fallen for it. b3 traps the queen. How crazy is that? But yeah, you should go queen takes c3, and then the position is more or less equal. Okay, let's go back to Gukesh's board and see what is happening there. This is the current position.
Bhai,
He plays rook
after
e4, and that's an inaccuracy. But why?
that's an inaccuracy. Apparently, of course, you can play rook c1, but you can. The best move is rook c3. And if you play a random move like, let's say, rook g8, then there is rook b4, Sahaj.
So it's a nice little subtlety here because you can choose between two rooks
Yeah,
coming to the same sort of file, and you have to choose which one is better, right?
yeah,
But rook c3 is better because rook b4 is the threat as it
yeah.
defends the a3 pawn. So nice little nuance there
And then you just take on
on the
c4,
white
right?
side.
Because the rook on e4 hangs.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
ooh, this is tricky. Rook c4, dc4, queen e4, and you resign the game. So there's a huge threat in the position. Rook c3, a big, big idea. And the evaluation, even right now in the live position, is plus 1.4, Sahaj. Plus
Wow.
1.4. That is
Okay, for
borderline lost.
yeah, someone needs to tell me how to improve this stockfish on the chess base because I
Just go
think it's
back and
definitely
move
not.
forward. I This is
No, no, but then
Chesscom
the
guy.
then the depth goes away, na?
No, no, go
Then the
back and play
depth
it
goes.
again. Ah,
Okay, I play Rook E8 again. It's the
see,
same.
now now it's going up. Now it's going up. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, it's actually going to 1.2. Crazy. Feels
And
like
now,
you've done
chat.
this a lot, Sahil. Bhai. I feel like you're super experienced here. You
नहीं
know
नहीं, आई
all
थिंक
the
इंजन
little
का इस्तेमाल कोई
tidbits.
मुझसे सीखे बिल्कुल डेफिनेटली बट नाउ थिंग इज रुक c3 the best move Sahaj and Chad, I want to show how ridiculous this is. The best move now for black are three moves. One is c5, which I mean, I don't know if you play c5, but I would never in a billion years. Like, we would have life on other planets before I play c5 here. That's the first thing. And second best move is a5, which is equally ridiculous. I mean, kind of almost trapping my queen on a4. Sahaj, I don't know. This looks like a position which you practically lose in 9 out of 10 games.
Yeah, I think this is moving towards that direction, but also it depends if Edis Gurel is gonna be able to find Rook C3 and Rook B4 plan, but it seems so simple.
and he only has that plan though. I think rook c1 or rook c3. These two ideas. The idea is to attack that knight, and then take on c4 when black is forced to take with the pawn, and we can
Like,
pick
I
up the
don't
rook on e3.
understand why should I play rook c1 here? Like, it makes no sense to me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Why,
yeah.
why would I play? Like, if I go rook c1 and black says pass, you don't have a threat here.
Yeah, I think the
Right?
idea is
If
to
I just
then
like king b8,
huh,
okay, I'm just gonna make a
huh,
waiting move. You don't have a threat in this position, so why would you go rook c1? This is why I think rook c3 is way more
yeah,
logical because you have a threat.
yeah. True, true, true. And this is getting a bit tough for the world champion now, who is worse in his third game in a row. Sahaj, question for you. What do you think Gukesh is thinking right now? If Rook C3 happens on the board, he will for sure realize how strong it is. And then, because of the past two games, he might go on a tilt as well. It's totally possible his emotions take over.
I was hoping the rest day would have helped in this sense, but I think it's also a bit of unlucky pairings as well because I think when you lose two games in a row, you're looking to catch a break, right? And that he and Gukesh didn't get that break. I think at least when it came to chess, he got the rest day, but he didn't catch a break. I think because I think in that rest day he was just very uh, prob probably trying to get his thoughts together and trying to prepare against this 16-year-old opponent who's in the form of his life.
Wow, Chad, this is scary because Adis Gurel is the youngster. He had a repetition in the opening, did not take it. So clearly, jo intention hai, that is to beat Gukesh. So meanwhile,
Bye bye.
Shahbhai, let's do, huh?
We can switch to one game. I'll just be right back in like 2 minutes.
Huh, so let's go to the game of maybe Arjun, yeah? Yeah,
Arjun. Okay, I'll just be right back in
yeah,
like 2 minutes. By the way, takes six. This is the current position on the board.
wow.
Chat. Be right back. Taking a short break.
Yeah, knight takes c5 played, and now bishop takes will happen, chat, and that will put pressure on the f2 pawn. And black का जो right में जो attack था वो basically खत्म हो चुका है यार. There is no queen h7 possible anymore. The knight on g5 is well an active piece, but it's not supported by its other pieces. Yeah, it's बाकी सारे piece passive है. And rook c8 is incoming. Rook c8 is incoming. In fact, rook f c8 is possible. Wait, what? Oh, that's very interesting. So Matthews Bluebaum is offering a queen trade. I think the best move in the position was definitely bishop takes e5. I think यहाँ पे मैथ्यूस को भी थोड़ा सा डर लग रहा होगा कि भाई अर्जुन अटैक करने लगा है, नाइट g5 पे बैठा है, so he is going for the safer choice. He's taken with the queen, and I think even Arjun could be happy with this because now he can take the queen, bishop takes c5, and then rook a c1, and this position feels like a very equal endgame to me जहां पे सबके bishops बढ़िया हैं. I think black has more space on the queen side. उनका b pawn b4 पे है, so it's more advanced. But okay, black has some weaknesses on the king side now. For example, g6 f6 h7 का जो complex है king के आसपास, that's a big weak. For example, knight e4 can be a good idea as well. And of course, white का rook is already will be on c1. So I think काफी equal endgame. And यहाँ पे I think Matthews और अर्जुन दोनों के लिए जीतना इतना आसान ही रहेगा. So as of now, the likely result could be a draw. Yeah, bunking master. Absolutely. I agree, Yogesh. But I think draw is the likely result. And I think if you look at it tactically, the bishop on b7 देखो और bishop on g2 देखो. ठीक है, I think the bishop on g2 is a better piece because वो king से defended है. So any tactical ideas उसमें वो bishop on b7 can be loose. तो कहीं ना कहीं पे अर्जुन after this trade of queens, if anybody has a chance, I would say it's Arjun, but most likely I agree with you, it is going to be a draw. So we'll switch games, I think, to the other boards as soon as Sahad Bhai is back. But as of now, Arjun ke paas more time on the clock, 11 minutes kafi hota hai, and also queen c5. I think that was a safe choice by Matthews Bluebaum, jo end game mein khelna chahte hai. He doesn't want to risk it. And I don't think Arjun can avoid the queen trade. He can play rook c1, I think, yahan pe. कि भाई आप मारो मैं मारूंगा रुक से. But that doesn't change much, I think, because yeah, I mean, rook c1 तो वैसे भी आने ही वाला है, because bishop जब c5 पे आएगा I can attack it anyways, rook c1. So yeah, Arjun is very aggressive, I know, but I don't think he should be too super aggressive right now. I think queen trade is decent for Arjun. लेते हैं queen trade, घट सकते हैं. And to be honest, Arjun का tie break is good, right? So Nihal का tie break is worse. So Arjun draw पे is not risking much. He can take that draw. I sort of educate not to play for a draw. He will take those chances. He does not care of losing 3 games. He's playing to win the next 4 games. Joy Life, I agree with you. I think he should not play for a draw. But I can assure you, if he's losing at that point, he will think, "Bhai, kash draw le liya hota." So everybody is ambitious until you start losing, and then you wish draw was okay. And we saw that in the last game. याद है Gukesh पहले repeat draw नहीं ले रहे थे, and then he tried to repeat with checks, rook 8 check, rook
Hmm.
a7 check, rook a6 check. So Saj bhai, welcome back. I think we need to switch. I think Queen C5 खेल चुके हैं यहाँ पे, and this is likely going to be a draw. Let's check out the game of Vidit, जहाँ पे he's even better now, plus 1.6.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so okay, yeah, we saw this problem with the isolated pawn. So rook c8 आता है, short castle, bishop e6, rook d1, and queen e8. He sidesteps the queen. I cannot take this pawn right now because I think this bishop takes e3 and the rook has some
Hmm.
attack on the queen. So I will have to be careful there. But I don't need to take this pawn immediately. I can just take my time. I can go bishop e5 looks like a very strong move here for white. Look, some people are saying Gukesh is winning. Some
Bhai,
people are saying Gukesh is.
Edis Gurel has just blundered. He didn't find that crushing move, Rook C3. It went from plus 1.4 to minus 1 in one move. It's not over yet,
Wow.
chat. It's not over yet. But the best move is now knight to a5. Sahar bhai, can we go deeper into this move and see why it's so good?
Yeah, for sure. By the way, blue arrow on the board. So the only move here, attacking the rook. And if I play rook c3, then just queen takes d1, and you no longer get my pawn on h7,
Yeah.
h5. So if I go rook
Wow.
c3 now, queen d1, rook d1, and I'm just a pawn up in the endgame. That's a big mistake by Edis Gurel right here. So
So
knight
what should
a5 के
white
बाद,
do?
what else can I play? Bishop g7, I think is possible.
Bishop g7, but rook g8, Lord rook h7. I don't know what that changed. Rook
Rook
h7, yeah, rook g8
h7,
just
rook
nahi
h7,
paya.
just keep the pawn on h5 alive. You don't
Yeah.
want to lose because this pawn can be a bit dangerous for black here. So he goes, then he has to move the rook. Wait, that's a big mistake because you're not winning the pawn anymore. So what did he look at here? Wait, there must be something. Something we are missing.
I
Knight
think
a5.
I think he missed knight f5, Saj bhai, because I
No,
think
that's
after
too
the queen
simple of a
trade, I would,
move.
yeah, we already discussed, right? Black has the outside pass pawns potentially. Like those pawns could be dangerous. And if you
If I
trade
played
queens,
f3,
f3, but
okay, my plan is you have to move your rook to e6 or e8 wherever. Let's say
hmm,
e6, for example. Rook e3 आता है.
hmm.
You have to take on d1, queen takes, rook takes d1, rook e3, bishop e3, and maybe he's thinking that I can play g4 and try to push this pawn down anyways. But it looks like he's super slow.
Hmm.
It looks scary though. Like if we don't look at the bar, like this looks a bit scary.
Hmm. Very interesting, chat. But I still like the queen trade. I think queen trade should be in Gukesh's favor regardless. I think if Gukesh had 5 seconds to calculate Sahaj, if you see knight a5, you play it, right? You want to exchange queens. आपकी queen a4 पे कुछ खास कर भी नहीं रही है. We already saw those rook c3 ideas kind of harassing the queen. So knight a5 should be a great move. But Sahaj, my question is, do you think Gukesh finds it? I think yes.
Why no other option here? Otherwise, you just lose h5 pawn for free. So what else are you supposed to do here, right?
Yeah, agreed. He has to play that move, and that should give Gukesh an advantage. Maybe he wins Saj. That would be a welcome victory for the world champion who was about to potentially lose his third game in a row. And Saj, Arjun, Eri gaisi Arjun, complicating matters at the cost of evaluation. He could have taken that queen, gotten the equal position he had been waiting for, but now queen b3 played. He is still going for the kill.
I think rightfully so, because if he maintains the queens on the board, then he can maybe capitalize on this, slightly exposed structure that black has. So perhaps knight e4 and bishop h6, and you definitely need the queen alive for some attack. But yeah, if black finds a5, black is a lot better in this position. Okay, but a5 maybe not a very difficult move, but also moves like rook c8 also feel very logical here to play as well.
ताज भाई थोड़ा सा risky approach तो है because all things being equal, black has more space on the queen side, has the central knight. His rook is also coming to c8. Um, and the queen is not on the king side, right? If the queen was on the king side, I would think about some ideas. As of now, I am a bit worried for Arjun. I think it might work, but it's definitely risky.
For sure. And also something like, oh, by the way, Rook C8 played. I told you. I said this that there is
Wow.
the rook c8 feels very logical to play. You don't really understand that there's these smaller intricacies. You have to be, a legend at calculation if you see the difference between moves like a5 and rook c8.
Yeah.
So I think a very logical move. I think probably this is why also Arjun went for it as well because, he couldn't. I mean, he just wants complications on the board. As
Hmm.
long as he has that, I think he's fine. So we're back to equal with the move knight e4. So let's see how this game unfolds. I think Arjun
Yeah.
definitely in the driving seat so far.
Chalo Badhiya, I think that really solves for Rook A8. Not the best move played by his opponent, still in the hunt. And of course, one look at the Nihal game. Oh, no moves played by Nihal for a long time. Yeah. I mean, he's really thinking.
Wow, he is still considering whether he should play g4 or not. That's the move that we are considering right now. And by the way, Sahil bhai, आपका camera?
हाँ कैमरा मैं कर रहा हूँ बाद में 95 जस्ट प्लेड यार आते ही हमारे
Oh, beautiful. 18 minutes thought before he played the move knight a4. So he decides that black's gonna go queen a5. Because if you go queen b7, then bishop d6 is a big problem. You have to sacrifice an exchange. Basically, this is GG. So knight a4, queen a5 is, I would say, the only move here for black. So wouldn't be that long, I think, before Parham plays this. And let's also not forget knight a4 ka idea was very simple. White just wants to make sure that he has enough pressure on the c5 push so that when he generates a kingside attack, that black is not able to break on the center that easily. And queen a5 played, by the way.
वाओ एंड पर हम वेस्टिंग नो टाइम आई थिंक चैट टाइम बिल्कुल बराबर है दोनों का तो आई थिंक वी एंड चैट जस्ट कीप इन माइंड इस गेम में 13 मूव्स हुई हैं वी आर ओनली 13 मूव्स इन दिस गेम so that tells me time pressure is almost guaranteed.
Yeah, for sure. For
Wow.
sure.
So
So
very
g4, I
interesting.
think, is what
uh,
we are expecting. G4, let's go. Yes, Raghav, I like the energy. G4, if that's what we want to see in Nihal's board.
Yeah, G4 hopefully will be played. Super interesting position, right? The king on F2, white's piece is still not developed. Kafi interesting. Yeah, could go either way still. And G4 attacking the bishop would be the best try. And meanwhile, Sajba, I think slowly but surely we are reaching that phase jahan pe thoda time is becoming an issue. Which game shall we jump to now?
A lot of people are saying the game of Divya because she seems to have a very good advantage in this position. By the way, she made a slight inaccuracy in this position with d takes c5, and the opponent returns the favor with d takes c5, and she's again clearly better with this beautiful move bishop to h3. Now, I am not sure if she's gonna play it. The idea is quite simple though, right? Right, you want to take on d7 and probably take your free pawn on c5, but she's in the driver's seat. I mean, her coach is doing wonders there. I would love to know who she's working with here because I think he's doing wonders because she's always getting great positions out of the opening against 2600 above players, all of them. I mean, if you look at her just record, it's just insane. I think she drew to Donchenko 2624. She drew to Karthikeyan 2669, and she beat Amin Basem 2636. Then she lost to Shamsuddin 2645, and then she drew to Sargisian 2626. And now she might be on the verge of scoring another win.
Yeah, and Divya Deshmukh playing very well, even in the open section. That's amazing. And I think that's how we will have women players who are at the absolute top in the overall standings. Meanwhile, Sahaj, women players की बात हो रही है. An update कि Katerina Lagno has drawn her game. So if Vaishali wins, she will be in sole lead. And if you see her last move that she played in the position, that is just impressive.
In Vaishali's board, you mean? Okay.
Yeah.
Just switching back. Okay. Wow. Look at this. Bishop to f6. Why she's bringing the fire on the board. And if you take on f6, then of course ef6, and you are pinning the knight on e7. So you will definitely get this piece back with some compensation as well because black's king side is a bit weak. But she finds the best move. The Chinese player here, she plays queen f4, getting out of the pin, putting pressure on the g4 bishop. So maybe inviting this bishop takes c8, and you can capture back rook a c8 perhaps. And now the threat of gf6 is very much alive. But do you know what the best move for Vaishali here is? It's not maybe
Sure.
that crazy, but it's rook e4 bhai.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's beautiful actually. Wow,
Crazy.
nice, 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 nice. So attacking the queen, very logical as well. Black can't take because queen d8 would be game over. So
Mm.
Vaishali does have less time, Saj. I think 18 moves in. But as of now, if she wins, she will be in sole lead. So the stakes couldn't be higher. So jumping back, Saj, let's have a look at the Pragg game. I think we've not seen it for a while. Let's go to the moves. I think knight at 7 is where we left it. And Pragg, okay, we thought about knight g1, but he chose a different way to do it. The same thing. He chose knight d2 and then
By
went
are you
for
looking at Nihal's board, right?
nahi, Pragg.
Prague's board. Oh, I thought Nihal because Nihal has just made a mistake.
Really?
Yes, he went bishop c7 and queen c7 and queen takes b4. Now, supposedly a move like e5 is very good for black because your king is now in the center. You don't have a kingside attack. I think you can sort of forget about kingside attacks because you simply don't have enough pieces anymore in this position to conduct an attack. So now we talk about what's on the center, right? And if your king is in the center, a move like e5 would can potentially be very dangerous to deal with in the future. I
And
think he's
chat,
in trouble.
he's in big trouble because you have to understand white has not castled, right? And you want to bring all your pieces into the game. And imagine whenever you bring the rook on h1 into the game, look at the black queen placed on c7. It's attacking the h2 pawn. So you can't really move that rook like ever. So your pieces are misplaced. And I mean, putting the queen on c7 where it belongs was just a mistake. And now Nihal will have to find a creative way to bring that rook into the game while black is already breaking in the center. भाई center में आग लगी है और लोग पानी पी रहे हैं तो बड़ा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है साहज भाई. I think Nihal under some pressure, Maksudlu will not leave this chance. He will push. So maybe meanwhile, as Nihal and Maksudlu think, let's shift to the Gukesh game because he has played knight to a5 and now Gukesh is much better.
Oh, lovely. Okay, some good news here. So now if if Ediz plays, if he moves the rook, then you exchange the queens and then, okay, you are playing that end game where you're slightly better. But yeah, big mistake. By the way, rook f3 is what he goes for.
Hmm.
So queen d1, I think quite good for black here. But maybe he's hoping that one day he's going to win bishop g7, bishop f6 anyways. But I think once the queens are traded off the board, then it will be very easy for black to create a passer on the queen side with b5, a5, and so on. By the way, queen d1, rook d1 taken
Yeah.
already.
Exactly, Saj. I mean, why not just knight c4 and f6 pawn usko bole bhai tu ghar pe rakh le f6 pawn and just start pushing these pawns. I get a feeling ki somehow if the a pawn starts running or the b pawn starts running, these two pawns starts running. I mean, rest of the game doesn't even matter. Yeah, I mean, Gukesh now has a great chance to win this game.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, the difference between these two pawn chains is that it's very easy to create a passer on the queen side. On the king side, it's not. Like if you even if you win f6, you have a rook on f3, so you can't push the f pawn. You have a knight on f5, so you definitely cannot push the f pawn up. And g4 is not possible either because I can capture back with my rook. So it's like it's very difficult to create a passer on the king side anymore. And the queen side is just begun. You can just go knight c4. Very simple.
Yeah, very simple indeed. So looks like a crazy position. Gukesh could have that important victory, Sahaj. And maybe we jump back to the Pragg game. I think we did not finish the analysis, and then we can come back to Arjun's game as well.
For sure. Let's look at Prague's board. What's happening there? This is the current position. Knight h7 हुआ था. Okay, so knight d2, knight d4. Just quickly going through
Sahaj
the
bhai,
moves.
Sahaj bhai. There was a comment. Sneha said Divya mentioned in an interview that her coach is Sava Balog, who is a hungry grandmaster. भाई खाना खिला दो यार उसको.
Chava Balog.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think he lives in Budapest as well. I think I know him. I know who he is. But anyway, takes
yeah.
takes f4 आया board पे. Black takes on f4. He captures back with the bishop. Okay, slight inaccuracy
Oh,
there. Apparently gf4 was better here. But okay, bishop f4 taken. b6, queen d2, knight g5, and now rook f2. I think this is a very comfortable advantage, I would say, for Prague.
agreed. I think black का plan थोड़ा मुश्किल है because of that bishop attacking c7 and these double pawns. The knight on d4 is a great piece, but that's where the list of the good pieces ends. And now I think white का दूसरा game में आएगा. एंड नाइट d5 स्क्वायर भी है मेरे पास, एंड e5 मूव तो रहेगी रहेगी एट सम पॉइंट, मे बी if it helps. So maybe solid for both sides, but also I think everybody would choose to be white here, I think.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Rook f1, very simple. Some e5 as well. This bishop also opening up. Knight d5, as you mentioned. Some you can also take and play knight e4, perhaps, after you take on
Mhm.
g5 to capture the g5 pawn. So many different possibilities that are looking quite good for Pragg here. So yeah, he is very happy, I think, in this position.
एंड ऑल्सो 30 मिनट्स है, सो आई थिंक टाइम मैटर करता है, बिकॉज उनके ओपोनेंट प्रेशर में आ सकते हैं एज ही इज लेस एक्सपीरियंस देन द इंडियन जीनियस. मीनवाइल, लेट्स जंप टू द अर्जुन गेम साहब, बिकॉज वी हैव अ कपल ऑफ मूव्स एंड द बार अगेन इज इन ब्लैक फेवर. आई थिंक रुक c1 पे हमने छोड़ा था, जहां तक याद है. क्वीन b5 was played, takes queen f3, threatening, a mate in 2. Would be awesome if this was the district championship, but this is the Grand
Mhm.
Swiss. Queen e8 played, and now somehow the c2 square is available. I'm a bit stressed, Sahaj. I mean, rook c1 doesn't work. Chat, rook c1, black to play. Let's say I want to exchange rooks. Yeah, I play rook c1 as white. Black to play. What is the best move after rook c1? Chat, come on, black to play.
Oh, I had to really scan the entire board to find the correct move. Actually, no, I still think I'm wrong. Ah, okay, okay, I see it, I see it, I see it. I was thinking knight f4 at first, but then you have rook c8, but that's not the move.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
similar.
yeah. Very similar. I think you have to block the c file as well, chat. Knight 3e, नहीं, knight e3 नहीं. You're very close actually, Hunan bhai, very very close. Yes, journey together. It is knight to c3, and आपने रुक का फाइल ब्लॉक कर दिया, बिशप से क्वीन पे अटैक किया, and if queen takes b7, intermediate move, knight takes c2, and you win a bishop, I win a rook, and I win the game.
Very, very nicely done. So yeah, knight f4 was not working because this was my initial thought, but you can just go queen f4 in this position, and that's why knight c3 is good because you cannot capture back on c3 with your queen. So that is the reason. And is the question is now, how big of a mess is this for Arjun? Yeah, because I'm looking at the top two boards. Both of them, I think, are Indian players, and both of them are playing with the white pieces, and both of them are in worse positions right now.
Perhaps that is, making me panic a bit. We know how strong Arjun and Nihal are. They are geniuses. Arjun, of course, is a world top 5 player, and he's playing somebody who's, let's say, world top 50. So he should be the favorite, especially with the white pieces. But I think sometimes Matthews Drum is in great form. And what Arjun shouldn't do, I think Nihal going for the kill makes a bit more sense to me because he has the worst tiebreak. But Arjun, I think, maybe can be a bit more pragmatic. If he senses things are going south, he should put the foot on the pedal and take that draw, because if he goes all in, he loses. As we discussed, Sahaj, I think after this round, the cutoff would be 5 points, right? You need to be on
Hmm.
five. If you're on four and a
Minimum.
half, you will have to score three and a half out of last four, which is going to be almost impossible. So you have to be on five. I mean, if you lose, you're on four and a half, you're out. And there could be a scenario, Sahaj, where none of the Indian players are on five. And then our chances of qualifying to the candidates go almost down to zero.
And Rakesh Bhai sort of never, going to Uzbekistan after that.
वो तो वैसे भी नहीं होने वाला, but at least we would say, okay, राकेश भाई शायद जाना चाहिए था आपको. Now we can't even say that. And
Hmm.
yeah, so pressure on the Indian players.
For sure. I think big pressure. So the top two boards definitely not looking the best. I think someone in the chat also said, Raghav, also said that G4 is what Nihal should have played. And I completely agree with you. G4 looked very, very tempting. By the way, in that game, some updates have happened. Parham has played E5, so the best move. Nihal goes Rook C1 and now Rook Fe8. So he's setting up some pressure along the E3 pawn. And I feel this is already some problems for Nihal. Especially knowing Parham, the type of player he is, he would love this type of a position because he has some pressure on the king, because it's on F2 right now.
Yeah.
And I think
Just
Nihal will be in some trouble.
जस्ट इमेजिन, ये जो व्हाइट का रुक H1 पे है वो उठा के हमने E1 पे रख दिया, एंड जो व्हाइट का किंग है वो G1 पे रख दिया, एंड सडनली द ओनली वीकनेस इज द C6 pawn, and Nihal is chilling. Yeah, he's chilling, relaxed on a beach with his feet up, hand behind his head, chilling. बट क्योंकि
Hmm.
वो किंग F2 पे है, रूक H1 पे है, बिशप इज नॉट डेवलप्ड, सडनली ब्लैक्स काउंटर प्ले ऑन द ई फाइल इज मोर वैल्यूएबल देन दैट वन पॉन ऑन C6। जो मर भी गया तो अटैक लग गया तो भाई क्या तुम्हें पॉन मिलेगा, मुझे किंग मिल जाएगा। सो एंड द
Hmm.
टाइम इज गोइंग डाउन, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट ओनली फिफ व्हाट, हाउ मेनी मूव्स हैव बीन प्लेड साज भाई?
16 moves. That's it.
16 moves, so 24 moves to play in 37, 38 minutes. That's also a concern. So Nihal is being ambitious, but it's very risky. And meanwhile, Sarba, if we jump to the VD game, who is on 4 points, and if he wins, he could be the guy to go to 5 points. He is better. I think we had a couple of moves, one move since Queen E8, Queen to B1 played.
Yeah, I think just getting the queen back so there are no discover attack ideas here. So knight d5 can be a potential move. But I still think you shouldn't take on d5 just unnecessarily because you can. There is a saying, no threat is better than execution. So you just keep sort of putting pressure on the d5 pawn, perhaps like bishop g5, knight f4, and you improve your position slowly, and then you take on d5. I think once everything else has materialized properly. Also, g5 can be a possibility as well. Let's not take that away. G5 and knight takes d5 also a very big chance here for Vidit, but I think Vidit is looking close to winning for me. I feel like
Yeah.
he has to win this, yeah.
Yep. Like the Pakistan cricket team, today will be a win or a learn. Now, I think we have to win. Yeah, I think we have learned enough. Of course, we want to learn, but we also want to win. Meanwhile, Sajbhai, in the Divya game, I think Divya is about to get a plus 1.5 advantage. She did find Bishop H3 and now
Wow.
say goodbye to that C5 pawn. But it involves an insane move because after knight takes C5, black can just take the bishop on H3.
So what? Oh, knight a6, okay. Queen
Knight
b7.
A6, yeah, takes the rook.
I capture with the knight because if I take with the queen, then rook c6 hangs. So knight
Yeah.
b8.
And now simply rook E1.
But evaluating this as, winning for you
Yeah.
might be a bit difficult.
Yeah.
But there is a
Agreed.
nice tactic here for you, chat. Why is f6 not working here?
Ah, nice, 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 nice.
Just one move is winning here for white. Try to find it. It's a three move tactic.
Aita saying, Pragg, Goki, Divya, Purane, Giri, Vidit will win. Let's hope so. Ooh, Chad found it,
Yep.
yeah?
Everyone. Knight takes e5
Nice.
indeed. Fe5 and queen h5 check. And you capture the h3 pawn. Okay, now it looks very good for Divya. But the question is, does she find all of this? Because if we look at the position that's on the board, knight takes b6 also looks really tempting to me because once you take knight b6, black goes bishop h3. I say, okay, I'm putting my knight on d5. It's a monster here, and your queen is under attack, so you have to move it perhaps to d7, I
Hmm.
guess. But d7, there's knight
Hmm.
takes e5. That's also very good. But queen d6 is basically forced here. Rook e1 aata hai board pe, and I mean, you can also think, okay, I still have a
Hmm.
very good position, +1 advantage minimum. You can also
Hmm.
route your knight to c4 and put further pressure on this e5 pawn. Perhaps you can get queen h5 in as well.
Hmm.
So many ideas. So I feel it is perfectly logical to play both of these moves here for Divya. But I think knight b6 might be more practical because you see this knight d5 as a simple tactic, and you establish, okay, I am slightly worse here, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a good sign कि दो तीन option है दिव्या के पास. Even bishop c8 apparently is not the worst move in the position and gives Divya a slight edge. But she takes on c5. She just grabbed that pawn on c5. Amazing judgment by Divya
Wow.
Deshmukh, and that's a brilliancy, Sahaj.
Crazy, amazing, amazing. But this is exceeding everyone's expectations right here. Black goes bishop h3, which is forced, and knight a6 ke baad she's just crushing Ivich here. What a
Wow,
performance. Wow.
wow,
Just one move winning, three move tactic. Yeah, what I meant was that there's only one move that wins, but it's a three move tactic.
wow. Rumor says Saltico is still trying to qualify for women's candidates. बिल्कुल भाई, but मैं हो नहीं पाया तो open में ही करेंगे अब. But meanwhile, I think as Divya wins, that's great news. Our top two players are still struggling a bit, and I'm not sure, what their next move is gonna be. Sahaj, can we go back to the open section and check out the games of our leaders, Nihal as well as Arjun?
So in Nihal, I think he plays bishop to e2 in this position. That's the update here. I think he's just trying to go with your plan. Yeah, like to go rook e1 and king g1 and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Um, but
But it's
he
not.
doesn't seem to have enough time. So why
Yeah.
does he not have enough time? Of course, ed4 should be bad because white can play queen d4.
Hmm.
I mean, this
Okay.
just seems bad, yeah.
Yeah, I think rook a8 is kind of obvious. So queen
Okay,
c3.
attacking the queen. Queen goes
Yeah.
to c3, only move by the way.
And
And
now
now
do we save that pawn?
black has to find something really insane here, which is queen d8.
Oh,
Queen h4 check incoming. So my question is, what if I just continue my plan, right? What if I just go rook e1? Apparently this is bad because queen h4 check. You play king g1 and rook e6, and suddenly there's a lot of attack on these 2 pawns. Because if you play h3, I might even just sacrifice bishop h3.
wow. So, bolte na from the frying pan into the fire, Sahaj bhai. So we decided to go to the king side to get a safe king, but it's not really safe there.
Yeah, yeah.
And
This is clip number 4, by the way.
yeah,
Producer bhai, this is just trust me. I've been on these streams too for a very long time. Just trust me.
but I hope the most famous clip will be the ones where Arjun and Nihal win, though, because they are
Mhm.
the leaders right now, both struggling a little bit. And if you go to Arjun's game, he has still not played a move after Queen E8. That tells me something happened on the board that he missed or he underestimated.
Yeah, yeah. He cannot see a plan for himself, and now he also has less time than Blue Bomb. And let's not forget that Blue Bomb defeated Pragnananda in round 5 with the white pieces, so he's in great shape. He's gaining 12 points with a rating of 2671. So he's on the cusp of hitting that big 2700 mark. And he's been shooting for that, I think, for quite some time. So it's great to see that him, going for it and playing so well against the best players of the world. Um, Arjun in trouble. Gukesh losing some advantage, really.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Okay, taking a quick look, going back there, this was the position. Rook h7 is what he played. Bishop g7 and rook e6. Wouldn't really
Um,
call this losing advantage. He's just saving a
yeah.
pawn.
Yeah, I think this is practical chess, and also I think look at the clock, right? So I think that's also going to be a factor for white. I mean, after the queen trade, I think Gukesh cannot be worse until he blunders a pawn or something. I think he's doing pretty well. And Saad, I think this bishop and
Mhm.
knight formation, this can be a problem as well, like for both sides actually, because Black's look is for short trap, but bishop 8 now played. He tries to move it.
Oh, he plays bishop f8. Nice. I think his plan is to go knight g7, perhaps to kick the rook away and then go rook takes f6.
Hmm.
And yeah, I mean, some concession there, but I think Gukesh still very much in control here.
Okay, let's say I just go knight c4. I don't care. I want to push my pawns. You can do whatever.
Knight g7,
And now
attacking this.
rook e2 only move. Yeah, I think.
So I cannot take this, I'm guessing, because of some knight
Hmm.
e3 check ideas. Is it true?
Yeah, yeah.
With king f3, I have, then rook f2. So king f2, then knight d1, and black is once again a pawn up in this position, and it's very easy to create a passer on the queen
Hmm.
side. Although the bar is not that favorable here. Apparently, king f3 ke baad position is more or less equal. Hey, what did I miss here? Ah, there is knight g4 check.
Ah,
Wait, that's a nice nuance there. King f3 and knight
yeah,
f6. Yeah, now
yeah,
you don't have g4. No mess. This rook is also a bit passive in comparison to
yeah,
f6. Okay,
yeah.
this is completely winning.
Yeah, so I think Mukesh still in the driver's seat, chat. So nothing to worry just yet. And I think knight c4 was not even the best move for Mukesh. Apparently, there's rook e8. Also, Sahaj, I think Param Maksudlu has played a move. It's not the best move, but it's a very, very practical threat. Rook to e6, defending that pawn on c6, and also setting up rook h6 and rook g6 ideas. So, in chat said ki Nihal has equalized. I am not so convinced. For example, the move that equalizes is d takes e5, which is not what I really want to play at first glance.
So I'm guessing d takes e5 now because it's kind of like that position. When your bishop is on f1 and black plays
Hmm.
dc4, you always take on c4 when white has played bishop e2, so he loses a tempo, right?
Hmm.
Just
Hmm.
like that, black has played rook e6, and black is supposed to capture back this e5 pawn with his rook. So d5 ke baad rook e5 is what he would expect, and then he would then he would lose a move essentially. That's why d5 looks logical here.
But
But I don't think he's gonna play it though.
I think d5 and knight c5 are the only two moves actually. For example, if you try the same plan, rook h e1, and you will see that bar drop horrifically. I think this is um he
Oh, because h2
practically,
is hanging, no?
yeah. I mean that's dangerous. I think.
Hmm. By the way, he takes d5 on the board.
Oh, nice, nice, nice move.
Okay, so Nihal has equalized for now, and okay, still maintains some pressure on the c6 d5 pawns. He can put his knight on c5 whenever the situation allows for it.
Yeah, Sajbhai, I think if you want to see some fancy, cool moves, I think we should jump to the game of Firouzja versus Yakubov and see what Yakubov just played. Let's go to the moves, yeah,
Oh,
one by one.
yeah. Look, this was when we left it. He plays h6, knight e6, brilliancy on the board. Knight e6, queen b5 check. I think we were looking at this earlier.
Yeah.
King e7, queen d5 आता है. Knight f4 only move played. Queen b3, rook b8 only move played. Queen c2, and now bishop to f3. Oh wow. Wow, fearless. Yeah, he's completely fearless. Because if you go GF3 now, this is dead loss because of Queen C6. Now, very important, it's creating multiple threats at once. Like you could play Queen B6 and Queen D6 as well, and both of them also threaten Queen G6. But Queen C6 also threatens Queen F3. So it's important to create multiple threats in the position. So if white goes Queen F5, there is Queen F3. Queen e5 and just king f7. And since the king is kind of running away with it, white's best move and the only move is to play just queen f4 and hope that he can hold down a fortress in this position. But that's not going to happen because gf3 is a blunder. And
Yeah.
white has to play d4 in this position. Not a
This is
difficult move, I
insane.
think. But look at the
But
follow-up.
people,
Have you seen the
yeah,
follow-up?
yeah, exactly.
So knight e2 check, king h1, and now not queen c6 for some reason, although it looks more logical to me, but queen b7 is stronger. Rook g1. भाई क्या हो रहा है?
only
Knight
move,
g1.
only move rook g1. Wow.
Wow. And now queen f5, one of the two moves. King g1 भी possible है, queen f5 possible है. Because I think you'll play g1, bishop g2, and queen f5. Okay. So having the queen on b7 is better because queen c6 पे होती तो queen e5 check देके you could take on b8. Very very small nuance here. So bishop e4 and the position is basically equal, but slight chances for Firouzja still.
Wow, that's an insane line actually, and the fact that top players can play like this is crazy. By the way, Saj Bhai Salve, what do you think about Arjun's chances? Is he likely to be qualified? I think अर्जुन के दो ही चांसेस है ना साज भाई आई थिंक वन इज ग्रैंड स्विस वन इज वर्ल्ड कप ग्रैंड स्विस में आई थिंक टुडे ही नीड्स एटलीस्ट अ ड्रॉ अगर हार जाएगा तो चांसेस विल ऑलमोस्ट इवेपोरेट आई नो अर्जुन इज स्ट्रांग बट पुलिंग ऑफ 3.5 इन द लास्ट 4 राउंड्स विल बी ऑलमोस्ट इम्पॉसिबल सो he has two chances. And to be honest, we always thought Pragg Arjun are a guarantee in the candidates, right? After, especially after what happened in the last one when we had three players. It's not so obvious now that Arjun will make it to the candidates. What's your take? What's your percentage chance of Arjun making it to the candidates at the end?
I think World Cup still is a very good possibility, and okay, I think the tournament is still very much alive. Um, so I think he still has good chances. Still has very good chances. But I just want to see how Parham does because Parham seems to be running away with it. This
Hmm.
this event. So Parham is my worry here. But because if he wins, then only one spot remains, and कुछ भी हो सकता है वहाँ पे.
बिल्कुल कुछ भी होने से याद आया अर्जुन हैज प्लेड क्वीन टू e4. And after that, I think Queen c6 apparently was a strong move for Black. Black didn't find it. He played Rook to c7, just defending that bishop on b7. Also very logical.
Now,
And
who's gonna
Sahaj,
play Queen C6 here? Like Queen C6 पे Rook C1 नहीं है
yeah,
क्या मेरे पास? Rook C1. What is wrong with Rook C1? Queen takes C1 just. Yeah. Okay, you lose G5. End match.
yeah.
So takes. Bishop f1, bishop g5. That's the reason.
But Sahaj, I was
Interesting.
thinking why queen e4, right? That was my first thought. Why queen e4? The only advantage could be if he wants to come to h4. I
Hmm.
don't see otherwise why, because b4 is defended. Queen d4 is not a threat because of bishop f6 at the right moment. So is he planning queen h4 now? Is that the threat?
Could be actually. So let's go a bit deeper. Let's say white goes queen h4 and black plays h5. By the way, only move for black, and you go g4. And now black can go knight f6. And now we understand why he played rook c7. Yeah, to defend this bishop
Hmm.
on b7. So black can play knight f6 to defend h5 as well. So a nice prophylactic move by blue bomb here.
Hmm. Wow, both players trying to outfox the other. Uh, Pragg game. We'll have a look at Pragg game soon. If you're improving rapidly, it makes it better for playing for tournaments. Oh, advice chal rahi hai bhai. Chances of Nepo. That's interesting, Saj, right? I mean, Nepo has qualified in every candidates known to mankind in the last few years, but what do you make of his chances this time?
He's on 3.5 out of 6. So I would say not very high. But he is
Hmm.
better today against Mamedov. He's in a complete. He has a free pawn on c6, but would be difficult to convert a position like this. So it's not. It's going to be a long game. But yeah, I think chances I think are pretty low though for Nepo
Hmm.
because three and a half already below the cutoff. You have to win all of your games. So very little chance um
Yeah.
that you do this.
And
Okay.
also, Milan, I think we do look at all the games. I think what happens is as the tournament moves forward, I think it really becomes a qualification race. And the players who have a chance to qualify, for example, Pranav, we did have a look at today, and we will focus on his game a lot because I think he still has a chance. I think even Gukesh, unfortunately, his chances are very low. So automatically, Vidit, Pranav, Arjun, and Nihal are four important games along with Vaishali. So, Sajay, maybe let's have a look at the Pranav game because this is a good moment. I saw the center was closed, very interesting position, and he seems to have an edge right now. Look at the black pieces, not even developed.
going to the last few moves, King G8 खेला उसने Queen G4 and Knight B8. I mean, freestyle भी नहीं लग रही है तो classically लग रही है, especially on the queen side. Not really sure what Knight B8 was. Okay, Queen G3 and Knight A6. He wants to route his knight to B4. Okay, some attacking possibilities here, but these positions only seem to favor white. क्योंकि white के पास
Yeah,
ही है वो breakthrough on the king side. Black cannot really break through anymore.
yeah. And I think जो B3 weakness है वो knight ने आराम से defend करी हुई है. One knight for the defense and
Hmm.
you handle that weakness. बाकी सब pieces आजाद है attack करने के लिए basically. We lack the light square bishop. I think that's sad, but
Oh,
yeah, knight C2. I think he's
mistake by Pranav.
I mean, he's hoping, knight b4 happens and suddenly you take and suddenly
Sahil bhai,
the weakness is
is this my
vanished.
internet or yours?
I think it's the board vanished. So maybe it's yours this time. साज भाई फ्रोजन मूवी का ज्यादा ही इंप्रेशन साज भाई भाई क्या मस्त पोज में अटके साज है भाई ओ
Am I
अरे यार
back?
अरे बैक योर बैक साज साज भाई देखो सोए भाई करे थे आपकी कॉपी करो मैंने किया नहीं
आप कॉपी कर रहे थे? अरे यार,
समय भाई कैसी बातें करते हो यार आप
अब मैं मुझे लगा कि पता नहीं किसका इंटरनेट है, सो आई गॉट अ बिट स्केर्ड. बट या,
yeah I think
कॉपी
I
विद
think you're
मी.
back Okay, I think Pranav is keeping it a bit safe. He wants to prevent knight b4 from black. And kabhi na kabhi aayega kuch. Maybe h4, f4. I don't know which pawn break, finally will be the one. But let's see. Pranav, I think time bhi thoda kam hai. So they
F4.
have to play quickly. Oh, wait! Arjun has blundered! Bhai. Queen h4 was played. h5 on the board. And yahan g4 khelna tha, but he plays queen to d4. And that's a mistake. Rook d7 only move and black is a 1.2 advantage on the board.
It's not a very difficult move either, right?
Ooh, because I thought bishop f6 hoga, but apparently bishop f6 पे the a7 pawn is hanging. That's the problem. Um, Rook d7 pe if I take the a7 pawn, however, then there is knight to c3 again.
Oh,
Wow.
oh, that is nice because I think the rook is defended now, so bishop g2 becomes a very real threat.
Yeah, yeah. Pawn takes c3, bishop takes g2 is winning on the spot. Any guys see Arjun under pressure? Sahaj bhai and Chad, do you think he finds rook d7? I'm hoping not.
31 minutes. I mean, I still don't think it's a very difficult move. If you spot knight c3, then I don't think it's a difficult move to play. But Arjun definitely plays psychologically in his games. I guess we have to see.
Chat, मैं pray कर रहा हूँ he doesn't find rook d7 because I think that's a killer move. Because white उनके
Everyone
पास हाँ
कोई बोल रहा है
हाँ
everyone is making blunders in this tournament except a very few. But everyone makes blunders in chess. You cannot eliminate blunders completely. Bad moves, absolutely not.
Girish bhai, it's not minus zero point 0.8. The one I see is at least minus 1.2 at
I'm
least.
seeing minus 1.33.
Wow. So Saj, can we go deeper? So rook d7. Yeah, you're right. 1.4 दिखा रहा है मुझे अब. Apparently bishop f4 is the only move to fight on because you remove the bishop from the rook's attack. Now bishop f6, the move I wanted to play. And now queen c4, sidestepping. And now apparently queen e7, just attacking the knight on g5 and defending the pawn on b4. So knight has to come back to e4 now. And now simply taking on f4. And this is just the b2 pawn is hanging.
GF4 पे bishop b2 मर रहा है and if you take on f6 then queen f6 and again I think you're losing b2 as well. You're losing a pawn basically by force. Like if you go gf4 now then I have rook d4 and I take the f4 pawn. So if you play bishop takes b7 then knight takes e2 check is a nice intermezzo and then you take b7 and again you're a pawn up. And if you go queen f4, then so I mean this is just bad. Now takes and simply bishop g2, king g2, and rook d2, and once again, oops, not rook d1, rook d2, and once again you win the pawn. So it's like basically if you go a bit deeper in the variations after queen d4 and rook d7, it feels like blue bomb should win a pawn somewhere.
Chat, I think Arjun might have underestimated this move because the rook is already on an open file, right? Has the access to the c2 square. So black's first thought is at some point I want to activate it to c2, and maybe that's why rook d7 is a difficult move to spot and also analyze and understand. So hoping black doesn't find it, Saj bhai, super important. But meanwhile, Vaishali seems to have an edge. She's found a brilliancy on the board and she's now having a plus zero point 0.8 evaluation.
This is where we left it. She plays bishop c8, rook c8, and queen to c1. Oh, lovely. Because if you go gf6, ef6, and queen h6, joins in with a tempo, and queen g7 could be a checkmate in one. And black plays rook c6, b3, and queen a6. The first inaccuracy. And oh, she made a slight mistake.
Yeah,
Knight h5 खेलना था, which is quite interesting actually. Knight f5, gf6, ef6, rook f6, and you don't take knight f6. Of course, you go queen h6, threatening mate in one, knight f5, and queen g5. But this is very hard.
very hard.
Look at
Very
this.
hard.
Rook f d6 is forced and just queen f5. Okay, you play this. Not the easiest thing to see, but she plays bishop e7. So knight e7 के बाद भी यहाँ पे काफी अच्छा advantage है because you have this pawn on e5 and when having a pawn on e5 is always a good thing when you are attacking on the king side because it only improves your sort of space and maybe you have some attacking opportunities on the f6 square as well if you can provoke g6 and she plays f4. Let's go.
Yeah,
f4
I
f5
think
incoming.
या बेसिकली चार्ट देखो ना क्वीन साइड पे ब्लैक का एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है इट्स 4 अगेंस्ट 3 एंड किंग साइड पे व्हाइट के पास एक्स्ट्रा पॉन है एंड क्लियरली द किंग साइड पॉन्स आर नॉट ओनली फार मोर एडवांस्ड we also have the king on g8 so black might get a pass pawn but we might get a king so black को कुछ तो counter play create करना पड़ेगा but I think Saj bhai f5 is incoming and once f5 shows up at the door I think that's where you vacate the house so super important moment although Vaishali has 13 minutes will have to play a bit more quickly I think
That's a bit
good
scary.
chances. Good
It's a bit
chances.
scary, yes. Having 13 minutes is a bit scary.
Saj bhai, let's jump back to Arjun. I'm genuinely worried. This is the moment, chat. Will his opponent, Blue Bar Matthias, find Rook d7 and put Arjun on the borderline of a lost position? Saj bhai, does he find it? Yes or no? Chat, yes or no, bas. No explanation.
Um, no,
No, yeah.
no, no.
Chalo bhai.
But okay, I think he plays Queen C8 or something is what I'm expecting, but it's not really that bad of a move either. Queen C8. कोई कह रहा है रुक डी 7 प्लेट, भाई यार ऐसा मत करो यार।
क्या आप उज्बेकिस्तान में बैठे हैं तो प्लीज नेट ऑफ कर दीजिए। हमें ना बताएं।
हम्म।
भाई रुक डी 7 नहीं आना चाहिए यार, जनरली भाई। Janvi
रुक
saying,
डी 7
yes,
लुक स्कैरी।
he will play Rook D7 because you're not looking at VD's board. We just had a look at VD's board. We can have a look right now and come back to Arjun. By the way, Vidit has won a pawn, Sahaj. I think वो D5 pawn पे इतना प्रेशर था। होता है ना कई बार ऐसे बच्चे पेरेंट्स पे इतना प्रेशर डालते हैं, पेरेंट्स कहते हैं जा भाई तू घर से निकल जा। वही हो गया D4 के साथ।
हम्म।
He just sacked the pawn and we just took it for free।
5 बाय द वे, क्लिप दैट।
अरे
नाइट
यार
दिस
भाई।
ब्रिशर जीप। इसके बाद ब्लैक प्लेस D4, ब्लैक ने खुद ही सैक्रिफाइस कर दिया इसको, एंड ED4 मरा यहाँ पे, एंड जस्ट विनिंग, या यू विनिंग द सेकंड पॉन एज वेल ऑन B7।
तो मैं देखा भी नहीं एक्चुअली। एंड दैट्स व्हाई +2 यार, 2 pawns +2 खत्म।
क्रेजी। क्या, बाय द वे अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे अभी भी मैं देख रहा हूँ, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पोजीशन है। बाय द वे अनीश आल्सो पुटिंग द प्रेशर अगेंस्ट अभिमन्यु मिश्रा and seems to be in a much better position. हाँ,
हम्म।
अली रेजा हैज फॉट बैक, आई थिंक दैट इज मोर और लेस ओके, अभी अभी भी इक्वली सी लग रही है। टेकिंग अ राउंड अप ऑफ ऑल ऑफ द गेम्स। Hans seems to be completely winning against Erdogmus. So that's a huge
वाओ।
update. So Hans
वाओ
is sort of, fighting back here. They're completely winning. Yeah, now look at this. Look at this. Just taking a very quick look. Erdogmus has 56 seconds.
अगेंस्ट 51 minutes।
Yeah. So, I mean, we know he's a great defender, but this will be a very tough challenge for him
भाई
to defend
it will
this.
be crazy if Hans qualifies for the candidates। Oh my god, can you imagine Saj भाई, the tweets and the trolls, oh, it will be crazy।
That would actually be crazy, yeah? फिर तो
यार
मैग्नस का
सर।
कमबैक बनता है भाई।
I still
फिर तो
doubt it,
बनता
but yeah, definitely one
है।
of the
Yeah, of
reasons
course.
would be insane to see that. But as of now, Sahaj, also Nihal game, I think Param Maksudlu, after D takes E5, did not grab the pawn back and just develops. He just puts the rook on E8. And
So
now
F4?
would, yeah, F4, maybe he plans F6, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, F4, F6. Yeah. True. This looks a bit scary for Nihal, I have to say.
यार निहाल भाई थोड़ा, इससे बेटर तो लंदन ही खेलते थे साज भाई।
हाँ, एक्चुअली
है ना।
हाइंडसाइड में तो यार सब कुछ ही बढ़िया लगता है। एनीवन हियर, व्हाट डज T2 means before Abhimanyu name? I don't understand.
टाई ब्रेक टू, टाई ब्रेक टू, टाई ब्रेक टू,
अच्छा।
दैट्स व्हाट यू मीन। उसकी
हाँ,
फ्लाइट का।
टाइट फॉर सेकंड प्लेस भी हो सकता है, या एग्जैक्टली।
अच्छा ये वाला T2, गॉट इट। Meanwhile, checking the game, no moves in the Gukesh game at least. Arjun also no moves भाई, उसमें इतना stress हो रहा है मुझे rook D7 का, because chat, keep in mind Arjun has the best tie break among the people on 4.5, like among Indians at least, Nihal से ज़्यादा है। So right now in this moment, if we discuss, not if we don't include this game, he has the best chance of qualifying to the candidates among all Indians. So we want him to win today.
Let's hope he can push, yeah, and but he needs some help here as well, because I think if once Rook D7 happens, it's not looking happy days to me.
Yeah, साज भाई गुड डे बोलते हैं मगर स्पॉन्सर नहीं है ना वो तो। We are done promoting brands for free।
ईयर गैम्बेट प्लीज भाई, किसके लिए? जल्दी हो गया है तो यार बहुत।
हाँ आई थिंक जल्दी हो गया, बिकॉज रुक D7 इज ऑल्सो +1.2
जल्दी जल्दी
1.3
काम
सो।
नहीं करती यार ईयर गैम्बेट।
हाँ।
अब ये समझ आ गया कि ओपन इवेंट्स में गुकेश के साथ एयर गैम्बिट इज नॉट ए सक्सेसफुल, नॉट इन ओपन इवेंट्स।
मे बी इट इज, आई डोंट नो, लाइक वी शुड नॉट लूज फेथ, आई मीन।
नहीं, नॉट जस्ट नॉट ओपन इवेंट्स, लाइक जब वो
हाँ।
नॉर्वे चेस होता है, वर्ल्ड कप होता है,
हम्म
ओलंपियाड होता है, देन आई थिंक इट्स मोर लाइकली टू वर्क।
हम्म 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 हम्म। एक बंदा कह रहा है यू विल सी रुक D7 इन 2 मिनट्स। सूत्रों, भाई ये कौन है भाई सूत्रों वाला? हम पे हमारा खेल खेल रहा है भाई ये।
व्हाट इज दिस? अब तो चेक करना पड़ेगा भाई, एक्चुअली में।
भाई हम कैसे चेक करेंगे भाई, कोई तरीका ही नहीं है यार।
सूत्रों से पूछ सकते हैं ना।
सूत्र चाल थोड़ी बताएंगे भाई।
बताते हैं भाई।
नहीं यार, वही तो प्रॉब्लम है, सूत्र चाल नहीं बताते। बाय द वे, apparently Ronak has drawn, and also I think SL Narayanan has drawn, so two draws so far. um, but yeah, a lot of results pending, chat. It's the day after the rest day, everybody is motivated to play long games, so no surprise there कि games अभी भी चल रही
बाय
है।
द वे, सूत्रों के मुताबिक
हम्म।
इस गेम पे थोड़ा नजर मार सकते हैं while we wait, of Hans versus Ardogmas,
भाई
सूत्रों के
सूत्रों
मुताबिक।
का गलत गलत उपयोग कोई उनसे सीखे भाई।
I'm just saying it is, while we are waiting, फिर तो आई मीन
या
बढ़िया
या
पोजीशन है, 1 मिनट है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि गेम खत्म हो सकता है।
हम्म।
ओ,
हेलो भाई
सूत्र
लोग
बोलते
आज।
ही वो आ गए। राकेश भाई चैट में आ गए, लेट्स गो।
राकेश भाई, कहाँ पे हो? आर यू फ्लाइंग? इफ यू आर फ्लाइंग, वेयर आर यू फ्लाइंग एंड व्हेन?
Divya opponent made mistake, she's winning now, really? Yeah, close to winning advantage, yeah, for Divya.
What is the minimum rating of the player to be able to play in Grand Swiss? There's no minimum rating. I think it's like top 100 players or something. But मान के चलो on average 2600 से 2650 के बीच, I think. There are a few 2500s also, but there's no rating there. I think you can qualify by winning the national championship even if you are like, national championship होता है ना Grand Swiss का, I think, Saj, if I'm not mistaken. I
कहाँ
might
पे
be wrong though.
नेशनल चैंपियंस?
Grand Swiss में is it just rating spots or is it like which is the rating spots? Yeah, top 100, I'm guessing.
यस, आई थिंक सो।
Yeah, something like that.
यस भाई, एयरपोर्ट पे हूँ, कल आऊंगा स्ट्रीम पे, रियली? ट्रोल कर रहे हैं राकेश भाई, ट्रोल कर रहे हैं
भाई जा कहाँ
100%।
रहे हो भाई? कहाँ की फ्लाइट?
बुडापेस्ट
इफ
ही
यू
आ रहे हो
वांट
क्या?
इफ यू वांट ट्राई तो भाई, आई थिंक देयर इज अ नाइस कंट्री फॉर नॉर्थ कोरिया, ट्राई कर सकते हो राकेश भाई। व्हाट इफ गुकेश फिनिशेस फर्स्ट और सेकंड? आई मीन इफ इट डज देन द थर्ड गाय गेट्स द स्पॉट। बाय द वे, अर्जुन की ऑफर नहीं निकाल पाया भाई, रुक D7। हैंस ही मैंने ब्रिलियंसी खेल दिया, बट क्वीन D8 प्लेड एंड द गेम इज कंप्लीटली इक्वल नाउ। लेट्स गो।
क्रेजी, लेट्स गो। ओके, सो क्वीन D8, क्या पॉइंट क्या है इसका भाई? E4 नहीं आ रहा क्या? Then he push. This is defended. You also maybe it's threatening bishop F6. Yeah.
या बिशप 6 इज द बिग थ्रेट।
यूरोप भाई यूरोप सैडली कौन जाता है भाई? यूरोप तो हमेशा खुश होकर ही जाते हैं लोग। इट्स ब्यूटीफुल भाई, बुडापेस्ट कितना पास है भाई, मेरे को मिलने ही आ जा। साथ में बैठ के स्ट्रीम करते हैं राकेश भाई।
भाई राकेश भाई का जर्मनी का ट्रिप तो लगता ही रहता है। राकेश भाई ने लिटरली बताया हाफ वे टिकट बुक करी हुई थी कि भाई अगर जाना पड़ा समरकंद तो वहां से समरकंद, नहीं जाना पड़ा तो वहां से जर्मनी। इट वाज लाइक ही वाज हाफ वे थ्रू रिगार्डलेस। तो
हम्म।
या, just say for fun, you can pick all four. You can pick all of 8 candidates. Who would you pick to challenge Gukesh? 8 हमारे ही हैं, तो साज भाई फिर तो सिंपल चॉइस है ना भाई। आई
Right
थिंक वी
now,
स्टार्ट।
I
हाँ तो
I I have
अर्जुन।
one name. I have one name.
बोलो।
Nodirbeck, obviously.
भाई 8 नाम है तो
भाई
चूज।
भाई
वी
वो
चूज।
नाम उसने बोला है यार। अब तो चाहिए यार, कंटेंट के लिए भी चाहिए हमें, हमें खुद भी जानना है, हमें चाहिए यार, वो वी
इट्स
नीड
ओके,
इट।
कंटेंट कंटेंट साइड साइड हसल में कर लेंगे भाई। हमारे 8 नाम होंगे, प्रग, अर्जुन, निहाल, विदित, अरविंद, हरि कृष्णा।
आई डोंट नो, आई स्टिल
फैबी
वांट
तो
टू सी
क्वालिफाई कर गया, उसको रखना
नॉदरबैक
पड़ेगा।
भाई।
फैबी
आई वांट
क्वालिफाई
टू
कर
सी
गया, उसको रखना
नॉदरबैक।
पड़ेगा।
चैट, हु डू यू वांट टू सी इफ यू कुड चूज वन? हिकारू वर्सेस गुकेश। वेशी सर तो नहीं हो रहा है। You keep talking to the producer, possible to explain all possible software, hardware and people involved in this production and what they do? भाई ये तो बहुत complicated सवाल पूछ लिया भाई।
भाई there's only one guy handling the production and it's समय, not समय रहना, एक और समय, and he's handling production. He handles OBS, that's the software we use to broadcast, And of course, Baki global team hai, they handle some other elements, softwares, but currently, I think in terms of live broadcast, abhi sirf one guy handles it. It's a tough job, but he does a very good job, and he's working hard behind the scenes.
Zoom as well, because Zoom पे हम लोग बात करते हैं, but yeah, but that's it.
Noderbek versus Gukesh, Vaishali game. Check Vaishali game. It's insane. ऐसा क्या हो गया वैशाली गेम में? Oh, she's completely winning. Look at the Vaishali game.
Ooh, okay, h5, f5, beautiful, h4 and knight to h5 only move in the position and found. Attacking the g7 pawn, perhaps queen g5 is on the cards and is she's just completely winning, yeah?
Okay, so Vaishali is going to be in sole lead in the women's standings. Can we have the standings in the women's section, Survivor Open ke badle? Because Katina Lagno has drawn her game, I think, right? She's 5.5. Vaishali is going to go on 6. That's amazing.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And Stefanova is already finished, yeah?
Yeah. It's done. Chat, after 7 rounds out of 11, I mean, she's going to be in sole lead. I mean, technically, she is the favorite.
She's a defending
Ooh,
champion, so of course.
yeah, it's going to be amazing.
I
By
am
the way,
looking at
huh,
the last board as well. By the way, that game is already finished, but I mean this by the way, he has scored a draw, yeah, against someone. He drew against Abdi Salimov, Abdi Malik, but it must be such a difficult tournament for this player, for sure, no? To
yeah,
be playing Grand Swiss at this level.
बोर्ड नहीं दिख
Um
रहा है भाई लेकिन
अच्छा, दिख नहीं रहा. This is the board.
हाँ now I can see yeah I mean he's rated higher than me तो मेरी क्या हालत होती है मैं वही imagine कर रहा हूँ actually
It must be
लेकिन
so difficult to play this tournament in general. You're not catching a break ever.
yeah true but it's a learning experience now like I think anybody would take that experience because you get
It's
to learn a lot
it can also be a very depressing experience. I mean, it might be too strong, no? Like
नहीं but
in a
सही है I
game like
think
this, like 20 losing 25 moves with the white pieces is not uh
हाँ
is not the best feeling.
हाँ true I think that's why London helps ना yeah, white you play London and then एक दो draw तो मिल ही जाएंगे भाई
By the way, Arjun completely equalized in this position as we saw with Queen 8, and Nihal also looks like he's on the verge of equalizing as well. Switching to the game quickly, he plays Queen f4, so not the best move, but it kind of provokes Black to play the only move, which is Rook e5, yeah, because he has to defend the f5 bishop.
I think it's important because he stops the queen's attack on the h2 pawn. So now, for example, I don't know how do we rearrange the pieces. I would love to play rook h e1, but apparently that's a slight error.
Rook
Um,
h1.
yeah, just to play king g1 at some, be ready for king g1, like bishop f1, king g1 at some point.
I don't think
But
it's a bad move.
that's a slight error though.
ये मर रहा
I
है
think
क्या?
rook,
अच्छा नहीं, क्वीन
no,
मर रही है.
queen
Never mind.
hanging. But I
Queen
think
hanging
rook
है.
h
Never mind.
d1 is something the Indian really loves. Rook h d1. Is rook d5 an idea here?
But why
Oh,
would you go rook? Yeah,
rook
that is
d5,
true.
yeah?
But your eye always goes to e1 here, no?
Yeah. Rook h e1 is so natural. I think rook d1 maybe वही एक tactic है, which black will not miss. Yeah, no chance.
Hmm. So rook d1 में knight b6 to defend this pawn, and if you take, of course, I capture back with my pawn, and then my pawn's structure is very good. Maybe I can take with the queen as well, and the queen is going to be super active attacking both of these pawns.
Hmm.
But here, why Nihal has to play rook c3 to defend e3, I'm guessing.
Makes sense.
And now, okay, there are a bunch of moves which are kind of equalish in nature, which usually means that there's not like a direct move for black that is good or bad. But there's knight a4, there is a5, whatever this is, and then there is g6. I mean, none of these moves are something that I would play here.
Honestly, I'm happy with what
Wait,
he
wait,
got
wait.
now. Huh?
He plays bishop g6. So Nihal
What?
is now better.
Bhai, I'm just happy with the clock. Look at the clock right now. Like Nihal is 5 minutes ahead. They have to play 21 moves, and this bishop g6 is not just a coincidence. It's
And I
just
feel like निहाल इज द ओनली प्लेयर जिसका कम टाइम देख के फिर भी लगता है नहीं नहीं ठीक है, इट्स गुड, दोनों का
हाँ।
कम है। वी नो निहाल इज गोइंग टू डील विद इट।
बाद में सवाल है चैट में, हे सागर, व्हाट्स योर व्यू ऑन गुकेश परफॉर्मेंस, विल यू एबल टू डिफेंड दिस टाइटल? रुको, आई कॉल सागर। सागर भाई, सवाल है, व्हाट्स योर व्यू ऑन गुकेश परफॉर्मेंस, विल ही बी एबल टू डिफेंड हिज टाइटल? ओ, वो कह रहे
सागर भाई
नंबर कहाँ से
कुछ
मिला
नहीं
भाई? पीक साहिल टिक्कू
क्रेजी।
वाज बीस्ट, बिल्कुल भाई। माय कैरम वाज सो गुड, आहा, मजा आता था भाई। Vidit winning, I know, we looked at that game just a few minutes back. Meanwhile, Sahaj by Arjun has not found the best move. I think he had to play knight e4, but he plays the second best move, h4, and now after rook d7, black is again a little bit better.
Maybe he's inviting bishop f6 perhaps.
Mm,
Like if I go bishop f6
yeah,
here,
but rook
queen
d7 is
a7.
quite rook d7 is quite irritating, yeah.
But how do you even find rook d7? Do you think he's gonna play it?
Yeah, now I think he will, yeah, because now, I
It's
mean, I don't see a move apart from like bishop a6. Maybe I see, and rest I see, because I could think queen c8, but you just played queen d8. So now queen c8 makes no sense to me. So rook d7 feels very natural. I want to attack your queen and bishop in their one line. I want to attack them together and make sense.
okay. Say you have a bad run in any tournament, losing motivation or trying something new on the board. How do you suggest to push from there to learn and play effectively? Um, I think taking a break definitely helps.
Saj
I
bhai,
think yes.
hands game please. Bolo, but hands game laga ke bhai.
Oh, beautiful. So I think taking a break definitely helps. There are some other. Oh, what?
That was a nice reaction. Saja, go back a couple of moves. I mean, look at that
What?
move. Yeah.
By queen c6, bishop e5, queen a8, king d7, check. King here, queen takes d4. Wow. Queen f5, bishop g5 check. Wow. Queen g5 पे queen e6 and that's a checkmate. By knight से करेंगे checkmate. Why with the pawn? Why with the queen? So he goes bishop g5, rook f6, d takes e5, queen g5, and now e takes f6. And basically he can say I resign because there is nothing else to do here. Wow, so Hans strikes back. Yeah, 5 out of 7.
And he's in the running still, yeah. Chat, remember, Panch was the cutoff, right? With 5 points, you will need 3 out of 4 in the remaining rounds. And honestly, I think that is doable for somebody who's supposed to win the event or finish in top two. So Hans wins, resigns on the board.
Crazy, 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 crazy. Wow, what a performance by Hans. Yeah, 5 out of 7. He maintains his chances to qualify for the candidates.
Hmm. So Hans is smiling today, but are the Indians smiling as of now? Let's have a look at the game of Vidit Gujarati once, Sahaj, because I think we've not seen it for a while. Last we saw was Vidit winning one pawn. He grabbed the second one on d7 as well. And in the current position, I think, yeah, it just looks like he's winning.
Just exchange everything. Also, double bishop bhi nahi hai black ke paas to. The only kind of compensation that Maurizi has here is having this pawn on g4 perhaps. If this pawn was on g3, then probably Maurizi might even resign here because there's not much to play for.
Hmm.
But because of this pawn on g4, it's slightly exposed. Maybe you can go queen h4 and h5 and create some mess on the king side. Even if it's not right now, that possibility of h5 is ever looming. So that's why I think he still has decent chances. But objectively, I think Vidit is winning.
True, true. So Vidit doing pretty well. If he wins, he will go to 5 points and he will maintain his chances. So Sajbhai, I think let's do a roundup of all the games one by one. Let's start with, I think, maybe Divya Deshmukh, and then we go to Pragg and so on. So Divya Deshmukh, I think last we saw was
Right.
this. Can we move forward?
She's completely winning. She played knight c5 here, bishop h3, knight a6 हुआ था, queen b7, takes, takes. Rook e1 defending the rook. So she found all the best move. Bishop e7 played
Wow.
and bishop takes e5, another great move. Knight c6 allowing bishop d7. So I'm assuming there was a tactic after short castle.
Yeah, rook
Yeah, it
c7,
is rook
yeah.
c7 and you attack
Hmm.
the queen and the bishop. So black plays knight c6, losing this as well. Rook g8 and knight e5, another brilliant move. Bishop d7 and now Divya is thinking, but she's just dead winning. Like it's
Yeah.
rook and how many pawns? It's one, two, three pawns for two minor pieces. Rook and three pawns. That's 8 points versus 6 points. So she's plus two right now.
And of course, the Black King has no home. And we know what happens when you have no home, then, sometimes movies are made on you. So, very interesting. Divya, I on the clock as well. Things looking great. Next, we can go to the Vidit game we just saw. So, next, we can go to the Pragg game, Sahaj. What do you make of it? I think this is definitely more interesting. But still, white looks decent.
Some pressure on this g5 pawn, I'm guessing, and you want to throw e6 at the right moment, even if it means black captures back. Because I think the rook on a5 is slightly out of place for me. Like I
Hmm.
would want this rook to be on e8 or e6 or something like that because the rook is so out of place. I would be willing to even sack this e pawn. You capture back, I go rook e1 and then I gain access via rook e7 or something. That's what I would love to see here. There is also some b4 type of possibilities for Pragg as well. Maybe you take, and I open up the A line, can throw B4 and throw C5 as well later on, or maybe B5 as well. I mean, he has a lot to play for, and I think there's a very little to no risk I think that he faces. The only risk I see is if he somehow allows F4. And I'm not even sure whose position is getting riskier there because I think even Rothstein has to be a bit careful in that position. So I think basically a
True.
risk-free position for Pragg. I think he's super happy. I think good chances for him to take the W today.
Yeah, and although 11 minutes, I think definitely gives Pragg a huge edge. I think 17 more moves to play. Pragg looking in decent shape. इसके बाद साज भाई, I think let's go to the game of I think Pranav because he's still playing. Last we left it was at knight c2 when his opponent just launched with g5. So what's happening in the current position?
G5, bishop C3, F5. So Jordan going for the kill here. Takes. Knight E3 I about bishop goes back to D7. Again, now the position is a bit interesting, yeah, because he has to play bishop takes C5 and played, by the way. He captures the pawn, but black does have some counterplay on the king side. And maybe by H5, rook F4, queen G6, rook F8. And you might say I have an extra pawn, but this is probably why he fixed the knight here because आपको A5 मिल रहा है but A6 नहीं मिल रहा उसके बाद.
Yeah.
So I feel this is quite decent. For youngsters like Yagiz, Nihal, etc., and seasonal plays like Levon with it, is 7.5 or 8 out of 11 a satisfactory performance even if they don't qualify? Will they be content? I would probably say that younger players would be more content with that. I think the older players probably not because that's the weight of expectations on them, because Aronian wants to play the candidates against. He has, I'm sure, has played candidates before in the past, and Vidit also has played candidates in the past. He has won the tournament before, so there's that weight of expectations. But when you're younger, I think there's not. I mean, there are still expectations, but if you make it, it's amazing. That's the best thing that could have happened. But if you don't, it's still good because you still learned a lot. You still got experience needed to qualify the next time. So I think more stress is gonna be on the older player. At least that's how I feel.
So, Sajma, I think this game also looks interesting. Next, we should jump to the Gukesh game and see what's happening there.
So Gukesh, I think, okay, this was the position. I think around here where we left it. Knight g7 he goes. Rook e2 only move. King f1 putting his rook to d2. So he gains access. So he is giving access to the e file, and Gukesh gladly takes it. And this is a tough decision, I would say, for Edis Gurel because he has to choose between Rook e1 and King e1. King e1 is the most calmer approach because you're saying कि भाई Rook d1, King d1 के बाद I'll try to capture this pawn. You will try to promote, some create passers here. I'll try to create passers on the king side, whatever. But Rook e1 is where things get very interesting because after Rook e1, Rook takes d4, Rook f6. Black has three connected pawns here, and white has two basically. But it's still very difficult for white to create a passer here. But white does seem to have the e file, so some counter-attacking possibilities are possible. So after a move
Hmm.
like rook d2, rook e1 is like one of his only chances to fight back into the game. Otherwise, the game kind of just slips away.
Yeah, I think that's true. And the good news is, even though Gukesh is behind the clock, it's only seven more moves to go. So likely he should be fine. And of course, you can't take this rook on d2 because knight d2 would be a very, very happy fork for Gukesh, and it will be game over. So Edis Gurel still fighting for his life. As you mentioned, Sahar, rook e1, the last try. You activate your pieces, you give away the d4 pawn, or you try to attack the black king. So Gukesh still better. That's good news, right? I mean, at least he's winning for now. And
Mhm.
next, we go to the game. We've looked at the all the games apart from the top two. We
By the
first go to
way,
Nihal Sareen. Sajbhai.
yeah,
Huh.
two draws. Just wanted to mention Boris Gelfand has drawn against SL Narayanan. Game is
Hmm.
already finished. And then Ronak Sadwani has also drawn against Alexander Predke. So two
Hmm.
quick draws by the Indian youngsters here.
Yeah.
Yeah, going back to Nihal's board, this is the current position, and Rook D1 happened. Knight takes E5, Knight C5, and simply Rook 6 to E7.
Oh,
That's a mistake, yeah?
that is a mistake. And somehow, chat, maybe there is a chance for our genius Nihal Sareen. And कोई chat में GK पूछ रहे थे कि भाई साल में who are the players who still have chances? Technically, a lot of players have chances. For Gukesh, अगर 5 गेम लगातार जीत जाए तो he could have a chance. But I think in general, practical chances, I think there are four Indians. It is Pranav, it is Vidit, it is Nihal and Arjun. Arjun and Nihal have higher chances because they're on 4.5. And Nihal right now is better against the tournament leader Param Maksudlu. Sahaj, what is the way he can put on the pressure here?
No, simply that maybe the attack on the king side has not, I mean, it has not seen anything so far. So white can just play on these two pawns and maybe on the square on c5 as well. That's why b4 seems to be the best move for white. And okay, you are it's
Hmm.
a typical sort of good knight, bad bishop, or good knights, or I mean, good bishop, bad bishop. It could be either of those situations, but you're playing on the c6 pawn here for the duration of this game. And black will, of course, try to find some counterplay on the king side somehow. But with this queen perfectly placed on f4, that is not happening.
Yeah.
By the
And
way,
of
Alireza's opponent blundered. Big blunder by Alireza's opponent. Rook g1 happened and he plays rook f8 and now a4 and rook f6. And apparently, after a move like d5, which doesn't make any sense to me, black is in trouble. It's already a +3 position.
wow. So Firouzja also maintaining his chances. अगले राउंड में पड़ेगा भाई हम में से किसी का Indians का Firouzja से if they all end up winning. So super interesting. By the way, Nihal does not find b4 Sahaj. He plays rook to c3. Also a decent move. I mean
सेम ही तो
defending
है
e3. Yeah. Yeah.
सेम
Please
ही तो है
continue.
भाई e3 बचाया b4 का भी खेल सकते हैं b3 कर सकते हैं I'll play rook c1 as well it's the same playing same thing
Yeah. And
Nihal भाई मैं
one
दो
look.
से Nihal
हाँ
भाई just 2 minutes मैं एक
हाँ
कॉफी बना के आ रहा हूँ can you just tell
हाँ
me which
साथ
king
can you
to go
put
to
up Vaishali's game एक सेकंड के लिए.
oh Vaishali okay I'll stay there then. This is the current position. Rook c8, f6, knight g6, knight takes g7. Whoa. c4 and queen h6. Oof, 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 oof. Tauba, tauba. This is over.
भाई भाई क्या पोजीशन है. नाइट f5 queen g7 mate and there is no defense. Yeah, what can you do?
Yeah, this is over. Queen, knight, and pawn. The deadliest combination in chess possible.
बढ़िया. So Vaishali about to take solely. साथ में आवाज लगा दो. I think maybe Nihal की and then you can get the coffee.
Okay,
Nihal के लगा
just
दो.
getting coffee. 2 minutes. Be right back.
Hmm, hmm. Pragg beta, by the way, h5 was played in this game chat. So Param Maksudlu playing quickly because look at the time 13 minutes now to play 17 moves. Nihal plays rook d4. I think we'll have the moves. Imagine karo pawn to h5, king ke बगल pawn 2 kadam. एंड निहाल का रुक D4 के ऊपर, बस यही दो मूव्स हुए एंड निहाल की पोजीशन बेटर होती जा रही है हर चाल। ब्लैक का मूव H5, व्हाइट का मूव रुक D4। क्लियरली व्हाइट इज द वन मेकिंग मोर डेवलपमेंट्स, things looking amazing. Veshali on 6/7. I deleted the message thinking you were not active in chat, but Sally, I love you. Arey, thanks, GK. Bye. Love you too. Bye. Thanks a lot for the chat and the kind words. Blue Palm played Rook D7. Oh my God. Arjun under slight pressure. Chat build up करते हुए. Arjun has blundered. Oh my God. क्या भी सहज भाई. काफी बाद में अर्जुन की गेम गई. Oh my God. Erigasi Arjun has blundered away the game. It is over. Oh my God, look at Queen A7 chat. That is a big blunder by the India number two. Look at the bar. Chat, हमने देखा था ये पहले अगर तुम्हें याद हो. Ooh, and chat, look at this. I mean, there are multiple ways to win for black now, and the simplest, I think, apparently, is that move. Knight C3 winning hai, bishop A8 winning hai, knight F4. We look at the variations, but knight F4, for example, knight coming to F4 is winning because bishop G2 ka threat hai. It is over. I think Arjun is just losing. Bhai. And if he goes to 4.5, he remains on 4.5. I mean, he will have to score 3.5 out of 4. That's not happening. I think Arjun के chances पानी में जाते हुए अभी. Ooh, see Arjun. I mean, एक pawn के लिए इतना. भाई, now Nihal Sareen is the best bet we have. I think Arjun, I don't think Black will miss this. And Black finds it. Black plays bishop 8. One of the moves and it's over. It's completely over, chat. Queen is that. कहाँ चलोगे queen? Queen के पास square का है. Queen has no squares on the 7th rank. Has no squares on the diagonal. For example, Queen D4 खेलोगे तो knight F6 and the bishop is gone on D2. So Queen A6 only move, but then knight to C7 attacks the queen. We'll have the variation soon, chat. But
भाई
basically, it is
मेरे को
gone.
कुछ बहुत
Why
दूर
Arjun
से
is
सुनाई दिया
losing?
कुछ.
Arjun is losing. Khatam. Let's go to his game. He blundered.
कोई rook d7, queen takes a7, big blunder, and bishop a8. Wait, why is this lost?
By Queen A6, Knight C7. The
Oh,
bishop on
knight
D2 step.
b6 or knight c7.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Oh, oh, this is just a piece blunder by
Yeah.
Arjun.
It's a -4 evaluation, Saj bhai. It's more than a piece now. It's over. Khatam. Resigns. I think he'll have to resign now. There's nothing else.
Oh. Oof. यार
राकेश भाई
ब्लू
सही
बॉम्ब
फ्लाइट
इज
पकड़ लिया आपने.
ऑलरेडी. ब्लू बॉम्ब ने यार प्रग को भी हरा दिया, अब अर्जुन को भी हरा रहा है.
भाई ब्लू बॉम्ब ने इंडिया का टूर्नामेंट ही खत्म कर दिया यार.
या राकेश भाई
तो
की
सहज भाई,
एक्सपेक्टेशंस.
after this, I mean, Arjun can technically still qualify, but you have to admit 3.5 out of 4 is gonna be next to impossible in this field. Um, if Arjun does lose, which he will now, I think Nihal Sareen is the best hope we have.
या एंड ही इज एटलीस्ट बेटर ऑन बोर्ड 1.
Nihal, I think we'll come back to this, Sahaj. Maybe I don't want to see this position right now. थोड़ा stress हो रहा है. I don't know if his opponent will blunder, but right now I think Arjun is losing. Rook D4 played by Nihal Sareen after H5 from Param, and now Param plays pawn to A5.
ये तो अच्छा खासा एडवांटेज है यहाँ पे, बट वाओ व्हाट अ शॉक बाय द वे ऑन अर्जुन्स बोर्ड. दैट्स अ ह्यूज मिस. खत्म है तो गेम यार.
Yep. By the way, Vaishali has won. So that is great news. Vaishali takes sole lead in the women's section of the Grand Swiss, and she is the favorite now to get that candidate spot. But of course, it's still 4 more games to go, but she's doing pretty well. By the way, Queen. Oh, Nihal makes a mistake. Sahaj. A4. A
निहाल मेक्स
big
अ
one,
मिस्टेक. यार
actually.
ये क्या हो रहा है, क्यों हो रहा है ऐसा?
A4. A big mistake,
क्यों हो रहा
actually.
है ऐसा? ए एंड ही प्लेस क्वीन
Why?
ए7, द बेस्ट मूव इन द पोजीशन, लाइक instantly.
But why a4? Doesn't it kind of block your own
Probably
pass
rook
pawn?
b8. Yeah, I don't know. A4 is unnecessary, but also it's hard to play, no, in this position. Maybe you have to keep a3 and you have to play b4 at the right moment. But some small like technical nuance here, I'm guessing that makes the position worse. काफी
By the
elementary
way,
blunder लग रही है. Yes, actually very elementary, I would say. Not haven't seen Arjun do this in a very very long time in a classical game.
yeah, yeah. Oof, by the way, Vidit is completely winning. Sahaj bhai, maybe we can have a brief look at that. At least he will go to 5 points and he's the defending champion. Sahaj, with 5 points out of seven, he will need three out of four, right? I think that's doable, I think.
Very much doable, yes. So Vidit
Hmm.
keeping the hopes alive, and Vidit will be the, yeah, the highest 2700 we'll have, yeah, in this event.
Yeah. And now, Shad, you can see the Black King is all alone. I think the pawns might not even matter as much. I think Rook H1 aa raha hai. And you can imagine Rook H1, at some point you can move the queen to the H file and it could be all game over. Even G5 looks very interesting with the idea of Knight F6 check. So with it is winning. I think time is less of a factor now because the position is just so good.
डेली मूड खराब कर देता भाई, हमारा ही मूड खराब हो रहा है देख के. डोंट वरी, वी आर इन द सेम बोट एज यू. And but this doesn't mean that the chances are completely gone. I'm also answering your question, Mohit, that it is still technically possible, but it's unlikely. Yeah, three and a half, or sorry, four and a half out of seven, he will be. By the way, he goes knight takes e6, so I think he's still fighting back. He will have 2 pawns for the piece. Um, I think fe6 is very very logical. Or if he wants to go rook a7, even that is logical. ये तो मतलब कैसे भी आप जीत जाओगे.
Yeah.
एक ना पोजीशन यहाँ पे आ सकती है, साहिल भाई, दैट इफ यू गो रुक ए7 ना, knight d8 bishop d8, and let's say that you play rook c1 or something to go rook c8, black goes knight c7, bishop a8, rook a8, bishop b4, and rook a2. So this is a very typical position that is not easy to win for black. In fact, the
Hmm.
only time that I've seen someone win this is with my own eyes. I saw a game of Mamedov in the World Juniors in Turkey. It was, if I remember correctly, 2008. जहाँ पर this bishop and this knight should get traded. If they get traded, then it's not easy for black to make progress with
Hmm.
these pawns. You push the pawn on e3 and you hold a fortress, but technically it is winning.
Hmm.
So this is a very
True.
big chance of happening in Arjun's board.
Also the fact that सूत्रों के हिसाब से ये गेम खत्म नहीं हुई is very interesting to me because I thought if it was a peace blunder Arjun might just resign. That's
Yeah, yeah, for
not
sure.
happened. So let's see how this turns out. Meanwhile, maybe one look at the Gukesh game, Sahaj. I think Rook E1 was played. Arjun just, sorry, yeah, Gukesh just grabs the D4 pawn and his opponent grabs the F6 pawn. So it's a race now. Child, you can see black के पास चार pawn है queen side पे, 4 versus 1, and white has 3 versus 1 on the king side. Black is better, but white has some counterplay.
Oh, yes. But yeah, the game is on. I think Eddie's Gurel not giving up without a fight for sure.
It's just so
The
that
best
even
move
after
here seems
having
to be, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, three players in top 10 and four players of Satai, so no one seems to be winning this tournament. I think this tournament is quite different because it gives a chance for everyone to qualify. I think that opens up the field. For example, even Firouzja is not winning. All the favorites actually are not winning if you look at it carefully. Like Para Maksud is not one of the favorites. Neither is
But
Bluba
but
Matthias.
but
Um,
सूत्रों के हिसाब से,
hmm.
साहिल भाई.
Like, but he's barely in the hunt, yeah? Matlab, he's barely in the hunt. Like, five is the borderline, and even if Firouzja wins, he's on the
I mean,
borderline, right?
he's gonna be. I mean, he's on +4 already. He's gonna be 5 out of 7. So basically the same chance that Vidit has.
Yeah.
And according to his performance, he's 2777 right now. After this win, it's gonna grow even more. So I think his performance might even be higher than Vidit. So
Hmm.
Ali Reza definitely still in the mix, but he has to score a bunch of wins.
Yeah. And meanwhile, good question by Janvi. It's an inaccuracy in Vidit's game. He's played rook d1 instead of putting the rook on the h file. I think that's also a decent move because instead of, he might still play g5, knight f6, and he's defending that pawn. So he's not taking any risks. I think rook h1 might involve sacking a pawn, the pawn on d4. So he wants to keep it safe and solid, which is not a bad strategy. Also, knight on d5 cannot move now. When a d pawn will just run away with the game. So maybe not the best move, but looking at the clock right, 9 minute hai, it's not a bad strategy. And also, see, black did not find the best move, and now I think g5 is just completely crushing.
Yeah, I think eventually you can route the rook to h1, h4, whatever to defend e4, and maybe you will have knight f6 check later on. मतलब जो
Hmm.
जो भी evaluation point 2 point 3 का फर्क होता है, I don't really think we need to take it that seriously because
Hmm.
the evaluation can change very easily in such situations. So I think with it definitely scoring the W today, and I think handing Maurizi his second loss in a row. The first one was Anish
Hmm.
with the black pieces, and sorry, Anish with the white pieces he lost, and now with it again with the black pieces. So Maurizi का tournament इन दोनों ने एकदम 2 राउंड में खराब कर दिया.
Yeah. And also, by the way, jumping to the game of, I think it is who?
Should we go to Nihal
Pragg.
maybe?
One Pragg maybe. Yeah, once Pragg, I think we can have a look at because he's apparently better now. And if he, and not to forget, if Pragg wins and Arjun loses, and they're on the same score essentially, and g6 played, Saj, it does feel like the black king is a bit weak. This e pawn looks quite strong, and b4 apparently is a nice move for white.
Or to attack this, I'm guessing also to get its attention. By the way, B4 played and Rook A7 answered instantly. I think both players are moving a bit fast because they only have 13 moves to make, and Black only having 5.5 minutes left on the board. And now
Hmm.
Queen C1 is a very powerful move to put pressure on the G5. Pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah,
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 good pressure, I think. Pragg should win
yeah,
this as well. Yeah, so
yeah.
two guys can be on five out of. Oh, sorry, no, actually, Pragg
Four and
was
a
up
half
for
होगा
it,
भाई.
so he's on 4.5.
But okay, जितने 4.5 पे उनको इतना चांस बना रहेगा भाई कि कोई somebody just runs away with it, yeah, in the last 4 rounds. Difficult, but always hypothetically possible. Meanwhile, I think Arjun ki game mein we have a few updates. Black just chomped on that knight like he had not eaten for 4 days. Queen a4, knight moves to, wait, what? Queen c2. That was the idea. Yeah, if you take on d2, I can just pick up g6 and it's a draw.
Is it?
Clever. Yeah,
King
apparently it
F8
is.
and Queen H6, King E8, and you don't give a check anymore. You go Bishop takes A8 because you cannot capture back with the Queen because your Rook is attacked.
Hmm.
So Knight 8 आता है. Now look at this repetition. Queen H5 check, King D7, Queen B5 check, only move.
Wow.
King C8, Rook C1 check, only move. Knight C7, Queen A6 check, only move. King B8, Queen B6 check, King A8, Queen, oh sorry, King C8, sorry, and King Queen A6. If you went King A8, then of course Rook C7 and you end up losing the game. So was a nice tactic by Arjun, but his opponent doesn't fall for it. King F7 आता है, Bishop H6 takes and takes. And the people who are saying, can Arjun hold this? Look, I think it's very unlikely, but I can also tell you that in like normally speaking, you don't get such positions against a player like Arjun. You only get positions where you're a piece up or where you have to convert something like this against much weaker opposition. So there is that element of nerves as well that that might play might have a part to play again for blue bomb, because Arjun is going to put up a fight for sure. And as black, you're not used to white putting up a fight here. Am I right? Because अगर ये एक weaker opponent के साथ होता तो they would collapse very very easily here,
Yeah.
and that's what you're used to. So it could
Yeah.
play a part, but the position is really really bad.
And and also I think although A2 pawn bhi gaya, I feel ki it's all about reaching the 40th move. I think if his opponent reaches the 40th move without big concession, I think Blue Mathis will convert. Because think about from Blue Mathis' perspective, he, if he wins, will be in the top three at least, likely in the top two. So if the tournament ended, he would qualify to the candidates. Imagine the the feeling, the emotion attached to that qualification, right? So he's thinking, you know what, I am winning. I could finish in the top two now. I think that can make you do things which you have not done before. So I think ये जो सात आठ move है ना सहज भाई, maybe if Arjun can create some complications in these moves, maybe there's some chance. But once you reach the 40th move, you get those 50 minutes. I think उसके बाद तो there is literally no chance. So this is important phase of the game जहाँ पे he can create some confusion in the mind of Bluva Matthias.
Hmm. I think good
By the
point.
way,
And queen a2 hanging, basically free
Firouzja
pawn.
has won. If you can show the final position, Firouzja has won his game. That takes him to 5 points and he maintains his chances. So that game is done. And I think next we can check out Nihal, maybe Sahaj Bhai, and see what's happening there because he's our best hope.
Yeah, and he goes h3, black plays queen to b6, and now best move and only move rook to d2 played. Now my question is, how does any player improve in this position? Is Nihal planning to go g4?
Exactly the thought in my mind, Sahaj, but I would do it after the queens have been traded, maybe. Um, but G4 definitely on the cards. You can gain space that way. I'm thinking, can I just? I'm not even sure. I was thinking this Bishop F1, King. I'm still kind of hung up on that plan. Maybe it's not even required right now. But I agree
Mm-hmm.
with you. It's not easy to improve for either side, right? Because you've kind of maxed out all your pieces.
Yeah, I mean, probably for black, he just has to make waiting moves. Yeah, you can't really play anything else. Like I can
Hmm.
see queen a7, queen b6, queen a7, queen b6. But queen a7, yeah, I'm a bit afraid of moves like b4.
And question to you, chat and Sahaj Bhai, if Nihal were to offer a draw, or if we had this repetition, Rook D4, Queen B6, whatever, do you think Param takes it?
Yes, he cannot improve the position, I think, anymore. So I think it's
Hmm.
pretty reasonable. Unless
Interesting.
maybe there's some rook b8, rook b4, but I think he will take the draw because he's going to be on 5.5. He still maintains that lead.
Hmm.
Um, Only person who's sort of bouncing back is Blue Bomb. I think Blue Bomb might be on 4.5 as well if he defeats Arjun. But I think he will still maintain a very good chance against him. By the way,
I'm all.
Anish,
Hmm.
taking a quick look, because he has very good chances to he still has very good chances because he's winning, well, close to, maybe not winning, but he has very good chances against Abhimanyu Mishra. He's about to capture the a6 pawn, and these two pawns are under attack, and basically playing for two results. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. And Anish loves these kind of positions, right? Because you can play a long game, not worry about anything in the world. And ये pawn structure black का इतना घटिया है ना, pawn a7, pawn a6, pawn c6, like these three could vanish in three. होता है ना वो capture challenge होते हैं. You have to capture all pawns without losing a move. Like वैसे करके टक टक टक,
Hmm.
and they could all vanish over the board. So Mishra under a lot of pressure, I think.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so Anish, I think looking good. Arjun, not very good.
By the way, chat.
Nihal, decent.
Yeah, and we are what almost 4 hours into the broadcast, and we've not had a single major result. Like in terms of top players among Indian players, I think Aditya Mittal has drawn against Jeffrey Young. We've had a few draws, but you can see the fighting spirit among all the players right now. I think आज के बाद बहुत सारे दिल टूटने वाले हैं साहज भाई, हमारे इंक्लूडेड हो सकते हैं. I'm hoping that's not the case, but आज बहुत players के दिल टूटने वाले हैं, मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है. Even Gukesh has slightly lost his advantage. थोड़ा बहुत कम हो गई है advantage. He did not find the best move, but again, he's still better and he's trying to push those pawns. Knight d2 check played, king g2 on the board, and now knight e4 is the only move for Gukesh to even have a glimmer of an advantage. Or c4,
I'm
I think, also
seeing
has some.
C4 also, but seems more logical to me in comparison. Oh, but knight e4 ka plan is
Knight
to
e4.
play rook d2, bhai.
Yeah. And you block the white rook, right? So that just feels practically a bit more. Safe to
यार
me,
पता नहीं
maybe.
ये गुकेश की गेम है ना, हमेशा इट फील्स लाइक अ रेस, लाइक कोई यहाँ से किंग साइड से कुछ कर रहा था, वो क्वीन साइड से कुछ कर रहा था, एंड ही लव्स दीज फाइटिंग पोजीशंस.
Yeah.
um but yeah, it was a weird opening choice, I would say, by Gukesh today. It could have gone really badly, but it didn't. um what would you say
Uh,
is are his chances to win here today?
Gukesh's chances, I think, pretty high,
Yes.
pretty high, pretty high, I think. Um, by the way, can we go back to the Arjun game? We've had a couple of moves. Queen A2 was played, so black is now just mopping up pawns. Queen C6 played, trying to attack the knight. Queen drops back A5. Best move by black, by the way. So he's not giving any concessions whatsoever. And now I think Queen D5, Queen, okay, not Queen D5, Queen C5 maybe is the plan, yeah? You want to trade off queens, Sarge, and the queens are traded off. I think that's goodbye.
No, that is just GG. But he has to keep the queens on the board. But yeah, I mean, it would really take a miracle here for him to save this. Really. I also think having this pawn on b4 and b2 makes it so much worse. अगर ये pawns हट जाते तो maybe you have some chances of creating a fortress or whatever in this position. Just without it, I
Mm.
just simply don't see any chances of Arjun holding this. But according to the sutras, Arjun is still fine.
I mean, he's fighting, let's say. Fine is a huge,
I
huge
mean, he's
statement.
fighting, yes. Let's just put it
Ha,
like that.
ha, ha.
Vidit
So,
mistake. Ooh.
really? Why? VD cannot make a mistake. Why?
मिस्टेक कहाँ है भाई ये? क्या मिस्टेक है इधर? अच्छा, B4.
Uh,
I don't know if
I
this still
mean,
qualifies as a mistake.
I don't think so because black has no counterplay, chat.
काउंटर
Like
प्ले तो
there,
है, बट कोई आपके पास चेक्स नहीं है भाई. ये नाइट तो बढ़िया
ha.
बैठा हुआ है यहाँ पे.
I mean, it's like I've blocked your rook with my knight. I've blocked your checks with my queen, and now my rook is free, and my d pawn is also free. So should be winning. Like although Sajbhai, I think it's the same situation as Arjun. We have four more moves to go till the 40th move. If Vidit makes it to the 40th move, he'll win this. So चार चालें हैं बस मॉरिसी के पास. आई थिंक वही एक फेमस कोट याद आ रहा है भाई. चेस की गेम जीते चार चाल में. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट मॉरिसी हैज टू डू, अदरवाइज इट्स डन.
Basically, yeah. So you just try to make slow moves, play A3. I think that's also why I didn't go for this G5 plan that we were talking about earlier. Like यहाँ पे कुछ G5 करके plan था. Maybe he didn't want to commit to too much because he had less time on the clock and he couldn't calculate all of it in such time scramble. But black का G5 का, so yes, black की position improve हुई है king side पे because you have this knight sitting on F4. अगर white का knight F5 पे होता तो black would have just resigned here. तो हमारा नाइट अभी बढ़िया नहीं है. उसने चेक दिया, किंग G7 आता है बोर्ड पे. 3 more moves फॉर विदित अंटिल द मोमेंट ऑफ ट्रूथ.
Yeah, and Sahaj, if we jump to the Nihal game, sorry to keep you jumping there, but I think Maksulu has found a way to, improve his position. Rook B8, Rook B4, as you mentioned. But Nihal now has Rook B3 if he wants to. And he can basically exchange a pair of
भाई
rooks.
भाई बट यहाँ पे 13 चालें खेलनी है और निहाल के पास 4 मिनट, उसके पास 5 मिनट.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, galtiyan yahan possible hai. You don't be fooled, Chad, by the calm appearance of this position. Like, there are a lot of tactics in the air. And yahan pe, you have to be careful. Like, rook b4 aa gaya, I think it could be, the queen is literally trapped, Sahaj.
हम्म.
I mean, g3, rook b4,
इंटरेस्टिंग.
queen is trapped. You
ओ वेट,
resign.
नाइट E6 प्लेड.
What? I'm sorry,
Okay, so
what?
he's expecting queen D4, knight D4, which is a good trade for
Oh,
white.
he's winning after that trade, actually. It's over.
हम्म. बट अपेरेंटली ब्लैक को रुक B6 निकालना है यहाँ पे. तो एंड स्टिल द नाइट इज अंडर अटैक, बट इट्स नॉट एन easy move to play though because you're giving up the E5 knight for free. And I'm
Hmm.
guessing that you should go rook B6, and if you go queen E5, then I can capture with my rook, and this queen, which is perfectly placed, it connects with the rook on the E3 point, and this is where black finds his counterplay. So crucial move for Parham. Does he play rook B6 or not?
Yeah, I think he might not find it in time, but if he does, I think black could be better. Sahaj, rook b6. Apparently, white should not take the knight on e5. He should bring the knight back to f4 and he maintains at least equality. If you do take on e5, rook takes, as you mentioned, is a good plan. Queen d4, and now queen to b7 and अपने उस b2 pawn को maybe I think we should say goodbye.
दैट इज जीजी। रुक c5 पे रुक b3 भी आ रहा है, अटैकिंग e3।
Yeah, that is practically dangerous. So I think I'm hoping, but I think practically a nice try from Nihal. Yeah, I think it leaves Maksudlu with a couple of options only, and he has to find this. And even if he finds it, he will use up 2-3 minutes, and that might lead to a blunder later. I like this move by Nihal practically.
Good 4 minutes for Parham. If he plays fe6, then I think Nihal would maintain good chances. Because fe6 queen e5 के बाद ये e3 पे कोई ये pawn e6 का खुद ही block करके बैठा हुआ है यहाँ पे। तो now I think Nihal would feel quite comfortable. So very very crucial moment on the top board here.
By the way, Arjun and Matthias have repeated once. I think this is black gaining time, of course. And as you mentioned, ki 40th move pe black would be very happy, but they have repeated
Oh,
once.
mistake by Parham. Let's
क्या
go.
बात कर
Queen
रहे हो?
e7.
नहीं, मैं नहीं मानता। अरे गलती भाई। But what's the best move here? Knight f4 played by
Knight
Nihal.
f4. No repetition. Nihal plays on. Okay, now there is a hefty advantage, yeah?
And Sahaj, so if I, as black, just ignore everything, I play king h8. What's white's killer move here? Why is the advantage so high?
Is there a killer move? I thought rook c5 वगैरह कुछ आएगा rook a5, but queen c5 supposedly is even stronger to attack the a5 pawn.
Oh,
He
the
could
a5.
just collapse Parham could collapse here very very easily, I think, because he has 3 minutes on the clock. The moves are not very similar. Like the best move here is h4. Who's gonna play
Yeah,
h4 here?
that makes no sense. That makes literally no sense to me. I mean, that queen h4 attack कर रही है, yeah, indirectly. I could just move the knight and attack the pawn. I
अब नाइट
don't think
मूव
h4
नहीं
is
हो
going
रहा
to
कहीं
happen.
पे, दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम।
I mean, हाँ मतलब भावना को समझो मतलब.
हाँ,
Okay.
सन्नी वो समझ गया मैं।
Ooh, good chance भाई. अगर निहाल जीत जाएगा तो he will defeat the tournament leader. He'll be in the top three guaranteed.
By the way, we have another very quick update, I think, coming soon. Nodirbek is completely winning against Amin Tabatabai on board
Hmm.
6. So Nodirbek also joining or about to join the pack of like 5 out of 7. So he maintains his chances in this event as well.
भाई कल विदित नोदरबेक हो सकता है if he wins, and Vidit has defeated Nodrbek before at Tata Steel, so he could have that matchup and it could be, कल से, in fact आज से ही technically, but कल से तो definitely it's a knockout match for the candidates every round. For everybody above 4.5 points, कल से it's a knockout match
Oh,
towards the
yes.
candidates. है ना?
True. Only
So if
person
you're
that
above
is
four,
safe is Parham right now. Parham is the only one who's
हाँ,
safe.
but literally, it's a knockout match. So, Chad, do not miss the last 3.5 rounds of this event because literally every match is a knockout. Right now, maybe you can get away with, technically, hypothetically, you will have a chance, but कल से वो भी खत्म हो जाएगा. So, yeah,
भाई यार, ये
gonna be
गुकेश
exciting.
ब्लंडर वगैरह मत लिखा करो यार, अगर एक्चुअली में नहीं होता। दीज आर वेरी क्रंच मोमेंट्स, सो वी डोंट वांट टू स्विच एंड
Bhai,
मिस एनीथिंग बिग।
not a blunder. He played 94, knight
But
h5, and
let's stay here, no, because there's a
हाँ,
very
let's
good
stay
chance
here
that
for now.
Nihal is
हाँ,
going to make a. I mean, he might get a winning position here. There's only
हाँ,
11.
हाँ,
There's
हाँ.
11 moves to be played, and both players are. I mean, Parham has less than 2 minutes on the clock. Come on, it's very less likely that he will save this.
भाई परम मकसूदलू, मुझे याद है वाइट थे गुकेश के अगेंस्ट, ऐसा ही टाइम प्रेशर था, ही kept pushing and he lost that game to Gukesh because he didn't take the draw in a worse position. Rookie 8 slight mistake, let's go queen c5. Queen c5 is plus point 8 for Nihal Sareen. Come on Nihal.
क्वीन c5 के बाद क्वीन a5 मैं मार सकता हूँ क्या?
हाँ एग्जैक्टली,
नहीं
एंड शायद इफ नहीं, वही आइडिया आई थिंक साहज भाई, क्वीन
भाई, नहीं
c5
मार
का आइडिया.
सकते। आपके पास कुछ है मेरे पास उधर, आई एम टेलिंग यू। माय
रियली
स्पाइडी सेंस इज टिंगलिंग।
भाई, मे बी
अच्छा,
वो,
रुके 8 है मेरे पास, रुके 8 रुके 4 रहेगा।
ah, but at least I have a hmm, but still better than what we have right now. I can't really create a pass pawn. उसमें maybe at least I can pressure C. I'm not sure. Oh, भाई
हांस नीमन चैट में भी आ गया अब तो।
हैंस न्यूमैन भाई, कुछ बताओ भाई कैसे जीते हैं? भाई 900 लोग देख रहे हैं चैट. डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गेट टू 600 लाइक जल्दी से. फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम टू सब्सक्राइब. आई थिंक यहाँ पे फाइनल 3.5 राउंड पेंडिंग है. And Arjun, of course, is completely lost, by the way, after his last move. So Arjun के chances going out of the window. G4 खेला उन्होंने, साज, we can switch quickly. And उसके बाद I think it's like होता है ना, you've really just helped black somehow. ऐसी feeling आ रही है मुझे, and I think this is just done.
क्या साहिल भाई, ये तो आपने वो कर दिया यार। मेरे को लगा आप कोई बढ़िया सा कोई वो एग्जांपल दोगे, कोई वो अपनी लाइफ से। मैं बोलूंगा कि यार ये प्रोड्यूसर साहब सिक्स टाइम याद रखना इसको। ये तो
भाई
आपने यार।
डिप्रेशन हो रहा है भाई, आई थिंक मेरी लाइफ से बहुत सिमिलर है वैसे, बट मे बी
देयर वी गो, देयर वी गो।
but I think, yeah, this is just done. So Arjun is about to lose. It doesn't end his chances completely, but now Arjun, Pragg, Gukesh will all be in the same boat. They will need 3.5 out of 4, and which is, I mean, in this field is almost impossible. I think Nihal Sarin is the best bet. Vidit, of course, still fighting, and Pranav की game भी देखेंगे. But meanwhile, let's go to Nihal Sarin and see what he finds.
या वी आर ऑन निहाल्स बोर्ड, इट्स ऑन द बोर्ड राइट नाउ। कोई पूछ रहे सूत्रों के हिसाब से क्या हुआ अर्जुन का भाई। अभी तक कुछ नहीं हुआ, होगा तो ज़रूर बताऊंगा, क्योंकि बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है। हम लोग आपको वी वोंट कीप यू वेटिंग। बट अभी तक कुछ नहीं है, अभी तक सब सही है, मतलब
Meanwhile,
फाइटिंग है।
Yeah, I think Arjun, Gukesh's
रुको ना यार,
advantage.
यहाँ पे वी वांट सी इफ निहाल फाइंड्स दिस। भाई 11 चाले यार, 11 चाले, कम ऑन। श्योरली ही कैन विन दिस, नो, दिस इज अ गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी आई
Bhai,
फील।
Vidit Gujarati has blundered.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Question mark. I mean, still winning, but he's made a major mistake, I think. Queen B1 check, and black is back in the game a little bit.
39 moves. Okay, it's actually just one move. Yeah, if he doesn't find this, then it's
Uh,
probably not as
then it's lost, actually.
serious.
Then it's lost
Yeah,
because
yeah.
G5 on hanging है. It's just completely done. So it's a very
But the good
ambitious
thing
move.
is कि Vidit के लिए next move खेलना बहुत easy है. Like so he reaches move 40 and everything
Saj
becomes
bhai,
normal again.
Saj bhai, if Queen H6, you know what Vidit's best move is? You want to take a guess?
Queen h6. Okay, I'll take a guess. Okay.
Chat, come on.
Queen
White's,
h6
White's
check तो
best.
है नहीं आपके पास. I'll play like I don't know, rook e8.
Rookie it. Yeah, Chad, what do you think is the best move for Vidit after Queen H6 is defending the G5 pawn? Come on, Chad. Come on. Let's go. It's King to E1.
Okay, crazy. Okay, but there must be
So
many moves there, yaar. Many moves there.
नहीं है भाई, many moves नहीं है actually. So King E1 is, second best उससे 1.3 पीछे. But anyways, like Vidit is still not completely done, I
Hmm.
think.
Okay, but I think
Wait, how
40th move
is
पे तो पहुंच
Edis
रहा है ना।
Gural better against Gukesh? What?
भाई क्या कह रहे हो ये?
Bhai, Gukesh is worse. White is closed. Oh my god. He blundered.
क्या बात कर रहे हो सीरियसली? ओह,
भाई चल क्या रहा
भाई तो
है सीन
40
आज?
चाले हो गई ना भाई। 40th मूव कर्स, दैट्स व्हाट इट
अरे
इज, आई एम टेलिंग यू।
यार,
40th मूव कर्स या 40th मूव पे उसने मिस्टेक किया। रूक डिग्री, बट इट्स अ वेरी वेरी फाइटिंग पोजीशन।
या
क्या
बट
आपका
नाउ
क्या
वाइट
बोल रहा है
गेट्स,
आपका क्या
भाई
बोल रहा
बट
है, क्या
वाइट
ये वाला है?
प्लस 0.85.
ओके दैट्स ओके, -0.75, इट्स नॉट बैड।
दिस
And
इज
40,
टफ.
40 moves are completed. Bye, let's go to Nihal's board because, some moves are still yet to be played. We are still only on move
Oh,
30. By the way, mistake
oh,
by
he didn't find queen c5.
Nihal. Yeah, yeah. And
हाँ,
and now he plays h4. Yeah, he doesn't give him another chance. So, by the way, 1 minute and 10 moves to be played on the top board. Okay, okay,
Sahaj
that
and Chad,
it's
I have a
on, right? It's
question.
on.
I have a question. Time pressure में who do you think will play better chess? Nihal or Param? Come on, एक
How is
नाम
this a
चाहिए.
question? How
एक ही
is
नाम
this a
चाहिए भाई.
question? Come
This is
on.
a
If you
question, Sahaj
choose,
भाई. This
if
is a
you,
question.
भाई ये तो मैं biased होके भी, ये तो biased होके कोई बोल ही नहीं सकता। ये तो यार, come on. If it's fast chess, we know it's Nihal. Come on. Like
But it is
no
OTB chess,
questions.
Sahaj भाई. It is OTB
अरे
chess.
कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता उसे। I was playing OTB chess last night until like 2:30 against Harshit, like I told you, and it was so much fun. But उतना फर्क नहीं होता यार, you just have fun.
36 seconds, Sahaj. Tell that to Nihal, Sahaj, that he can't pre-move stuff here.
I am
Queen
not
c5.
worried at all. Queen c5 played. See, top move. Let's go.
And you know what Black's plan is now? Best plan? Bishop f5 and g5.
ओ बाप
Why?
रे।
That's insane.
और क्वीन एफ आई ऐसे फालतू में दे दो बस।
Bhai sahab, that's not easy.
भाई यू हैव टू जस्ट गिव अप द पॉन फॉर नथिंग। ऐसे ऐसे कोई थोड़ी ना दे देगा इसको।
Gukesh is now +1 for Edis Gurel. By
Respect for Nihal from Iran. He's blitz power. Array, respect to Parham as well. He's a beast as well.
Gukesh is losing on high depth. It's +2.2. Sahaj bhai, it's totally possible.
Totally possible. अरे 1 मिनट है यार. Should we वहां पे तो सोचेंगे ना वो players definitely.
हाँ हाँ पहले
वहां पे एक
why do
काम
you think?
करते हैं. After this finishes, we'll quickly switch there and then I'll put my cloud on that position. ठीक है?
Yeah, done. Yeah, and
And
I think
then
we'll have
and
to keep
then we'll
switching, yeah,
yeah,
because
we'll
Vidit
keep switching. But
also, yeah, Vidit's opponent, by the way, played Queen B1 check and Queen H7, so he's giving Vidit another chance to improve. By
okay.
please take
So
it, Vidit. Bye.
basically, but 40 moves are done, right? By the way,
I'm
31
checking.
seconds for Parham.
Yeah, VD 40 moves are done, chat. So I think we'll stick to Nihal's game. Queen B8, slight error, but Sahaj, it's a dangerous move, right? The queen is looking at the G3 square. We have to be careful.
Okay, can I take on A5 just free pawn? Thank you so much. Can I just take
What's
it?
the
Bhai,
plan
but
after?
yeah, but his plan is bishop f5 g5 only. And if he's playing Queen B8, that means he's seen it. I'm telling you, he's seen it.
Oh man, this is tricky, Sahaj, because Param is playing on only moves. Because after Queen A5, Bishop
Played.
F5, Queen C5, G5, Knight H5, Rook E6, only move. Only resign as Param.
But of course, if he plays Queen B8, then he's seen all of this, right? Why else would he go Queen B8?
But I'm
नहीं
not
तो वो
sure
pawn बच
because
जाता
Knight
ना.
H5. But he has 30 seconds to play 8 moves. He could make a mistake, Sahaj. He could make a mistake.
No, Parham, I think, is very good at counter attacking or managing these positions. So his intuitive feel should be good. I think he can play Bishop F5, but tough because he just has 21 seconds on the clock. Oof, 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 oof.
Sahaj, if Nihal were to lose, I think our chances of anybody.
Mistake!
Let's go, Rook C6. Can it? Oh, but Rook E3 threat है भाई. Rook E3 मर रहा है. We can't
But you
take on C6,
cannot
right?
go Rook C6 here, right? Come on.
That's the
Do you go
best
Rook
move.
C6?
That's the best move.
But come on, that looks so scary. Come on, Rook C6, Rook E3 feels like all of your dark squares are just super weak. No, bhai. I think there must be like safer moves, like Bishop F1,
भाई.
for example. I don't know if Nihal plays this.
Yeah,
If he
Bishop
plays
F1
this,
I like.
it's so
I
impressive.
I like Bishop F1 really because I think that's such a prophylactic move, defending G2, preparing King G1, preparing Rook E2, knight E2, knight D4. Like I really love Bishop F1 actually. That's a nice 15 seconds by the way for Nihal Sareem.
Sahil bhai,
9 seconds, yeah?
Sahil bhai.
Huh? Oh! Oh no, Sahaj भाई
Oh,
यार चैट
आंखों
एक
ही
गलत
आंखों में इशारा
एक
हो
गलत न्यूज होने वाली है
गया.
चैट कहीं मत जाना
यो,
चैट कुछ कुछ क्रेजी होने वाला है
चैट
रुक से
यहीं
मार दिया
पे ही
कौन लेट्स
रहना
गो
है हमको.
लेट्स गो
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Rookie 3 about to be taken.
20 सेकंड परम मकसूदलू के पास he has to find rook takes e3 I mean that's the only move 10 seconds 8 7 the tournament champion could he falter 4 seconds and he plays rook e3
Rookie
ooh
3, okay. By
and now
1 second पे गेला वो. Knight takes.
ओ
Ooh.
निहाल ब्लंडर्स रुक C7 खेलना था
अरे बाप रे. Queen G3 check. That's the best move. And then you're not supposed to take on G6. But that's again not very difficult, not very easy to see.
तो क्या खेलेंगे 7 सेकंड चैट तो एनालाइज करना भी मतलब ही नहीं तो सिर्फ देखो क्वीन किंग F1 ओनली मूव बाय द वे किंग G1 इज विनिंग फॉर ब्लैक किंग F1
Oh,
ओनली मूव
bhai.
फॉर निहाल सरीन
King F1, Rook F3 is repetition. Rook
ओ
takes
माय
F3 is
गॉड इट्स अ
repetition.
ड्रॉ कैन
That's
यू
a
शो दैट सहाज
repetition.
जल्दी से
Look at
कैन यू
this.
शो दैट रुक
Takes
F3
Queen H3, King F2, check, here, check, and it's draw.
oh my god you can't take with the bishop because rook E1 is mate
But he doesn't play it. He plays Knight F6.
oh he's trying going for the win he's going for the win and now rook F6 only move for Nihal Sareen he has to take that knight with the rook
Nihal is a beast though, bhai. Beast.
Yeah, this is why I don't like the 50 minutes. This is the tension I've been missing, Sahaj, for so long. For 7 days, I love this tension. Yeah, जब time pressure में गलती होती है. This is so much fun, especially when you
Hmm.
know some stuff. Come on, let's go.
When you know some stuff, it absolutely, bhai. Absolutely. 48 seconds left.
Nihal Sarin is playing the tournament leader. Nihal has lagged behind the others a little bit in the ratings. Gukesh, Pragg, Arjun all crossing almost 2800, right? 2770, 2780 at least. And Nihal below 2700 by a 100-point difference. Can he be the favorite for India after today's round, Sahaj? That is the question. He needs to take that night.
Absolutely, bhai. Absolutely. But I'm really shocked he doesn't go for Rook F3. Yeah? He could have just taken a draw.
Why? I told you, Param did not do it against Gukesh. He will not do it today. He always goes for the win. Always. That's his weakness.
Hmm.
8 seconds. 2 seconds, bro.
Okay, Rook takes F6 played with 3 seconds on the
3 seconds he
clock.
played that. Brilliancy. Nice move. And now GF6 is the only move. You have to take that rook.
Mhm.
Do you think Param blunders your Sahaj on this
Not
move?
here. Of course, GF6 is very natural, but because you're also losing H4, the G6 knight. That's what my take is here, at least. He takes, obviously. Knight H4
Okay.
taken. Okay, he gains some time here. Now, Queen H4 only move here. Take the pawn back, of obviously. Take the knight back, obviously.
Come on. Come on. Param, don't take that knight. देखो
हाँ,
क्वीन
Rook
एच टू
B3
मेरा
also
मेरा
looks interesting, yeah? Because Rook B1 check का plan है आपका maybe बाद में.
हाँ मेरा किंग कांप रहा है भाई. कम ऑन, कम टू H2. कभी हवेली में आइए तो सही. क्वीन H2, लेट्स गो. 20 seconds for Param. Will he make a mistake? Sahaj bhai. I
But chat, take knight or pawn. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Knight or pawn.
think knight he takes the knight, yeah?
Obviously, you should.
Whoa, he took the pawn, Sahaj, he took the pawn. He took the pawn. He took the pawn. Nihal is winning. Knight F5. Knight F5
Knight
winning for
F5.
Nihal Sareen.
Dude, what did he miss? Oh, did he miss? Queen on A5 is defending E1. So after knight F5, there is no Rook B1 check because Rook D1 takes and there is no Queen E1 mate.
Possible. Possible he missed that. Time pressure can do stuff. Nihal Sareen about to be the tournament leader. He could be in the lead. Let's go. Bhai Sahaj, we have
Insane.
one
By knight
man and he's
F5,
going
by
to go to
knight
five
F5.
and a.
But
Huh.
it's not over yet. Knight F5 is the only move here. Only move.
Yeah. 20 seconds. Nihal, 5.5 points are calling. He will be the only one on 5.5 from India. Let's go.
Okay, knight
10
F5. Come on, come
seconds.
on, come on. Knight F5, knight F5. Only move.
Played. Nice move. Nihal, I think the skill that he has of finding those crucial moves and time pressure is really benefiting him right now. I know it's on online chess, but still the nerves are the same, right, Sahaj? I think he's feeling the same stuff he feels during Title Tuesday. He feels during Bullet Chess Championship. And now you can see that helping him in this crunch position.
Absolutely. That's why I think whenever it's a time pressure situation, I think Nihal always is. I mean, he has that edge because of how much he has played. Bullet. I've told you this before. I was doing stats for Chennai Masters every single day, and I can tell you, Nihal has played. I mean, at minimum, he had played around 50 games against each opponent, which was insane to me. Okay, Queen F4. Okay, attacking the rook and the knight. Okay, Queen takes D5 is a very, very simple move here, defending both. And you're also centralizing your queen, and you're just completely winning. Queen takes D5
And
played. Let's go.
yeah, King F2, very simple move. And now you've reached the 39th move as well, Sahaj. I think it's just one move to go. And I don't see any threats because the knight on F5 again is a great defender of the king, covering up that E3, G3, those crucial H4 squares, all the dark squares covered by the knight. There's no check even that black has.
Yep, absolutely. So King F2 or Bishop D1, either of them works.
Wow, this is amazing. So Nihal Sareen likely will defeat Param, who will stay on 5. I mean, going from tournament leader to at the borderline of the cutoff, Sahaja, in one game. That's how harsh this tournament is. 5 was a cutoff, right? He goes from leading the tournament to the cutoff in one game.
Basically, yeah. Basically. And by the way, this
Wow.
will be his third victory in a row for Nihal.
Wow.
So what a performance. And I think with this win, he will become 2,700, no?
Yeah, I think so. You're right. Maybe not actually 2693, na? I think. Yeah, he will. I don't think so. Let me check. No,
2698
he's two.
and
He's
269.
already 2700 Saj. He's already 2701.
I was considering Chennai as well.
No, I think it's considered. I think he's 2701.
Oh, great then. Amazing.
And he will go to
2698 currently. No, no, it's
2706.
2701. I think plus 8. Rookie 5 play. By the way, that's a big blunder. Queen D8 check is winning immediately.
Queen d8, king h7, and then queen f8. Yeah, threatening mate in one. Khatam.
Why rook F5 or queen F5? Wait. क्या miss हो रहा है इधर? कोई queen D8 check played? King H7
But queen
only move.
f5, bishop d3, Saj bhai. Queen gayi.
Oh, bishop D3. And if rook F5, then of course queen F7 check would be GG. Then of course Nihal will find this.
And that's why Param resigned. Yeah, I mean, I think he should resign now. Let's go. Live is 26. I think it's 2701. That's what I can see. Did Arjun resign? We've not seen it, but I'm guessing it should be done because he's simply a piece down. Let's see if this game finishes, chat. I think then we can switch because I think this is almost over. Queen f8 now. Let's go.
Bhai, this also means that there is a very big possibility. I mean, if Arjun loses, then there is a very big possibility that Blue Bomb plays against Nihal.
अरे
That
मतलब
matchup
पूरा
has not
इंडिया को
happened
हराएगा
yet.
क्या?
मतलब I think it's a pretty very refreshing to see these two players at the top of FIDE Grand Swiss, like on round 7 itself. I mean, that's insane, I think.
Yeah.
Round 8, sorry.
Pragg also winning. We'll jump. We'll go to all the games. Nihal ka time 0 dikh raha hai, but I think we've reached the 40th move. So that's not a problem anymore. Imagine
Imagine
22600
22600s
qualifying.
qualifying for
Uh,
pi. I would love it. I would love it.
Actually, that's even fair because that's the purpose of this event. Yeah.
Yeah.
Earlier, candidates used to be limited to the top events, and people who didn't get the invites never had a chance. So, two 2600s getting a chance would be actually evidence that this format is great. And wow, he just
Oh, no
grabs the
hesitation.
pawn.
By rook f5, queen f5. He knows that endgame is winning. No
Yeah,
hesitation.
yeah, I think that's a practical way to play it. I like it. No calculation required. Khatam. I want hands to qualify. I mean, he has a chance as well. 5 points for him. So Nihal about to beat the tournament leader, Param Maksudlu. I think everybody in the tournament has a smile on their face after that result, Sajbhai. I think because Nihal is not the only one who benefits, right? Everybody who's behind Param is now like, "Arey bhai, nikal gaya leader. Ab meri bari."
Exactly. And now the tournament completely opens up because now वो आधे point का lead जो परहम maintain कर रहा था throughout the event, that's gone. So I think it will be Nihal and most likely okay. Anish is also okay. By the way, Anish is drawing now. But okay, let's cover this game. Let's see what happens here. But let's see if he
No,
goes rook f5 or not.
we love Anish, but Anish drawing actually is beneficial to Nihal because Nihal will be in top two, Sahaj, guaranteed after
So
this round.
that means Nihal की pairing fixed हो गई भाई.
So दो ही लोग होंगे 5.5 पे.
दो ही लोग हैं. It's
Oh, so
If
wait.
Arjun loses, that is.
So assuming it's Nihal versus Bluebam Matthias, it's only two players. Bluebam had black, Nihal had white. So Bluebam white versus Nihal black.
Yeah.
It's like a matchup for the candidates because if Nihal wins, you go to 6.5, and you
That's
need
a
like one. You need 1.5 out of three. You will get that score, yeah.
I mean, but let's not forget कि निहाल का टाई ब्रेक बहुत खराब था. Like उसकी performance rating बहुत खराब थी. तो
पर
for
वो बढ़
him,
जाएगा ना साज भाई, अब
one
बढ़
and a
जाएगा
half.
बिकॉज ही अब बढ़
Yeah,
जाएगा.
but from as far as I know, शुरुआत के matches में if you beat someone, it increases more. At least that's my
हाँ.
understanding of it. But hopefully it increases. Yeah, hopefully. But also let's not forget Blue Bomb would be winning this event because he has defeated Pragg and he's defeating Arjun as well. So वहाँ पे performance rating would be shooting up for him.
Yeah, I think very interesting chat. Very happy with Nihal Sareen. Let's see the final move, and then we have a lot of games to jump to. A lot of results incoming back to back. Prad, by the way, is completely winning. Sahaj, it's +5 for Pragnananda. Would love to see those moves. Jaise hi Nihal, wins the game. I think it should happen in a few seconds. I think he's about to resign.
Yeah, I think very likely.
And heartbreak for Param, by the way, who was leading the event. I mean, I can't imagine what he's feeling right now. Yeah, um, you kind of have your,
Absolutely. And he had the draw, yeah? He had the draw. He had the repetition in his hands.
yeah, he should have taken it. Maybe he didn't see it though. That is a possibility. But now I
I doubt
think,
it, yeah. I really doubt it if he didn't see it. I for sure he saw it.
hmm, बाय द वे साज भाई नजर रखना उस पे, हाँ बहुत चीजें हो रही हैं. गुकेश लूजिंग अगेन, क्या बात कर रहे हो
हाँ
तुम
हाँ
यार.
हाँ, कर रख रहा हूँ भाई, रख रहा हूँ.
निहाल विल विन 2700. Nihal is 2700 now for sure. Sahaj, it would be like the best thing to see अगर निहाल टूर्नामेंट जीत जाए, qualifies to the candidates, which is like 2725. That would be amazing. I mean, like, मतलब कमाल हो जाएगा भाई ना.
Nihal in the candidates would be insane. I'm not gonna lie. Has to be insane. Oh,
And
and
Nihal Sareen wins! Kudos to Nihal Sareen, who has defeated the tournament leader Param Maksudu in crushing fashion. And now he takes sole lead in the event. And the only guy who can join him is Arjun's opponent. And Sahaj, that's about to end in about 30 seconds, I think. Arjun losing.
अरे this is over. This is over. तो बहुत लोग चैट में लिख रहे थे कि आप ऐसे स्पॉइल मत किया करो भाई. आई थिंक यहाँ पे तो बनता था, बट इफ यू प्रेफर देन वी वोंट, या नेक्स्ट टाइम.
हाँ ठीक है, we won't. And also chat, Arjun will lose, so it will be Nihal Sareen versus Bluba Matthias tomorrow, and that very well could be a match for the candidate spot directly. Of course, there are ifs and buts possible, but in general, in the last 3 rounds, you should be able to able to score 1.5. So I think Kalka match could be a candidate's match spot. So we'll see. I think Arjun about to resign Sahaj, and uske baad he we should jump to the Pragg game, which is about to end. I think it's almost ended, by the way, I think. But okay.
This is completely over. You have no checks in this position. So what do you do even?
Yeah, not much. Chat, Vidit is still winning, Pragg winning, Pranav is roughly balanced, Gukesh is worse, Arjun is losing. So technically, Sahaj, on paper, ठीक है, सिर्फ on paper, VD has chances, Pragg, if he wins, has chances, Pranav is drawing, so has chances. Gukesh, I don't know, but I think Arjun also, like, on paper, everybody still has
एक
chances.
बार गुकेश का चेक कर लें क्या?
हाँ, let's go to Gukesh. Yeah. I think he's the only one who's going to lose his chances now if he doesn't win.
Someone is was saying 2.5 का advantage दिखा रहा है गुकेश के गेम पे. I'm not sure how true that is, but this looks very very difficult to hold, and I'm so happy that Gukesh has a lot of time here. So ये time
I
scramble
think
होता है यहाँ पर, so this would be very difficult to hold this because white is just pushing the pawns down. Yeah, very simple.
I think they might have checked the cloud engine or some strong engine Sahaj, and I would not be surprised if that +1 is actually plus 2.3. I will not be surprised by
Mm,
that. Engines ka limitation hota hai. And yeah, it is just sad because Gukesh now doesn't even have forget chances. He'll be on -1, Sahaj. That is in an open event. He would
mm,
have lost to three 2600s back to back if that happens.
yeah, that will be very sad.
And by the way,
So
Arjun
you
about to
said Ding
resign.
lost. You said Ding lost, right? 4 games in a row. Oh, Arjun about to resign?
But that was a Norway chess tournament, Sah. So he was playing
Hmm.
Magnus, Hikaru, Pragg, and all the others. In an open event, even Ding, I don't think, has lost 4 in a row.
Hmm. Okay, this is the game between Arjun and Matthias Bluebaum. I mean, he has the pawn here. Oh, apparently Queen G3 check is also winning here.
Yeah,
Unnecessary, but it is winning.
I think just Queen F4
Yeah.
feels pretty logical.
Queen F4 is nicer. Yeah, because takes के बाद you have these pawns coming up.
Apparently, Bishop E1 is also winning. I mean, everything is winning, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
only way to lose would be making two illegal moves.
That is insane that Bluebaum is able to do this to he beat Pragg, drew to Abhimanyu Mishra, and then he's beating Arjun as well.
Yeah. By the way, Aditya, I think we discussed this, has drawn uh Arjun
Divya game,
about.
we'll just finish the the last moments. I feel like there is a result incoming here very soon, and then
Yeah.
we can jump to other games.
Yep, Divya is completely winning the chat. That is true. Pragg, Divya, Vidit are all winning. So that's good news. Gukesh is Divya tomorrow. Actually, Divya will have more points than Gukesh, Sahaj.
क्या बात कर रहे हो really?
That will, if Gukesh loses, which he is worse, Divya will have more points than Gukesh.
But that means that they can play each other. Queen f4 played, by the way. That actually means they can, because Gukesh will be downfloated. So
Yeah,
Gukesh
but
will be uploaded and Divya will be
I know,
downfloated.
but you get the point, right? I mean, it's just like very harsh tolerance for Gukesh, I think.
Mm. Oh, Queen f4 played. Yeah, this is just resignation.
Yeah, he resigns. So Sahaj bhai, iska matlab, it's gonna be blue bar matches with Nihal tomorrow, and Nihal ka tiebreak worse as you can see. So tomorrow, Nihal, if he wins, he could. I think his candidate's chances could be very very high.
I mean, Nihal is at a performance rating of 2801 and Blue Bomb is 2887, which is insane. But yeah, only two players remaining on 5.5, so they play against each other. मतलब निहाल की preparation already अभी से ही start हो गई है. उसका दिमाग already चलना
हाँ
शुरू हो गया होगा कि what should I play tomorrow. So the no
हाँ
rest for the players, and yeah, sad day for Arjun indeed. Hoping he can bounce back, but looking unlikely at this point regarding the candidates qualifiers, because so many players are on 5 points. Yeah, let's switch back to some other
yeah.
game.
Sahaj bhai,
Uh,
first let's go to Divya maybe. Just kind of look at that game once and just finish and see if okay if it is winning. Once we discuss that, then we go to Vidit and then Pragg, and we stay on Pragg maybe. Yeah, and
oh, she
this
wins,
does seem
yeah.
to be completely winning.
Easy. She won't have more. Gukesh is on three, yeah?
He's on three. If he loses, Divya will be ahead.
Oh, yeah, she is winning this for sure.
Ravindranath Das, yes, I think Guki versus Divya is possible actually tomorrow. Unless Gukesh wins, then it's not going to happen. But as of now, Saj, if pawn takes pawn, king takes knight, a2, king b2,
King
so that
B2.
just takes care of everything. Um, so I think it's just completely winning for Divya. Let's go to Vidit once.
Maybe you have knight B1 check and like going king C2 and knight A3 check.
But now the knight is
The
tied, right? It's trapped.
Yeah, but I can go bishop somewhere and then I can go knight B5. But okay, you can also capture the B4 pawn. Okay,
Yeah,
some technique required, but okay, she should be winning this. Objectively, it is winning for sure.
yeah. So yeah, I think should be winning. Let's go to the game of Vidit once, Sajbhai, and just want to get your opinion there on how difficult it is. It seems like the evaluation is not as high as it was +3, now it's plus 1.4, but still feels winning. Yeah, D6 just feels so natural.
Yeah, the black has to create something on the H file. So a move like rook C8 and rook H8 and queen H1 is what he wants. This is what I think will be challenging. But okay, black के लिए भी खेलना मुश्किल
Oh,
है.
look at the move, Sahajbhai. So D5 के बाद rook C8, best move, only move, D6, and now
Yes.
not rook H8 directly because there is queen C3 check.
Wait, so rook C8 के बाद, sorry, you just cut off for a second.
D6,
So rook
D6,
D6,
D6.
okay. Rook H8.
And rook h पे queen c3 check है, which is the problem. So you
Okay.
first play queen h6 instead of rook
Okay.
h8. And now after d7, you play rook h8, and it's actually equal.
Oh, okay. So how am I supposed to avoid this? Queen C3 check first.
Yeah, d5, rook c8 के बाद you have to play d6, and if queen h6, then you have to play rook d1 only move.
Oh, rook H8 and then king E1.
King e1, which is not easy. But instead of the game, queen h6 was played, and that's a big mistake. And now white can play rook e8, and it's completely winning.
Or he wants to stop just this plan of rook C8, rook E8 altogether. So
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Let's go.
So with it still winning, let's go to the game of Pragg now and see if it's it's almost over. Yeah.
यार गुकेश का लगा लेते हैं एक बार to see how he's
भाई
doing.
एक बार प्रग देख लो बस, एक बार प्रग देख लो, आई थिंक चैट जान खा लेगी वरना। भाई भाई,
अच्छा,
प्रग का
okay.
देख नहीं रहे हो तुम लोग, भाई देख रहे प्रग का देख रहे भाई।
Oh, it's completely winning. Completely winning. Yeah, कोई chance ही नहीं है. You just have one check. That's it. Mera
Yeah.
threat is just to take and take, I guess. Or even just e6 straight away looks very good. Even rook f5, queen g6 is a very dangerous threat.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
he's
time
gone.
भी
He's
है.
gone.
Time भी है.
Hmm.
So Pragg winning. So let's go to Gukesh's game now, Sajbhai. And Gukesh has been thinking for how long?
I think we will know in just a second. He is thinking for 9.5 minutes in this position after h5.
Wow.
Is it really that bad? So someone in the chat was saying earlier that it's plus 2.5. It looks pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. It looks really bad. Taking the pawn is the problem because now you give control of the seventh rank and white can play rook f7 and this bishop is basically gone because next move I'll play rook e7 and आप इस bishop को हटा नहीं सकते because then rook e8 is just checkmate. That is why he played
Saj,
h5 and he's inviting
I
him to take.
I Bishop D8 has been played by Gukesh and it has a question mark attached to it. And I'm really genuinely worried now for the world champion because you do not want to lose 3 games in a row. And white ka rook d6 apparently is the best move now. And if you play c3, rook e8 and time to resign.
My bit question is after rook d6 he's supposed to play bishop c7, right? So is this a draw for?
From Gukesh, maybe yes, actually.
Like
Maybe
this is
he
a draw
has
for,
seen
no?
there's nothing else. But will
Hmm.
Edis draw this game? I don't think so. Apparently, Rook G6 is the way to move play forward, yeah?
Rook g6 here. Rook c6
After Rook
actually. Rook
D6,
d6,
Bishop.
bishop c7, rook c6. Yeah.
But
It's a
King
winning
B7, Rook G6 से
advantage.
खेलना पड़ेगा, I think.
Yeah, it's a winning advantage because you're winning this, yeah? If you play rook
Oh,
h5, then
Rook
rook.
F5 played. Blunder by Edis Gurel as well. And now C3, golden opportunity. It's still worse. But C3, D4. Let's push those pawns. Let's push those pawns, Ukesh.
One of them, yeah, c3 or d4, both of them work, but somehow c3, sorry, d4 is better than c3, and I think c3 is a way more logical move here.
Yeah.
Ed is also playing a bit fast, yeah?
Yeah, I think Edis could have thought for a while there. Actually, he had enough time on the clock. I think it's the it's. I mean, he's a young kid. I think oh maturity ki I can take my time. Maybe is a bit uh can be better there. But I think of course he's played some amazing chess. His preparation was amazing. He found a variation where the engines seem to suggest it's equal, but it's not entirely equal, right? Because whenever we go deeper, the engine go up for white.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, c3 played instantly. So he doesn't go
Wow.
for d4, but I think it's more or less the same. And now
And now
h6 has to be found by Edis.
Saj, can we go deeper? So let's say h6 मैं खेलता हूँ. I think feels like a logical move, right?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, if I play c2, I think rook c1 is the problem and it's already lost because I can't
Mm-hmm.
defend c2 and d5, right? Because rook
Mm-hmm.
c7, there is, I think, bishop g7 and the h pawn queens.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
I can't play c2. So I think d4 is the next alternative. Now, what does white do? Can I just play g4 and continue or do I have to defend?
g4, g5, g6 सब के रोक कैसे रहे हो आप ये?
g4, let's say c2,
Okay, rook c1, same thing.
c1. Now rook c3 or rook d2, which one do I go for?
I don't know. Rook c3 looks more logical because you want to play d3, d2. Let's start. Oh, but I have bishop b4, yeah? I can stop you.
पर rook d2 में भी तो है वो.
तब तो rook e2 बैठा लूंगा ना and then d3,
अच्छा
d2.
हाँ. Okay, so g5 और g5 पे पॉन मारना पड़ेगा क्या बिशप के बदले?
Yes. Oh,
भाई
rook
साहब.
g5, rook f7. Okay. Here, rook f takes f2. Why? This is not easy for either side. And imagine having to defend rook bishop versus rook in this position for Gukesh, which is what it's looking like.
This is just not Gukesh's tournament, Saj. I feel this is just not his tournament.
Hmm.
Why is C3 a miss? I think C3 directly. Um, I don't know in which position. I think we're talking. There's so many positions where C3 was
I
possible.
think यहाँ पे C3, yeah. C3 was a
I
miss
think
and D4 is the better move, but I think
yeah,
they're pretty much the same.
yeah, they are same. I think I agree. H6 blade, by the way. So
Oh
Edis
wow.
Gorel is piling on the pressure.
He's also playing really quickly. Like I think three crucial moves, and I think after the miss of Rook F5, he's only spent like 3 minutes on the clock, so he's definitely playing faster than usual.
By the way, Pranav has drawn, Sajbhai. Pranav has drawn. That's an important result, right? Both players were on 4.5, and now he goes to, I think, 5. If he goes to 4.5, actually, he was on 4.
Yeah, he
Oh,
goes to 4.5, so he's the same points as Arjun.
yeah, difficult, yeah. Now it's very difficult for Pranav, I think.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So now it's
Okay.
Nihal and Vidit who are basically leading the charge for the Indian
Yeah,
players.
yeah. So Pranav's game has ended. Um,
Going
maybe
back
we.
to the Gukesh game, we have H6 D4 played, by the way. So he doesn't play C2, he plays the best move, and now G4 is what we were expecting, and Black has to sacrifice this bishop for the pawn in the longer run. But this is a race, yeah? White pushes here, Black pushes there. Chat क्या लग रहा है आपको?
Tough, tough.
Tough for who?
I don't know. Both players actually. For us, actually, why?
Yeah. Imagine if Vidit and Vaishali win this Grand Swiss as well. By
Why?
I mean, Nihal is also there, but also Blue Bomb. I mean, you have to give it to him. I mean, beating both
Uh,
Pragg and Arjun in the same tournament is an insane achievement.
actually, if Gukesh loses and Divya Gukesh काफी likely है actually. Divya had white today and Gukesh had black. So it is very likely they end up playing each other if Divya wins and Gukesh loses.
That's a lot of pressure, I think, on Gukesh, for sure. And Divya is also in the form of her life. I think she every
हाँ,
single game she's playing so well. Gukesh could not lose here. It will be very bad for her. Confidence so already come hai yaar. Because he's already suffered two losses in a row, and
by the
in such
way,
an event, you don't get any time to breathe.
huge
Yeah.
move by Vidit Gujarati. He has played Rookie 8. That's a big, big plus. And now it's again plus 2.5 for the former champ. I think that should increase his chances drastically, chat.
Yeah, Queen F6, Queen A1 type ideas, and apparently Queen E4 is very good. Even King G1 is very good here. But Rook E8 was important to not allow this rook to get to the H file.
And and chat, the point is, idea is queen e5 in some cases. If I trade queens, I think you can basically resign as black. So
Hmm.
black has limited options to avoid that. Queen a1 check, queen e1. And now queen e5 is basically happening by force because the rook is also hanging on c7. So black has to trade.
Basically, yeah. Nice find there. So Queen E4, I think not a very difficult move considering the time, but with ka time 25 minutes ho gaya hai. So, it's we are on that stage where, we need to get a winning position, otherwise नहीं तो बहुत मुश्किल हो सकता है यहाँ पे. Pragg, on the other hand, I think he's still completely winning. No updates, I think, on the board just yet.
Can you please tell what are the chances of Vishali winning the Grand Swiss? Is she in Soli? She's in Soli, Anushka, yes. And she won today. And the only other player, Katina Lagno, on the same points drew. So with 4 rounds to go, she's half a point ahead of the others. So
Hmm.
I would say she's on, I think, she's on 6 points now, right, Sajbhai? Yes, she's on 6. So she
Yeah,
needs
Vaishali.
around 8 points. So if she scores 50% in the last 2 rounds, likely with her great tiebreaks, she'll make it.
Oh, by the way, is Nihal 2700 now? Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
For sure, he's 2700. Yeah. So, किसका गेम लगाना है भाई? Should we go to Prague or should we go to Divya?
I really want to see Gukesh only because सबसे ज़्यादा interesting. बाकी जगह हम जीत ही रहे हैं actually. Not something crazy. Also, I think Anish's game is about to end. I think it's going to be a draw if we can have one look. They're repeating moves already.
Okay. That's basically the last board that was sort of fighting, but on board three. And yeah, Abhimanyu still holds his own. Yeah, Anish did have a better position, but one mistake, and Abhimanyu keeps his streak of some 62 games now.
Yeah,
Insane.
63 actually, I think.
63. Wow.
Yeah, Anish is about to draw. So, which game? Oh, Queen E4 played with it. Crazy move with it, finding that crucial move in the game. And I think he's moments away from winning as well.
Yeah, very, very good chance. And Gukesh still thinking. And एक बार any other game? By the way, Luke seems to have a very bad position against, almost losing against Yu Yangi. This is the position. यहाँ पे Leon के chances एकदम गए. Basically, this is the final match, yeah, because now the cutoff is gone. So that's another sad news. I think Yu Yangi advances with 4.5 points. Most likely the game is going to finish relatively quite fast. Any other game that seems interesting?
I think Divya is
What
also
about
about to
Divya?
win. She's about to win, I think.
Divya.
That's gonna, yeah, about to happen soon. The only question is, oh, Anish has drawn, by the way. Anish has drawn. So that's an important result. That means nobody will be chasing down Nihal and Matthews Luam. They are the only two players on 5.5. So it's going to be a simple pairing. They can start preparing already.
Hmm.
Pranav is already drawn. He's already drawn. So he goes to 4.5 points.
Yeah, this king just advances here. This is such a simple win for Divya. Divya's playing literally so amazing. She's about to hit 2500 as well. That is insane. This could be a GM norm for her as well, right? Like after this win, she's gonna have a GM norm for sure. I mean, I know
For
she's a
sure.
GM already, but I'm just,
Yeah,
still
yeah.
as a GM as well. If you make a GM norm, it's still nice. It's a nice feeling.
True, true. By the way, chat results coming in thick and fast. I think today the stream might end quickly, Sahaj. Right? Unless Gukesh, I think Gukesh's game is the only one which is going to last very long. I see. I think the main games remaining are the Divya game, Vidit game, Pragg game, and Gukesh. And Pragg, Vidit are completely winning. So
Mhm.
Divya as well.
Divya cruising through. By the way, going back to the Gukesh game to see if there are any updates. Okay, Eddie's Gurel is still thinking. So we were looking at G4 and Rook C1 as the two potential moves here. By the way, if White goes Rook C1 in this position, Rook D2 only move. And if King F1, then Bishop E7 only move.
What?
Yeah. There is also Bishop
But King,
G5,
what is King
which
F1, Sahaj? I'm not sure what King F1 is.
it's the best move.
Well, it doesn't make any sense to me. What is King F1?
I think probably if you play C2, I have King E1, I'm guessing. Like, and then you lose
Ah,
the pawn on C2. So I'm just not allowing you to play C2.
but feels risky, yeah. King F1 थोड़ा back rank की तरफ usually back.
कोई
साहिल को
सूत्रों से
कैसे
खबर है
पता?
भाई, अब कोई खबर दे नहीं सकते हम आपको, बिकॉज लास्ट टाइम दिया था
हाँ,
तो
नो
पीपल वर
सूत्र
नॉट
खबर भाई,
हैप्पी.
नो सूत्र खबर.
सो अब भाई you have to watch the games.
Yeah. Divya speaking, love this hustle from her. Feels like how Arjun was speaking last year. I mean, Arjun hopefully will still peak, but yeah, I think I'm impressive to see how well Divya has played. This year has been like a dream, yeah, for Divya Deshmukh. And she just continues on her run. And Sahaj, what happens if we have Gukesh against Divya tomorrow? And Divya will
आग
have,
लग
I
जाएगी.
think, black, yeah?
हमारी
Yeah.
पीक वॉचिंग होगी उस दिन.
अरे यार,
लिख
अरे
के ले
यार,
लो.
peak watching.
लिख के ले लो.
Watching, यार.
पीक इन दिस टूर्नामेंट पीक वॉचिंग होगी, लिख के ले लो. वहां पे.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
How much rating will Gukesh lose if he loses today? Like 6 or 7 points probably. 2758 पे है वो, and I think he might drop down to 2752 or 2751, something like that. Exactly. Exactly. Palak Singh, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I was also thinking the same thing. भाई वो गुकेश और दिव्या का जो मैच होगा वो बहुत बहुत मजा आएगा वहाँ पे. But let's hope it doesn't happen. I mean, Gukesh is still fighting it out. I mean, it's not gone the position. It's not even lost for Gukesh. Samaj by
क्वेश्चन
Team
मार्क.
Gukesh and Sahil Team Divya. Is that true? Oh, by the way, Ruxi one mistake. Not really a mistake actually. सही खेल रहा है वो. साहिल भाई,
हम्म.
सही खेला ना ये. This is not really a mistake because this was one of the top moves and now Gukesh has to find Rook D2. If he doesn't play Rook D2, it is over. It is GG. So Sahil भाई, are you Team Gukesh or Team Divya? अगर उनका मैच लगता है तो. ये
यार ये
सवाल नहीं
क्वेश्चन.
सोचा था ना आपने. कितना भी प्रिपेयर कर लो, लेकिन ये सवाल के लिए प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं थे आप.
I don't even know what to say, bhai. Like it's just such a crazy. It's been a very surprising tournament, honestly, because I think जो इंडिया के टॉप स्टार्स थे, like you expected. टॉप थ्री सीट्स कौन थे? मुकेश, प्रग, अर्जुन, yeah. All
Yeah,
three
yeah, of course.
have almost minimal chances. Like that's a shocker to me. He not even
Yeah, yeah, of
one made it,
course.
yeah. And it's not like he last round में गया. Like it's halfway through, their chances had ended almost. They can
Hmm.
still make it, of course, but that will take a borderline miracle. And Rook C1 now. And it's not a question mark, I agree. I think Rook D2 is the only move. And when you have an only move, and even then you have plus one advantage, it can't be a mistake, right? I mean,
Fire, I'm asking why it's bad for black even with such advanced pawns. So, I mean, you cannot look at such positions with like visually kaisa lag raha. You have to actually calculate like how the move. Only then you can understand what the position actually means. So after Rook D2, White's G pawn is just running all the way down. So like G4, C2, G5. And let's say if you play D3, it's a blunder by the way. You cannot play D3, but I'm just going to show it. You have to sacrifice your bishop here. Only move by the way. So if you play D3, then G6. I mean, let's say you go Rook D1, just trying to race your opponent here. You take here, black takes here, and you queen, and suddenly white not only just queens first but also might prevent you from sort of queening yourself. So like let's say if you go rook d1 or something,
maybe Rook
queen
G1 check,
check
Samaj, yeah?
happens and
Maybe Rook G1 check.
yeah, rook g1 check is possible, but then you lose a rook. Yeah,
Hmm.
then you lose a rook. You can play d2 still. Actually, it's a very nice line. Rook d5, queen, you take, queen takes, and this is of course because you still have the h6 pawn alive in this position. It is winning for white. So this
By the
is one
way,
of the reasons why this is so bad. You have to just calculate, just brute force here. Nothing else works.
big update. Divya has won. And right now in the standings, she
Mm.
has crossed Gukesh. So she's on 3.5 points. Her opponent has resigned. And that means if Gukesh were to lose, we could have this pairing tomorrow, chat. So that's an important win for Divya Deshmukh, who's having a great event, yeah?
Oh, insane. She's basically on 50% in the open section. I mean, I did not
Saja
expect
muted
this,
ho.
but wow. मैं muted हूँ? Muted तो नहीं हो यार. Can you hear me? मैं डिस्कनेक्ट हुआ.
अच्छा नहीं मेरा, अच्छा मैं
Oh,
डिस्कनेक्ट
अच्छा
हो गया
अच्छा.
क्या? हाँ मैं ही था वो, ओह माय बैड.
Yeah, yeah. So as I was saying, great, I think, result for the weather. She's 50% now. 3.5 out of 7. That's
वाह.
impressive. You have to give it to her.
या देखो उज्बेकिस्तान चेस एंड प्लग हैड ऑलमोस्ट जीरो चांसेस, या बट पता है क्लोज इवेंट्स में क्या होता है? यू एंड अप प्लेइंग द सेम पीपल, यू कैन स्टॉप द लीडर. यहाँ पे इट्स एन ओपन इवेंट, इट्स समहाउ आउट ऑफ योर कंट्रोल समटाइम्स. एंड लेट्स जस्ट से कि ये प्रग गुकेश को जीतना है, दे हैव टू विन ऑल देयर गेम्स, दैट्स द ओनली वे नाउ. सो देखते हैं क्या होगा. मीनवाइल 32 मिनट्स of Gukesh, Saj by Pragg is completely winning, Vidit completely winning. Um, I think it's just Gukesh, yeah, which is the mystery.
Yeah. And all are wondering kya hua. I think it's just the result of having, two bad games in a row and then having a rest day. But probably you didn't have a lot of rest. I mean, pretty overwhelmed. And just having such a, I think, unfortunate pairing. I think that has to play a part here. I mean, it was a bad pairing to begin with,
But Sahaj
to
bhai,
play Edis Girl after two losses.
if he plays Divya tomorrow, is that a fortunate pairing or an unfortunate pairing?
I think, I mean, of course, it's an unfortunate pairing for sure. Like for Gukesh, I
It's
think, of
not.
course it is
It's
because
not getting
again,
easier. Yeah.
yeah, of course not because I mean, it's a World Cup winner. I mean, she's on the rise. I mean, you don't know where her peak is. She's having great positions out of the opening as well. And कितना pressure होगा गुकेश के ऊपर to score a win there.
Yeah. Yeah. And
By the
chat.
going to Prague's board, this is the
Yeah.
current position. And by the way, if E6, this is +6. I mean, is there a resignation incoming here?
I think so. I think Pragg has been winning for a long time. The only reason the game lasted so long is because Black has been thinking for a long time.
Mhm.
Um, I'm guessing E6 is the winning move at some point. And there's no counterplay because there is no Queen E1 check. Everything is controlled. And it's just over, yeah.
WC वर्सेस नहीं भाई WC थोड़े ना तो वर्ल्ड कप विनर हुआ ना वो तो which now she'll
अरे
play
अरे
candidates and she'll have a spectacular performance there I think for sure बड़ा मजा आएगा वहाँ पे but yeah
Aryan Aryan
future
Chopra
WC maybe
just drew, yeah, against Amin Basim. And
okay.
Leon just lost to Yu Yangi. So two more results among Indian players. And I think now it's all about these three games. It is Edis versus Gukesh, Pragg versus Maxime, and Vidit versus Morizi.
Mhm. Let's say Pragg and Nihal comes to top two, just let's say, and Pragg also qualifies from FIDE circuit, then Pragg will be qualified from which method? I think whichever method is used wherever he qualifies first, right? So if he just wins this, that he's
Hmm.
qualified from this tournament first, then he wouldn't need the FIDE circuit anymore. So FIDE circuit में जो भी
Yes.
second आ रहा होगा, it's probably beneficial for them because that person qualifies.
True, true. Also, there are some weird rules. For example, if the World Cup winner has already qualified, then somehow the circuit second in the circuit wins. I don't know if that's true or if it's something it's a rumor I heard because technically Arjun was second in the circuit last year. I don't know what's the scene there, but it's a bit complicated. It's not like white and black. There is some
बाय द
gray
वे
there.
सूत्रों ने जो भी बताया वो हम अब तो नहीं बोल सकते बट नथिंग लाइक दैट या
Huh.
we are
If
just
Divya,
uh, we are just shooting for some we're just hyping it up because it is possible that Gukesh versus Divya actually happens tomorrow because they have the right color as well and
no, I
Divya
mean
ki but I think Divya ki rating kam hai I think so she will play in the bottom half
no,
is what
but
I'm
no, but the thing is, she might be the lowest seed on 3.5. Mukesh might be the will be the top seed on three.
yeah but
So
that is if Gukesh loses right but if Gukesh by the way he plays
हाँ,
rugby
assuming he
too
loses, अगर draw होगा तो फिर मैच नहीं होगा इनका आपस में, फिर तो very unlikely.
yeah but losing is unlikely right in this position
आज भाई, I'm not so sure. I mean, we're playing on only moves already. Rook D2
yeah.
played, but
But he does have
now
30
G4.
minutes on the clock. So that's why I'm optimistic about about his chances.
But this might be objectively lost, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it is like 30 moves in objectively lost.
Mm-hmm.
Firouzja on 5, yes. Um, I think it's amazing to see Nihal though on 5.5. I think he has won three games in a row, and this is exactly what Vidit did, right? He had like a stellar run of wins last year that helped him to win the event. I mean, if Nihal can win this and qualify, I mean, it would be a stunning show of display of things to come. Ki bhai, he's reached the top leagues. You don't win the Grand Swiss and like don't become a top contender.
Mm-hmm. Says, do you think Pragg will continue his dominant nature next year too? Very good chance, of course. Very good chance. I think Pragg probably is the most like consistent, I think, in this sense. Pragg का जब खराब साल भी था, I feel like it wasn't like this bad. Like it wasn't that bad, sorry. That's what I mean. The
Yeah,
Pragg
I think
seems to be the most consistent, I think, amongst the three of them for me.
आई थिंक प्रग का साल बुरा इसलिए लगा था बिकॉज बाकी दोनों का अर्जुन और मुकेश साल ऐसा गया था एज इफ मतलब
हाँ
इट वाज क्रेजी बाय
बहुत
द
ही
वे
क्रेजी गया था दोनों एक 2800 हो
आई
गया था
एम
और एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बन गया था इट वाज
आई एम
जस्ट
सॉरी टू
क्रेजी
इन्फॉर्म बट विदित हैज एन ओनली मूव एंड
ओ
दैट मूव इज नॉट easy at all. We should jump to that game because let's not forget Vidit is the only one who has chances apart from Nehal. And rook
Oh
c8,
bhai,
what
what
an
is this move?
insane move by black.
Wow. Okay,
Chat,
this game is not over yet.
if you
Just to
take that
explain,
rook,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, sorry, continue, please.
just
Yeah,
reveal it, reveal it.
yeah, queen a1 check, and now king g2 is lost, king e2, knight f4 check, and basically your queen is gone. Khatam.
Apparently, king e2, knight f4, king e3 is fine. Like, but you can take the queen and okay, it's equalish. But yeah, crazy resource by black. And the only move here for white is rook e4. Any other
Sahaj.
move is equal.
I mean, it's just, and the idea is, I think, queen d4, right? To trade queens again, because that's been the theme of the day. Rook e4, knight f4, just queen d4, and you've avoided all problems in the position. So there is enough evidence to show he'll find rook e4 because he did play queen e4 earlier. But it's the only move, Sahaj. It's the only move.
Tough, fight, tough.
Played. Let's go. He finds it. Yeah, super crucial moment.
Why, but abhi bhi difficult type position because you're not getting d6. Like if I just go queen d6, this feels difficult to play for
Okay,
Vidit.
king g, queen d4 check.
किंग हटा लिया कहीं पे g8.
At least rook h8 तो गया अब. At least that's a relief.
बट स्टिल नाइट
But
f4 तो हमेशा है ना मेरे पास. Hey, it still be a long game, I think. Is my point.
wow.
Oh,
By the way,
okay.
chat update. Pragnananda has won his game, so he goes to 4.5 points, Sahaj. And I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think Pragg has a chance here to qualify? Because 4.5, his tiebreak is relatively decent. It's just ki he will need 3.5 out of 4 at least. But the year he has had, I mean, he could technically do it.
I mean, to be honest, Pragg's tiebreak is not the best right now. Actually,
Really?
Pranav's tiebreak is the best right now. He's at 2799 performance because he hasn't lost a single game, right? Arjun has lost, and Pragg also has lost to Matthias, both to the same player, Matthias Bluebaum. But Pranav has not lost a game yet. That's why his performance rating is the highest right now amongst all the players. It's 2799. So Pragg might have to score 3.5 minimum
Hmm.
or 4 out of 4 to secure it, but theoretically still possible. And Pragg can do it because, as I said, he's the most consistent to me at least.
Hmm. Yeah, that's good to know. Ki chances to hai at least. That's very important, Chad. And huge win for Prague. And now two important games to go, Chad. One is Gukesh, it is, but one is Queen D4. Oh, that's a blunder. That's a big blunder by Maurici. But I think he has a trap there. So Knight F4, Queen D4, Rook H8, and Queen F6 is a mistake apparently.
Yeah, because you're losing d5, no? Because there is rook h1 mate threatened, and then if you take this and then play king e1, then knight d5 mar sakta hai, because the queen is no longer defending d5. But if you play this, isn't this just winning? Oh, look at this. Rook h1 check, king d2, knight takes d5, and now only move for white. Okay, one of the only moves is rook e5. Queen d5 apparently is also winning though.
But that's tough, yeah.
You can calculate it. Yeah, you have 16 minutes. Oh, by the way, queen d4 played instantly.
Wow. So we could be close, Sahaj Bhai. I think this game likely to end the next, unless Morizi has some tricks up his sleeve. I think Rook H8 will happen.
Mm-hmm. Checking some updates on Gukesh's board. By the way, equalize हो गई है position थोड़ी सी वहाँ पे. After Rook D2, he did commit an error and he played King F1. I told you.
Wow, on the
Equal तो
board.
नहीं है खैर अभी भी. But very tough move for Gukesh now. Bishop G5 he has to play. Just हवा में.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Or Bishop
I'm
E7.
sorry, what?
Basically, the computer is just saying exchange the bishops as soon as possible. अगर G4 G5 आ गया तो गए हो.
गोकेश क्या कर रहा है 2600 के सामने स्ट्रगल भाई 3 2600 बैक टू बैक बट आई थिंक दे आर नॉट एग्जैक्टली 2600 एज वेल यार आई थिंक दे आर आल्सो हाईली अंडररेटेड या
That is
Prag
Gurel, of
has won.
course. Of course, of
Prag has
course.
won.
साहिल भाई, अगर कैंडिडेट्स में एक ही बंदा, एक ही इंडियन हो, तो वो कौन सा होगा?
आई थिंक
प्रग
प्रग ही
या?
होगा ना भाई, बिकॉज
बिकॉज
ही
फिडे सर्किट
हैज
या।
एंड नाउ
सैड
आई
हो
थिंक
जाएगा फिर प्रग के लिए भी, इट विल फील अ बिट लोनली। अब
हाँ।
पिछले टाइम क्या मतलब, वो दोस्त लोग दिस ईयर माइट बी लोनली।
बट द क्वेश्चन इज
Okay,
सहज,
Nihal is very, very close
I
though.
mean, I mean, Nihal also, and also the World Cup, right? I think Indian players are kind of set up for the World Cup perfectly, because you look at all these other players, they might do well in one format, but they
Hmm.
might not be able to do well in all. And if you look at the previous World Cup Indian players जो खेले थे, ठीक है, अर्जुन को प्रज्ञ ने नॉकआउट किया, ठीक है,
Hmm.
गुकेश को मैग्नस ने नॉकआउट किया, ठीक है, एंड
Hmm.
प्रग को भी मैग्नस ने ही हराया. So
Hmm.
Vidit ko bhi ek, it was a crazy upset, where he lost to Abaso. So Indian
Hmm.
players did very well in the World Cup overall. Literally, Magnus knocked three out. So
Hmm.
with no Magnus, possibly, I think we will have at least one Indian qualify through the World Cup. That's my belief. What do you think about that, Chad? And what do you think about that, Saj bhai?
I think that's a good point. Someone in the chat is also saying Vidi should qualify for candidates just for Hikaru versus VT.
Bhai.
Yeah. I hope he's not is I hope he's not here, Hikaru. Chances of Gukesh losing three in a row, I would say like maybe 30-40%, something like that. ये टाइम अगर 10 मिनट कम हो जाए तो that becomes more, I think. But okay, there's 15 moves to be played, so not a very difficult position. We know he's great at calculations, but it's a very, very, very difficult position. Like, just to show you a sample variation, black should find bishop g5 to threaten bishop h6. White takes, and black plays rook f7. I'm threatening to take this, and I'm threatening to give you a check. Now, I think this is a tough move for Vidit to play. Not because it's the best move, but because if I don't play the best move here, Sahil, by like say if I go bishop g7 or something, Gukesh is forced to repeat here. Like Gukesh has to play check, king g1, check, king f1, and check. Right? He has to give check, check, checks here. Otherwise, he's not playing for a win anymore. So that's why I think it might be difficult for him. But just continuing the variation, anyways, I don't have to allow rook f2 as white here. I can play f4. You can take on f8. I will push h7 and with the idea of rook g8. And look at this variation. Rook h2, rook g7. Okay. Now mind you, rook h1 check and rook c1 is a free rook. But आप मार
Wait,
नहीं
what's
सकते
happening
because
on Rook G8, by the way?
rook g8, I think you have rook d8.
Ah, Rook G8, yeah. Got it.
But rook g7 पे भी you have to play rook d8, but you gain a tempo there. So I was just explaining rook h1, rook c1 possible नहीं है chat यहाँ पे because I have simply rook g8 and I promote the pawn, and you are I think one step behind, but still not an easy thing to spot. But so rook g7 के बाद black को rook d8 खेलना पड़ेगा, and then you go king g1. Rook has to return somewhere h6 to not give g4 with a tempo, and white takes on a7, and this is the position. I mean, just considering the fact that after king f1, bishop g5, Gukesh has to accept the fact कि वहाँ पे एक draw हो रहा है, which we know he doesn't like to do, and even the follow-up is not really that easy.
Yeah, I mean, practically also you have to understand his confidence, chat. I think he's lost two games. I think he'll be more open to taking the draw, Sahaj. If he sees that draw. But I think the confidence itself, right? I mean, if he sees pawn to f4 and then he sees these variations, he might not have faith कि भाई वहां पे कोई saving grace है. So I mean, होता ही है यार. I mean, you have a bad day, you question your entire existence as a chess player, Saj bhai. I mean, I'm sure it's happened to
Hmm,
you before. It's just
of
so common
course.
among chess players.
Hmm. All the time. बिशप e7, एक और लाइन रोहन खन्ना ने यहाँ पे बताई है, बिशप e7 अपेरेंटली g4 इज वेरी स्ट्रांग. अब बिशप e7 का पॉइंट ही क्या है, लेकिन आप मार तो सकते नहीं. तो g4, and what am I missing? Where is the crazy line? Bishop f8, I guess. Rook f8.
I mean, we take with check. I don't
King
really
b7
see.
only move. You cannot go c7 or d7 for some reason.
Yeah.
g5 आता है. Now rook b2 only move. भाई.
रुक भी टू खेल दिया तो भाई मैं खुद मेंबरशिप दूंगा भाई लोगों को एक जेब में. भाई
बट रुक बी टू के
That's
बाद G6 खेला तो क्या हो रहा है? रुक H6, G7, रुक G6, only move, queen, takes, and D3. That's why rook B2. Look at this, rook takes C3 and then rook B1 check. Rook B2 से ही काम कर रहा था और कहीं से भी नहीं. That is some
not gonna happen.
insane level prep. Yeah, insane level like
No,
calculation.
no, not gonna happen, chat. Not gonna happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, Divya won like some time ago. You already know this. We have announced it, but yeah, great result for Divya. 3.5, 50% in this field is just, I think, an insane result. And I think she's also going to hit 2500 soon. I think she's on track to make a GM norm as well. So
Chat, just gonna give
all
you
of good things happening.
uh, an update. I think Hari Krishna is better against Sanan Sugirov, so he's likely to win. I mean, he doesn't have chances to qualify, but he's better there. Also, I think Abhimanyu Puranik is drawing against Levon Oronian. I think that's a dead drawn position. Um, Puranik has a better pawn structure, but it says three pawns, knight and queen, so that will be a draw. But the two main games are indeed Vidit against Morisi. I think Vidit is close to winning. If you can go the Saj by Rukesh played on the board, I think Vidit has to now find king to e1. It's a crucial moment in the game. He can take on f6, I think. That's also winning. But the best move is indeed king to e1 in the game.
Mhm.
Rukesh played.
Yeah, Queen F6 के बाद equal हो रही है. मतलब you, it's not as winning because you're giving up the D5 pawn for
Hmm.
free. So that's why I feel he's not gonna go for it.
Yeah. And I mean, he's not risking much because, I mean, at the end, the queens are pinned. Na? तो उस हिसाब से सही है. But knight d5 के बाद, you have to calculate. Uh,
Hmm. So I think after
Gukesh
this, the
draw.
only game that remains is Gukesh, yeah?
Yeah. But it's going to be a long one. I think because it's so complicated chat कि वो सारा time utilize करेंगे दोनों players. So it will be a long one. If Gukesh draws today, can we see Divya Gukesh tomorrow? No, because possible but unlikely because Divya
No.
will be at the bottom of the 3.5 points table and Gukesh will play somebody in the middle. That's how pairings are set up. So 10 player है Gukesh will
Remember,
be let's say
remember
number
chat
one.
के जैसे ये, like let me just
हाँ
break it down for people. Let's say
हाँ.
if there are 100 players, right? And सबके same points हैं. So remember that one plays against 51, two plays against 52 and so on because वो half and half करके break करते हैं and because Gukesh will be number one because of his rating and Divya will be 100th because of her rating because Divya is the second lowest player in the tournament. तो अगर उनके same points होते हैं तो them playing against each other is highly unlikely. The chance
Hmm.
is कि if Gukesh does not draw this and if he loses, then Gukesh upfloat हो सकता है and Divya downfloat हो सकती है. That's a very good chance.
Yeah, and by the way, King E1, and उनके colors भी opposite है, so chances high है. King E1 played by Vidit, and I think that is the final blow for Morisi, who's had a spectacular event, but Vidit, Saj by Vidit somehow, it's not giving up, yeah. Like just like Vaishali is cruising. He's like, भाई ये मेरा event है, I'm not gonna give up just yet, and he's gonna go to 5 points.
For sure. Loving it. I think this is amazing. So I think Rook H1 check, probably King D2. And I would be really impressed if Vidit finds here Rook E5. Yeah, that's not an easy move to play. Like Queen
Yeah.
D5 is also winning, but Rook E5 is very impressive here.
Hmm. Yeah, knight d5 does work actually. You can't, I mean, you can take the knight, but you have to calculate, be sure. Can we see Vidit versus Anish? Anish is on, I think, five. It's possible. It's possible, but unlikely. I
Vidit,
think ratings काफी similar है.
no. Very unlikely. Yeah.
Saj and Salbhai, what according to you is the Indian Olympiad team for 2026 and who is on which board? That's a good question, Saj.
Actually, they might play against each other. भाई पांच पे ज्यादा लोग नहीं है. Sorry, what's the question again?
कि इंडिया की अगली ओलंपियाड टीम में कौन से चार प्लेयर होंगे और कौन किस बोर्ड पे होगा?
Um, I think for sure Gukesh, Pragg, and Arjun. Like Arjun, I think will again be like on board two or board three or something because he's so dangerous against वही वो strategies जो उन्होंने पहली बार use करी थी. I think Gukesh probably will be on board one or board two. It depends actually. Pragg could also be on board one next
Hmm.
time, but it's
Hmm.
it's possible. Um, And yeah, top three तो same ही है, but I think fourth पे probably you are thinking of Arvind, Hari or Vidit. You're right, in तीनों में से एक player.
Hmm.
So probably
Hmm.
Arvind and then Vidit is my guess.
So I think I will say Gukesh will be on first because rating इनकी वैसे भी similar ही होगी. But Gukesh doing really well in both the previous Olympiads. They might keep him on board one, thanks
Mm-hmm.
to the experience he's had playing those players. Pragg board two, Arjun board three. They'll keep the top three same. And board four, I'm gonna make a wild bet on Nihal Sahaj. Let's see if he makes it to board number four.
Nihal. Oh, Nihal, of
That
course.
will be
Yes, Nihal.
crazy. And board five, I think, will be Vidit, and he'll be the extra player.
So
Or
not
Arvind, I
Arvind.
think one of the. No, Arvind was there. I think Vidit or Arvind, but I think I'm betting on VD more. Uh, I think Arvind, we still have to see what he does after Uzbekistan chess, right? So it could be Arvind also, though. But I think
Mm.
board four, I'm betting on Nihal. And Chad, if you don't know, all these players,
By the
Pragg,
way,
Gukesh,
oh,
Arjun, come on.
Sahiba, look at this position. He actually
Huh?
did go knight d5 here. Now rook e5 is the
Huh.
move that we're talking about. Do you think Vidit finds it?
I think he either or he calculates queen d5 and he's like absolutely precise in his calculations. Yeah. Either way, he will gonna win this one comfortably. Like there'll be no stress.
But
अपन
do you think he
को
finds rook e5? That's a tough
uh,
move. I think he will, yeah. Good chance. Good chance.
I think he will. I think he will. Time hai. He has enough time on the clock. An
Hmm.
idea is chat. Rook e5 के बाद you're threatening rook takes g5. And the knight. So there are
Hmm.
a bunch of options, and the best move for black is actually queen f4 check just to trade queens, and then you just pick up the g5 pawn and black resigns. Yeah.
ये तो मतलब दो pawn down हो, the not much to play for here.
Yeah. And yeah, good question by the way, yeah, Olympiad team के बारे में. And I would and Chad, very important I think कि भाई Gukesh, Pragg, Nihal, Arjun. At least Gukesh, Nihal और Pragg ये तीनों तो अच्छे दोस्त थे भाई बचपन में. So लोग कहते हैं ना वो जो top five principle, you are similar to the five people around you. Like
गुकेश
this is
निहाल
so.
प्रग और प्रग अर्जुन निहाल.
Pragg, Arjun, Nihal. हाँ Pragg, Arjun, Nihal. नहीं Arjun भी था क्या? I
I
think
mean, I
everybody was friends,
saw
yeah.
in Tata Steel, like what I saw was Arjun and Nihal were hanging out like all the time. All the time.
हाँ और बचपन में
Like,
आई थिंक दे वर ऑल लाइक इवन रौनक एंड ऑल दीस गाइस लाइक दे वर ऑल फ्रेंड्स एंड नाउ दे आर
hmm.
ऑल टॉप प्लेयर्स सो हैंग आउट विद द राइट पीपल भाई
Hmm.
दैट्स सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट
Leon Tata Steel में था नहीं तो I think Leon I didn't see it as
एंड
much, but yeah, I'm sure he is as well. Bishop e7 g4
प्लेड
played in.
वाओ rookie 5
Wow,
nice move killer move by Vidit Gujarati and that's
impressive,
it
yeah.
I think it's time to resign.
Yeah, basically. Actually, it could be possible that Vidit and Anish play. And let's not forget, last time when they played in Chennai, Vidit had that spectacular, chance to take down Anish,
uh,
and it didn't happen. Oh, by the
and there
way,
it
he
is.
resigns.
Let's go. And don't forget, उनका match ना they cannot draw because and if they both draw, they both lose chances. They will have to go for the win this time, yeah.
Vidit having, by
Super
the way, the
crucial.
worst tie break on 5 points, but he's on ninth position right now. So very good chances. So there are two Indians still. Actually, three
So
Indians on top 10.
So Sahaj bhai, let's go to the Gukesh board now. That's the only main remaining game. And once we have the board, Sahaj bhai, can we have the pairings once? Just to understand chat, what are the situations, what's happening, what do we need to do? Nihal clearly we can see is in second place. Can we have the pairings once, Sahaj bhai? So, standing so far. There you see it. So 10 में से तीन इंडियन है साहज भाई अर्जुन भी 11th पे है सो 11 में से चार इंडियन है and that's good to know that Arjun and Pranav are on the top of their tie breaks. That's so
Hmm.
good to know. So still with an outside chance. Pragg also not the worst tie break. So iska matlab I think hypothetically 5 Indians could make it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Still, है ना 5 is but actual में I think 2 Indians maybe Vidit and Nihal.
I think Nihal has the best chance. And Vidit का just tiebreak थोड़ा खराब है, but it feels like 2023 वाली vibes दे रहा है.
Uh, एंड डोंट फॉरगेट हैंस नीमन इट्स गोना बी क्रेजी कल और देखो ना 5 पे कौन कौन है हैंस नीमन
Hmm.
अनीश गिरी नोदिरबेग फिरोजा परम there is no easy opponent Mishra as well so no easy opponents for Vidit tomorrow so it's going to be a knockout match from tomorrow chat every match will be a knockout match so do not miss the remaining 3 days of the Grand Swiss it's going to be crazy fire on the board
I have to say, Blue Bomb and Nihal are like in the most comfortable spot right now because they can afford to make a draw, but others cannot.
Hmm. Yep. And साज भाई एक मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन सोच लो यार, 500 लाइक हो गए, वी नीड टू गिव आउट अ मेंबरशिप, लेट्स थिंक ऑफ अ क्वेश्चन चैट। अगले 2 मिनट में साथ में कभी पूछ लेंगे, चैट में रेडी लिख दो इफ यू आर रेडी। एंड जो आंसर होंगे दे हैव टू कम विद योर यूजर आईडी दिस टाइम, अगर यूजर आईडी मिसिंग है इट विल नॉट काउंट, पहले ही बोल दिया मैंने।
Okay. Let me
As Saj
think.
bhai thinks, position में Gukesh by the way has 15 minutes, and let's not forget कि they still have to play 15 more moves. So Sahaj, 15 moves in 15 minutes in this position, I'm quite skeptical.
Just taking a look on that question.
Hmm.
Okay, I have it.
Let's go. Sahaj भाई पूछ लो, फिर चैट रेडी है।
चलो भाई, क्वेश्चन आपके आपके सामने. Who won the first edition of FIDE Grand Swiss?
Ooh, nice. आईडी के साथ आंसर चाहिए।
भाई सिर्फ आईडी नहीं लिखनी है.
हाँ, आंसर भी।
ओके, आई हैव एन आंसर. यूजर नेम भी मिल गया, ठीक है. हे
क्या आंसर
रूहान
है
सिंह,
साहब?
यू वुड हैव वन अगर आप अपनी आईडी भी डाल देते तो. बट यू डिडंट पुट योर आईडी. सो मेरे लिए इट्स
हाँ,
ब्लाइंड फोल्डेड न्यूबी.
ब्लाइंड फोल्डेड न्यूबी, वैंग हाउ, ओह नाइस।
वैंग हाउ इज द करेक्ट आंसर.
इन्होंने होपफुली चेसकॉम का यूजर नेम डाला है, आई एम गोना चेक, सो दैट्स वैंग हाउ। अच्छा हाँ, आई रिमेंबर दिस एक्चुअली, वैंग हाउ
Yeah,
विनिंग
he
इट, यू
also
आर राइट, यू
qualified
आर
for
राइट।
candidates because of it.
या सो कंग्रेट्स ब्लाइंड फोल्डेड न्यूबी, आपको मिलती है 1 महीने की डायमंड मेंबरशिप। चैट विल डू वन मोर, अगर 1000 लाइक हो पाए, मुश्किल है बट वी हैव इनफ पीपल, इफ दे लाइक वी कैन डू वन मोर।
Lovely, lovely, lovely. And that, on that note, G4 and Gukesh के पास 13 मिनट.
भाई डर लग रहा है भाई।
नंदिश तिवारी जी कह रहे यूवर फर्स्ट. नंदिश जी, आपका मैंने तो आंसर ही नहीं देखा यार. नॉट गोना लाई टू यू,
चैट जब
बट
तुम टाइप करते हो
यू
ना,
आर नॉट
मैसेज,
फर्स्ट यार.
जब टाइप करते हो तो
और
आपका
आपने
मैसेज।
लिखा भी वन हाउ है यार. आपने वैंग हाउ भी नहीं लिखा.
नहीं, आई थिंक रूहान
तो
वाज
ये
फर्स्ट बट
आंसर
नो
मैं
आईडी।
एक्सेप्ट ही ना करता कभी भी.
सो आई थिंक ब्लाइंड फॉर न्यूबी इज द सेकंड वन, करेक्ट।
या.
कंग्रेट्स भाई,
सो
मेंबरशिप ऐड हो गई है।
द बेस्ट मूव फॉर ब्लैक, किसी ने पूछा किंग बी 7 इज द बेस्ट मूव हियर. Which I think is very, very unlikely to happen immediately. Maybe you can take and play and then play King B7. But I showed some crazy line here where you go G5, G6, G7, and you take some rooks here, and it's absolute chaos on the board. But Gukesh does have 12 minutes on the clock. I feel like he must be feeling the pressure here. He must be in so much stress right now.
Sahaj, and I think half of the stress is not thinking about the position, is thinking about, oh my god, what happens if I lose 3 games in a row? I don't know if Gukesh is immune to it, but most humans are not, and it always creeps in your mind, yeah? Oh my god,
Hmm.
what will happen if I lose 3 games in a row? Like it's just in your mind constantly.
Hmm.
Oh, what? That's a blunder by Gukesh. I'm sorry, what?
I mean, he clearly didn't believe in those in the variation with King B7 because वहाँ पे बहुत crazy था. But clearly thinks he has 4 points, so he can generate some counterplay here. But technically, he is lost right now.
Sahaj bhai, rook h6. I think what he has missed. Uh, but the point is that the white bishop now defends the rook on c1. So rook h6, g5, rook h1,
Oh,
king g2, rook c1, bishop c1. White's pawn is faster
of
because
course,
the
why you
bishop.
could just sack the bishop, na? Who
Yeah,
cares about this bishop?
exactly.
It's G6.
So Gukesh is about to potentially lose 3 games in a row against 2600 players. Rook h6 played by Gukesh.
Yep. And now the question is King G2 or G5. And I mean, if you see G5 working, then I think you just play it without thinking.
But wait, okay, g5. Let's say rook g6. You're stopping the pawn. Um, Apparently, rookie one is winning.
Are you stopping the pawn? I mean, also don't forget your king is completely empty here.
Yeah,
Rookie
Saj,
one,
look
rook
at this. Look at
f7,
this.
yeah.
Rook f7 is winning. Wow. And if rook g5, rook e1. Goodbye.
And if you play rook g8,
Rook
then
g8,
rook
rook
takes
takes
a7, yeah.
a7. King b8 and rook f7. But actually, bishop आ गया ना भाई defend करने के लिए. Like bishop is
हाँ,
now
bishop.
controlling c1. You have no chance.
Hmm. By the way, g5 played. Why is
Wow.
Eddie's Gurel playing so fast? Like he's playing insanely fast.
I mean, he's just trusting his intuition. He's pumped up now. He's about to defeat the world champion.
Probably he also feels it, yeah. I mean,
Hmm.
that Gukesh is also under time pressure and he's trying to put that pressure on him because he knows वहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा mistakes हो सकती हैं.
Yeah. There is one tricky move for Gukesh if he can find it, and that is rook to e6. Um, and if white were to go wrong, for example, I thought कि भाई rook f3 निकालना है
How
white
do
को,
you
which
go?
is
By the way,
not
rook g6 he plays.
rook g6 खेला. Oh,
How do you go wrong here? By this is dead lost.
this is
Rook
lost. Yeah, this
e1
is
is winning,
lost.
rook f7 is winning.
Yeah. Sahaj bhai, do you want to test the ear gambit?
ना
Good
भाई
question
ना
by
भाई,
chat.
दो लॉसेस के बाद यार क्या मैं अपने कानों को थोड़ा ब्रेक दे रहा हूँ भाई. भाई अब नहीं. मेरे को भी
Actually,
3 आउट ऑफ 3 नहीं चाहिए मेरे ईयर गैम्बिट की परफॉर्मेंस. अभी फील नहीं हो रहा यार पोजीशन. नॉट गोना लाई. और वैसे भी पूजा गैम्बिट आई थिंक स्पेशलाइजेस इन सेविंग योरसेल्फ. यहाँ पे वी नीड पूजा गैम्बिट मोर आई थिंक. It you know it as a fact. It's जब आपकी हार रही होती है पोजीशन, दिस इज डेड लॉस्ट, देन इट स्पेशलाइजेस.
Bhai, I think, and there's a genuine chance now he plays Divya tomorrow, actually. Very genuine chance.
I'm sorry, but am I seeing this right that the only game remaining is Gukesh?
Really?
No, I'm not. Okay, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Puranik is pushing against Levon, by the way, still trying to win that one.
Nice. This is the current position. Three and a half, 3.5. Why? He's pushing against Levon is crazy. Then Hari has a
See, lots of.
slightly better position against Shugirov, Sanan. And those are the only
Yeah.
two. Okay, Karthikeyan beating Hammer as well. Oh, Karthikeyan is completely winning. Okay, but difficult to convert this. But yeah, Rook F2 तो मर ही
Yeah.
रहा है, तो it's easy. This is easy. This is easy. So पुराने काल का गेम भी काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है यहाँ पे.
I don't think Gukesh had a draw today, Saj. I don't think so. Gukesh had a draw today.
You don't think so?
नहीं, आज कहाँ था?
No, I mean, I thought UK. I thought you were saying अगर आप percentage दोगे तो what do you think? Gukesh wins or sorry, Gukesh draws or
I
loses?
think it's gone. I think it's gone. I would be 5% chances of saving this, maybe.
Hmm.
Because his confidence also, na, like the thing is, if Gukesh, this was the first game, his confidence would be high. He would be still like, होता है ना, like you believe, like literally manifest that draw somehow. Like you constantly push, you find those tricks. Your body is able to find those tricks. Your mind is able to, that is. But once you've lost two games, like your mind gives up very quickly, right? I mean, this is human nature. Gukesh is, of course, one of the strongest players in the world, but he's not. He's still human.
Yeah, 3 losses will be brutal.
I mean, somebody sent it to me. Yeah? Hindustan Times में आया हुआ था कि Gukesh loses two in a row. So three in
Hmm.
a row भी will be आएगा आएगा.
आई थिंक ये लोग पहले से रिजल्ट देख लेते हैं सूत्रों के हिसाब से. उसके बाद ईयर गैम्बिट करते हैं. भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? 2 घंटे चला. 2 घंटे पहले थोड़ी ना रिजल्ट पता लग जाता है यार.
वैसे भी
दो
वो
घंटे चला
सूत्र
था कैंडिडेट्स भाई.
वैसे भी
सूत्र जो
सूत्र
आए हैं वो इस टूर्नामेंट से आए हैं, जस्ट सो यू नो, उससे पहले नहीं थे
ये
ये.
I think for the second time in our life we've had some सूत्र. First time was when Rakesh was at the Olympiad. Um,
हाँ.
जिंदगी में आज तक दो बार ही सूत्र रहे हैं. So I don't think here gambit is based on सूत्र.
और तब भी ऐसा कभी नहीं हो कि हमने देखा हो पहले उसके बाद ईयर गैम्बिट किया. ऐसा कभी नहीं होता. वो फीलिंग होती है
भाई
यार.
हम तो
वो
anyways I think
मोटिवेशन होता है.
uh, he needs to stop the bleeding. But think about it, RG bhai. How do you stop the bleeding? Do you take a draw against some 2400 tomorrow? Like, assuming it's not Divya or whatever. Like, there's no stop the bleeding. He has to win. Even
He
today, like,
cannot
does he
cut the
take a draw
bleeding.
against a 2600? He doesn't, right? He has to play for the win. If this is Norway chess, he can try it for a couple of draws and try to stabilize. But in this event, it's not going to happen. I think Gukesh is about to lose his third game in a row.
Yeah.
Pooja gave it. Nahi yaar. I don't think it's savable, unfortunately. It's gone. I think what Gukesh has to do is. But there's a problem. Kya hai? The rook is not active. And this rook defends f2. That's the only weakness, right? And I can't push these pawns either. I mean, it's just no counterplay whatsoever.
कि D3 पे रुक C3 मर रहा है. B5 तो अलाउ नहीं हो रहा, A5 आ नहीं रहा. बट आई मीन वाइट को भी तो इम्प्रूव करना मुश्किल है यहाँ पे, राइट?
Yeah.
वाइट के लिए भी मुश्किल ही है. मे बी दैट बिशप A3 वाज आई थिंक जस्ट अ गैम्बल इन दैट सिचुएशन. Gukesh was winning today. What happened? I mean, lots of wrong things have happened, not just in this tournament, not just in this round, but I think what happened previously, I think is definitely playing a part here. ऐसा कभी हुआ है बाय द वे साहिल भाई के 3 लॉसेस ऐसे लगातार हुए हो किसी प्लेयर के साथ, किसी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन के साथ? डू यू नो ऑफ इट?
I don't think so. In fact, Magnus के दो हुए थे. I think we had these stats, and Ding is the only one who's lost four in a row. But that was Norway chess, जहाँ पे every player is a world top five player, right? At least a world top 10 player. Against
Hmm.
2600s, I don't think so. A world champion losing three in a row. I don't think this has happened ever. I might be wrong, but that's the stat I know.
By the way, King
King
G2
G2
played
played.
by Edis Gurel. Pragg also lost during this tournament. Yes, he lost to, I think, Parham it was. Pragg किससे आ रहा था? परम से आ रहा था ना? नहीं नहीं, ब्लू बॉम्ब, सॉरी, ब्लू बॉम्ब. Both of them lost to blue bombs. Absolutely. Negative नहीं हो रहा है, I think Gukesh के लिए. I think it's just that we know Pragg has also, sorry, Arjun has also lost and that was a shocker for all of us. But I think Arjun के chances अभी भी हैं इस tournament में. Just Gukesh के chances बिल्कुल भी नहीं हैं, already. And it's just sad. We're not being negative. It's just sad. We're just addressing the sad situation and that's it. Divya versus Gukesh हो सकता है if Gukesh loses, but we don't know yet. शायद आपकी टॉप 2 प्रोडिक्शन दे दो अब ग्रैंड स्विस की भाई. एक तो यार हमने परहम और अर्जुन कहा था एट द बिगिनिंग ऑफ द स्ट्रीम एंड
Hmm.
दोनों हार गए.
Hmm. नहीं
तो
परहम का तो
मे बी आई
हाँ.
शुडंट स्पीक. आई जस्ट शुड जस्ट नॉट स्पीक. दोनों ही हार गए यार. आर यू इंटरेस्टेड फॉर रिवांशिक वर्सेस बोरिस गेलफंड? क्यों भाई? बिकॉज दे आर बोथ experienced प्लेयर्स. I mean, they have played each other quite a few times, I think, if I'm not mistaken. तो साहिल भाई, सबसे
Hmm.
ज्यादा कंट्रोवर्शियल टॉप 2 कौन होंगे? लेट्स से
I
सबसे
think
ज्यादा कंट्रोवर्शियल.
Hans and
सेकंड वन डजंट मैटर.
I think it could be Hans and I think there is nobody else. Yeah, there is nobody else actually.
हैंड्स इन मिश्रा कह रहे हैं लोग. अनीश भी बढ़िया है. अनीश इज आल्सो गुड वन, आई थिंक. अनीश hasn't played the candidates, right? Or has he? He has. वो जो draw हुए थे इसके लिए. Right, I remember.
Yes,
I
multiple
remember. I
times. I
remember.
think
I remember.
yeah,
What am I saying?
we want Divya Gukesh very likely actually, yeah, very very likely. Um, The membership के फायदे तो भाई सर्च करो membership के फायदे भाई. The most risky place for Arjun. Pragg has played circuit. Gukesh already is world. Arjun. Yeah, yeah, I think Arjun is of course in the worst situation here. Um, but I think I mean you lost, yeah. At the end, chess ऐसी game है ना. There's nobody else to blame. I think every chess player knows this. Vidit mentioned this once he joined the stream during I think it was Norway chess second last day. Like there's nobody else you can blame apart from yourself. That's the hard part about chess. So it's all in your hands, and yeah, I
It's
mean
all
you
in
just
your
have to
what?
win. It's all in your. I know what you're saying, Saj. I got it. I understood. I understood.
सॉरी यार, थोड़ा सा आई थिंक थोड़े जोक्स डाल दो, थोड़े थोड़े थोड़ा मूड अच्छा हो जाए स्ट्रीम का.
True, true, true.
बट या इट इज सैड भाई. King G2 is an inaccuracy, by the way. King B7, some chances for the world champion. But I think if
I think
you if you it's the kind. Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
he took that pawn because he was hoping कि ये जो चार pawn है थोड़ा race देगी. But I mean I think there's no way you queen. That's the problem. Like the bishop is a great it stops your most advanced pawn. I think that's the problem there.
Hmm.
And you can't really play b5 ever because white just chops that off. So I really
You
don't
cannot
know.
play anything, yeah. You cannot push this,
There
you
is
can't
no
push this,
move.
you can't push this, you can't push this. व्हाट इज अ जोक भाई, वो हैंड्स बोला ना उन्होंने, तो मैं उसको हांस नीमन से मैंने कनेक्ट किया. बट साहिल भाई को मेरे सारे जोक्स समझ आ जाते हैं 1 सेकंड के अंदर, तो मैं क्या करूँ.
सू, सूत्रों का कुछ बताएंगे नहीं भाई. आई थिंक सूत्र में कुछ है भी नहीं एक्चुअली. Just gonna see
भाई अब
what.
तो ऐसा करता है कि अब कल से ना हम लोग ही सूत्र नहीं देखेंगे, बिकॉज आई थिंक वहां पे ज्यादा डिस्ट्रैक्शन हो रहा है, तो गेम में मजा नहीं आता उतना.
Oh, that's a mistake from Gukesh. And Sahaj, now there's a winning maneuver, I think. Bishop d6 and bishop f4. That's a winning maneuver, I think, for white.
बिकॉज यू आर कंट्रोलिंग C1 एंड D2, तो C pawn का डेंजर नहीं रहेगा. एंड इफ यू पुट द रुक हियर, then I can challenge this pawn. And if you go here, then I mean, isn't this rook kind of trapped?
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, this is sad.
Hmm.
Um,
Do you
yeah, so
think Gukesh plays
basically, yeah,
Do you
go
think
ahead.
he's playing experimental chess, or does he always play like this apart from 2024, of course? No, I think it's not experimental chess. Yeah, I think um, I think first game basically Gukesh attitude like he wants to win. First game he had a draw in hand, he did not take it, lost. Second game he's like, okay, now I have to win. Had a draw in hand, did not take it, lost. Now third game his confidence is already very low. So it's like like once you're low on confidence, you doubt your every decision. And I think Magnus Carlsen summed it up very well. I would rather err on the side of overconfidence than on the side of underconfidence, because in critical moments, I will make dubious and cowardly decisions if that happens. And this is kind of what's happening in after two losses. Yeah, I think one loss is understandable, but once you lose that game, it's like a shock. भाई मैं 2600 से कैसे हार गया यार. And Guki, by the way, that's a good point by Soj King कि Guki की world ranking क्या होगी? Because he was already 2758. If he loses, Gukesh will
Hmm.
be, I think he'll be world number 10. He'll be world number 10.
Oh, 2751 होगा ना?
Yeah,
It's
275.
possible that Anish might overtake him. No, no.
नहीं अनिश
Anish
का
का
हो
हो गया क्या?
चुका. So
अच्छा, हो चुका, okay.
2752 होगा. He'll be world number 10,
But
I
also,
think.
let's not forget, तीन और round है इस tournament में, and considering the confidence, like, oh, by the Bishop D6 played by Edis Gurel. So I'm just saying that तीन round अभी भी बचे हैं इस tournament में, and not this can be very very bad rating wise as well.
Yeah. And 3 out of 7, Sahaj. 3 out of 7. If he had at the candidates, he would be disappointed. And Grand Swiss में तो of course, like it's just heartbreaking.
Hmm.
Bishop d6 and White found that maneuver. I don't see anything now, Sahaj. I think Bishop F4 के बाद is doing so many jobs on the same diagonal. Uh, इंजीनियर भी है, डॉक्टर भी है, क्रिएटर भी है, स्ट्रीमर भी है, सब एक ही काम में कर रहा है बिशप भाई. इट्स डन.
प्रोड्यूसर साहब ये भी क्लिप कर ही लेना.
अरे
आई नो
भाई
बैड मोमेंट पे है पर कर सकते हैं. फनी तो लग रहा है थोड़ा. मे बी एट अ बेटर टाइम.
भाई बेटर टाइम. मेरा कैमरा का बैटरी भी गया भाई. आई डोंट नो. Maybe it's a sign of things to come.
By the way, a5 played by Gukesh, who is fighting back, trying to push some pawns here, but bishop f4 is now +4.
Wow. And what do you play after bishop f4 actually?
Bhai, I don't even know. Rook d3, I guess. Because rook a2 पे तो bishop e5 है ना, and you lose this. Rook d3 खेलोगे आप, I think, और क्या खेलोगे?
Why, but rook d3 means कि I'm never pushing that c or d pawn. My rook
Exactly.
is literally trapped.
By the bishop f4 played,
Wow.
he's not thinking much. He's managing his time really well.
By the way, Samir, great job with the bars. Yeah, I think we can see all of them. So amazing. Samir, हमारे
What is the
producer है.
next classical tournament of Guki? I think we are expecting World Cup, but we're not sure if
World
he's
Cup.
playing. Are we sure he's playing? By
But
the way, rook d3 played. Inaccuracy. Okay, not an
wow.
inaccuracy. It was losing anyways.
Saj bhai, look at this. Yeah. After rook to b1, black's best move is rook e3.
Oh, ridiculous. Yeah, that is ridiculous. Rook b1, why not rook g6?
Rook g6. There's rook f6 winning on the spot actually. And
Oh,
फिर best move rook g5 है भाई. Just imagine.
अरे बाप रे.
It's over. I think it's over. And this will
Yeah,
be
this
the
rook is
last game
trapped.
for
Now look,
today.
no squares for the rook anywhere, and it's blocking these two pawns as well.
I think he's going to resign after this move, Saj. This rook d3 is the last Gukesh move, I feel. It's
Hmm.
over. Rook b1 played, by the way. Best move. Over, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, this is a bit sad.
Is there any other possibility? No, I think Gukesh is going to stay on 3 points. And Sahaj, I have a question. So do you think कि कल दिव्या से match होगा? What's your guess?
भाई very good chance. That depends on 3.5 पे अगर odd number of players है तो very very good chance.
Hmm. Is Gukesh's fall worse than Ding? I don't think so. I think Ding um, had a bad year all round. There was not a single event where he played well. Gukesh has had fantastic events. Tata Steel start karte hue. He
Hmm.
had great results in the rapid section of the GCT. He also played decent well, I think, in a couple of more events. Not it wasn't amazing, but it was decent.
Hmm.
But yeah, this one is definitely not one of them.
Of course, last year was, I think, a much better year for Ukesh. Nobody's denying that, but um, I don't think he's had that bad of result. This is, I think, maybe one of the worst events we are seeing of Ukesh since he became a world champion.
Yeah. When shall we know if Guki is playing the World Cup? We know that he's likely to play because it's in India, but sometimes what happens is ki this event can really affect um, your future decisions. But I think it would be a bad decision not to play because it's a great tournament. Even Magnus, after becoming world champion, used to play it every time until he won. He might play it this year, who knows? And it's a test of rapid blitz and classical. And Gukesh needs to test himself in those formats. And of course, like it's in India. I mean, if you win it in India, there's so much media coverage of the event. He has to play.
You also remember that he didn't play the freestyle event either, I think,
Hmm.
for similar reasons. So you never know.
Hmm. टिकू को नींद नहीं आएगी यार. नहीं यार, नींद तो मे बी ना आए भाई, बट वो अच्छी बात है ना भाई. नहीं आनी चाहिए भाई, थोड़ी बहुत तो इफेक्ट होनी चाहिए.
Can
कैसे था
Cookie
हाई
withdraw?
परसेंटेज ऑफ.
He
हाँ.
can, but I think that's also probably not going to be received well in this situation because I think he's expected to finish. But yeah, it's tough to play, I think. Definitely tough to play. ये किसी किसी 2600 के साथ ये होता.
देयर
By the
इट
way,
इज. There it is. Resignation from the world champion who's lost three games in a row to 2,600 players. I think he started off spectacularly. Won against Etienne Bactrod, almost won against a Dogmas, won against Danny Ufa, drew against Arjun, but then three losses: Abhimanyu Mishra, Nicolas Tururu, and Edis Gurel. And the misery hasn't ended yet, Sahaj, because as we discussed, he might end up playing Divya or somebody very strong, like the highest points on the half a point ahead. So he's on 3 points, and this is not a good tournament at all for the world champion. Sahaj, thoughts on what should Gukesh do to strike back tomorrow?
I mean, it's very difficult to say much after three losses in a row. I mean, your self-confidence is completely shattered, and it's not something that you regain back, I think, within a day. I'm not even sure if it comes back within a week. I mean, just try to write this out. It's very difficult, I think, to be in Gugesh's situation. And I hope he gets an easier pairing tomorrow. I think that's one thing that I really wish for him, because I think going into today's day, we already knew. I mean, Sahil, you and I had a conversation about this, like 2 days ago at night, after we streamed or something, where we were discussing the possibility of Eddie's Gurel versus Gukesh, and we thought this is such a bad pairing
Hmm.
for Gukesh as it is, because
Yeah.
he's an up and coming player, and Gukesh is obviously not having the best confidence. So I mean, I hope for a better pairing, and I think also I think when you're losing sort of many games in a row, you also need to make a quick draw just to cut the bleeding. You start to feel a bit better, and then you can play a bit more. But I think Gukesh doesn't have that option, because one draw
Yeah.
can again hurt his rating so much. It's very difficult to be in Gukesh's situation. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, and people asking if there'll be an interview. I doubt, we are not on site, so we won't have it anyways. But I doubt he'll be giving interviews to anyone today. Yeah, he must be in a
Hmm.
terrible mood. And yes, he is world number 10, by the way, 2751.6. He's 1.4 ahead of Anish. And if Anish were to win tomorrow, Ukesh draws, he will be knocked out of the world top 10. And it's Anish 1.4 point behind. It's Vincent Keimer 1.6 points behind, and then it is Vishy sir on world number 13. So
Wow.
Gukesh doesn't want to get knocked out of the world top 10, and he has to strike back. But of course, uh, everybody who's playing him now, right? So anybody who comes in to play Gukesh is like, this is my moment to defeat the world champion. And I think Sajba, you asked that question, right? Should he continue the event? At that point, I was sure that he should, but now even I'm wondering, and this is gonna be a
I mean,
uh,
that's what I think as well, but I think it's not the right thing to say on,
yeah.
like as a commentator, I feel like it's not the right thing to say for me, but that's what I would have done simply because यार, आपके पास कुछ गेन करने को नहीं है यहाँ पे लाइक अगर आप जीत
Hmm.
भी जाते हो तो पीपल आर लाइक यू आर एक्सपेक्टेड टू विन बट अगर हार जाते हो देन इट बिकम्स न्यूज़ आई मीन दैट्स नॉट अ सिचुएशन you ever want to be in, but yeah, I mean, let's hope he can bounce back.
Yeah, maybe we can have a look at the standings just to kind of sum it all up. I know we have I think a game or two going on, but overall, in terms of the people who can qualify for the candidates, I think this is the list. You see the people in front of you. Nihal, so 5.5 with a spectacular victory over Param Maksudlu, the tournament leader. And his tiebreak is, of course, not as great. So tomorrow it is going to be Matthias Blubam with the white pieces versus Nihal Singh with the black pieces. A crucial, crucial game, Sahaj. It could be a direct fight for the candidate spot. If a draw happens, then of course it's okay. But if either side wins, they could take a huge claim at that first candidate spot. And of course, a lot of people in the running: Mishra, Maksudlu, Firouzja, Nodirbe, Giri, and even Vidit, all of them still fighting. And not to discount Pranav, Arjun, and Pragg, who I think can make it, but they have to score 3.5 minimum out of four. And you have to admit that is quite difficult. And of course, we have a lot of Indians in the running and who would like to finish well. And Divya Deshmukh 3.5. But of course, Sahaj Bhai, I mean, if we go further, what is Gukesh's rank right now? It's kind of heartbreaking, honestly, to not see him there. He's not in the top 60, Sahaj.
I mean, it's fine. I think we can let Gukesh rest. I think no
Yeah.
need to go and show this. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
hopefully he can recover. But I think also a very exciting day tomorrow because we still have Nihal fighting for the first spot. I'm super excited to see how his game is going to unfold against Blue Bomb भाई. हम 2600 की बात गुकेश के साथ कर रहे हैं, but we forget the fact कि दो 2600 लीड कर रहे हैं tournament. Let's also
Hmm.
not forget that. So they are clearly underrated. They're very motivated to qualify into the candidates. This is their best chance. You know, and tomorrow is going to be super exciting. है भाई, बड़ा मजा आएगा. So let's see what
And let's
happens,
not
Sahil
forget
bhai.
Vaishali. Vaishali leading the women's section. If she wins tomorrow and gets a 1 point lead, her lead is half a point right now, she might be almost through. So it's a crucial day tomorrow, chat. Two Indian leaders. One is Nihal Singh in the open section, one is Vaishali in the women's section. It's gonna be 3 more rounds. Sahaj bhai, final number prediction. कितने Indians qualify करेंगे open में women में?
दोनों मिला के यार दो
Let's say अलग अलग
टू
अलग अलग. Two, yeah.
दोनों मिला के बोल रहा हूँ टू
हाँ ठीक है. I will also bet on two, chat. अपनी prediction डालो. We're gonna see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and wishing all the just good luck. Let's see कल क्या होता है. मजा आएगा. See you Saj bhai. Thanks for joining. Thank you so much for the amazing broadcast. बाहर मस्त लग रहे हैं. And chat, we'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.